Chapter 1691. Seeing that the old devil was about to escape, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. If a puny intermediate immortal emperor escaped from his hands, it would be a humiliation to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen would never allow such a humiliation to happen. Jiang Chen gently grasped the void. The body of the old devil, which had just entered the spatial zone, couldn't move anymore and was pulled out by Jiang Chen. The matter isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Jiang Chen said with a smile. All right, I admit defeat today. Kid, how do you want to end this? The old devil spoke maliciously, but at this time, he had no choice but to yield. After all, he had to lower his head under the eaves. The young man in front of him was just too powerful. He was no match for him at all. Although there was a gap between their cultivation base, their combat strength wasn't on the same level. Ever since his debut, he had never suffered such a great humiliation and loss. Because of his identity, who wouldn't give him some face? Even if he had gone too far, the other party wouldn't dare to say anything. Today, he had undoubtedly failed miserably. He had already lost an arm in the hands of a kid. This made the old devil extremely depressed. Naturally, a debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Since you have killed someone, you should leave your life behind. Isn't that very reasonable? Jiang Chen said in a casual manner. What? The old devil was stunned for a moment. He suspected that his ears were playing tricks on him. Then he burst into laughter. Kid, did I hear it wrong? You dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? A disciple of Corpse In's sect. Jiang Chen looked at the old devil with great interest. He was a little curious about the identity of this old devil. Judging from the old devil's tone, it seemed like he really had a high status. The old devil's smile stopped abruptly. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. You know Corpse In's sect? That's great. I might as well tell you that I'm the younger brother of Old Man Corpse In. If you dare to kill me, your entire Tianyun pavilion will be buried together with me. Old Man Corpse In's younger brother. Looks like I really can't kill you. Jiang Chen's eyes trembled. He didn't expect to catch such a big fish today. If this guy had a different identity, he would have died immediately. But since he was the younger brother of Old Man Corpse In, he was really reluctant to kill him. Wouldn't it be a pity? Boy, you know what's good for you. If you kneel down and kowtow to me, bow your head to me, and offer this mountain gate to me, I may spare the thousands of lives in Tianyun Pavilion. The old devil was certain that Jiang Chen was afraid. After all, in East Xuanyu, his reputation was nothing. But Old Man Corpse In's reputation was enough to make people tremble in fear. Coupled with the terrifying methods and style of the Corpse In sect, who wouldn't be afraid? What I don't understand is how did Old Man Corpse In have such a useless younger brother? Jiang Chen shook his head. He was indeed puzzled about this. One should know that Old Man Corpse In was the sect master of Corpse In sect and had an intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base. No matter how weak his younger brother was, he should at least be a half-step immortal venerable. But he was only an intermediate immortal emperor. Furthermore, this bastard didn't stay in East Xuanyu Pavilion, but came to One Line Sky to break the rules. It seemed like he didn't want to improve himself. What did you say? The old devil's face turned cold, but he didn't dare to make a move. He wasn't a fool. He knew that he was absolutely no match for this young man. It seems like you still don't know anything about the Golden Horizon. I won't kill you, but it doesn't mean that I'll let you go. I might make you wish you were dead instead. Jiang Chen said, then suddenly stretched out his palm and pressed it on the old devil's forehead. A wisp of sun fire entered his body through the old devil's forehead. Arg! Arg! The old devil let out a blood-curdling scream. He felt his whole body heating up, as though there was a fire dragon wreaking havoc in his body, wanting to incinerate everything. That wisp of sunfire had destroyed his meridians and qi. In just a minute, the old devil had become a cripple. You crippled me. You actually crippled me. Arg! The old devil's heart was torn apart. As an intermediate immortal emperor, he was used to flaunting his prowess and dignity. Once he was crippled, it was like falling from the top of the pyramid into the deep soil, never to climb out again. That kind of feeling wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. It was truly worse than death. Kill me. Hurry up and kill me. The old devil had gone mad. He felt that he no longer had the courage to continue living. What was the point of living in this state? Humph. It's hard for you to die now that you've fallen into the hands of me, Jiang Chen. Just wait to meet your brother. Jiang Chen struck out a few seals to seal the old devil, giving him no chance to commit suicide. After that, he threw the old devil into the Zulong Tower. Master is getting more and more terrifying. An elder spoke. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's growth was beyond their imagination. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's return today, they were afraid that everyone in Tianyun Pavilion would have been killed by the old devil. Why did Chen Er come back all of a sudden? Could it be that he predicted that Tianyun Pavilion would be in trouble? Tianji Zi said with a smile. Now that the crisis of Tianyun Pavilion had been resolved, everyone's mood had become incomparably relaxed. Master, I came back this time to treat your injuries. Coincidentally, this old devil was going to harm Tianyun Pavilion, so I dealt with him along the way. Jiang Chen said. He was relieved to see that Tianji Zi was still as lively as ever even though he couldn't cultivate. What? Chen Er, why you're able to heal my injuries? Tianji Zi didn't dare to believe it. At this moment, he was so excited that even his voice began to tremble. He was very clear about his injuries. In fact, he had long since given up hope that he would be able to recover to his original state. Today, Jiang Chen came back from thousands of miles away and said that he was going to treat his injuries. If these words didn't come out from Jiang Chen's mouth, he wouldn't believe it at all. Yes, Master. I have a way to help you recover. Jiang Chen smiled. Good. Chen Er, even if I can't recover, your kindness is already a great comfort to me. Tianji Zi seemed incomparably excited. His eyes were a little red. Compared to Ouyang he was the luckiest. His eyesight was better than Ouyang He, and Tian Muyun and Jiang Chen couldn't be compared at all. It's the great fortune of Tianyun Pavilion to respect the master and value friendship. Chapter 1692. Taoist Yu Feng, don't spread the news of my return. I don't want to cause any commotion. It won't be good for Tianyun Pavilion. I'll leave after master's injuries are healed. Jiang Chen said to Taoist Yu Feng. Yes, sect master. Taoist Yu Feng nodded. He didn't ask why. He knew that Jiang Chen must have his reasons for making such an arrangement. The main purpose of Jiang Chen's return this time was to heal Tianji Zi's injuries. After that he would leave. Taoist Yu Feng was very clear about this point. Subsequently, Jiang Chen brought Tianji Zi into the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower. Tianji Zi's injuries would probably take a lot of time to heal, so it was best to do so in the 33rd floor. As for the reason that Jiang Chen specially arranged for Taoist Yu Feng to conceal the news of his return, it was also for the sake of Tianyun Pavilion. Given his reputation and status in Tianyun Pavilion, once the disciples knew that he had returned, there would definitely be chaos. What Jiang Chen was worried about was that the news of his return would spread to East Xuanyu. Given his current situation, he was afraid that he would immediately bring disaster to Tianyun Pavilion. His enemies were much more terrifying than Old Devil. In the 33rd floor, Tianji Zi was sitting cross-legged with an excited expression. His face was full of expectation. For a person who had lost all his cultivation base, nothing could make him more excited than the news of recovery. Jiang Chen took out a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk and handed it to Tianji Zi. Master, this is Great Earth Immortal Milk. It has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. It's enough to help you reconstruct your meridians. At that time, not only will you recover to your original state, but your cultivation base will also improve greatly. Your body will be improved, and you will be reborn. Jiang Chen said. A drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk was enough to help Tianji Zi recover. What? The legendary Great Earth Immortal Milk. Tianji Zi couldn't maintain his composure any longer. He had browsed through the ancient books and learned about a lot of magical heavenly and earthly treasures. He also knew about the Great Earth Immortal Milk, but this saint item only existed in the books and legends. He had never seen it before. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen had even obtained the Great Earth Immortal Milk. How could this not make Tianji Zi excited? He was very clear about the effect of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, so he couldn't control his emotions. Master, swallow the Great Earth Immortal Milk now. I will help you refine it. Jiang Chen said. Yes. After calming himself down, Tianji Zi swallowed a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk according to Jiang Chen's instruction. Normally, He wouldn't have the guts to swallow the great earth immortal milk even when he was in his prime, let alone now that he had lost all his cultivation base. The energy contained in a drop of great earth immortal milk was unimaginable. Given his previous cultivation base, swallowing it was no different from courting death. But it was different now. Tianjizi trusted Jiang Chen too much. Hong. As soon as the great earth immortal milk entered his body, a terrifying energy immediately spread out. Tianjizi couldn't bear it and immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. Calm your qi and focus your mind. Jiang Chen yelled. Both of his hands grabbed Tianjizi's wrist. Strands of energy penetrated into Tianjizi's body. Under the guidance of this energy, the terrifying energy of the great earth immortal milk was quickly controlled. 3 days later, Tianjizi's broken meridians were completely repaired. The newly reconstructed meridians were emitting a milky white light. The qi of the great earth immortal milk was everywhere. His meridians were extremely tough. It was impossible to damage them any further. One had to admit that the great earth immortal milk was indeed a rare treasure. It could revive the dead, grow bones, and reconstruct meridians. Compared to Tianjizi's meridians before, it was countless times stronger. Powerful energy gushed out of Tianjizi's body. The moment his meridians were repaired, Tianjizi's cultivation base directly broke through to the immortal king realm. At this moment, Tianjizi was so excited that he wanted to scream. Ever since he was crippled, he had been suppressing himself for a period of time. Today, he could finally release his stress. Not only had his injuries been completely healed, his cultivation base had also reached the immortal king realm that he had been dreaming of. This made Tianjizi very excited. However, this was just the beginning. The energy of the great earth immortal milk was still enormous. Even though Tianjizi had reached the immortal king realm, he still couldn't control the remaining energy. He had to rely on Jiang Chen's rapid guidance. Just like that, another 7 days passed. Tianjizi's cultivation base had already reached the late immortal king realm. The energy of the great earth immortal milk had almost been consumed. The remaining energy was enough for Tianjizi to control. Jiang Chen retracted his palm. Looking at the lively Tianjizi, he couldn't help but laugh. Haha, late immortal king. Chen heir, this realm is something that I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Tianjizi laughed heartily, unable to control his fluctuating emotions. Late immortal king. How great of an improvement was this? It was something that he wouldn't even dare to dream of. Given his current cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to find an opponent in the entire one-line skyge. After all, the great earth immortal milk was very effective. Back when he obtained the great earth immortal milk in the immortal vault of ancient Buddha, it could even advance an immortal emperor, let alone someone like Tianjizi. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration for him to advance to the late immortal king realm. Master, I can rest assured now that you have recovered. Finally, one of my worries has been resolved. Jiang Chen smiled. Back when he left One Line Sky, he had vowed to cure Tianjizi. Today, his wish had finally been fulfilled. Chen heir, are you going to leave now? Tianjizi asked reluctantly. But he also knew that a figure like Jiang Chen wouldn't stay in One Line Sky. To Jiang Chen, One Line Sky wasn't a challenge at all. Yes, master. I still have a lot of things to do. I have to leave now. Jiang Chen led Tianjizi out of the Zulong Tower. Although 10 days had passed in the 33rd level, not a single day had passed in the outside world. The sky had just turned bright. And go ahead. Be careful. Tianjizi patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He didn't ask about Jiang Chen's matter in East Xuanyu. There was no need to ask about what Jiang Chen was going to do. Jiang Chen left. Before he left, he set up layers of restrictions outside Tianyun Pavilion, left behind the immortal emperor weapon and some rare herbs for Tianjizi. He didn't know when he would return. Perhaps, Tianyun Pavilion would truly become one of his stops. Forging Tianyun Pavilion into an iron plate was the last thing that Jiang Chen could do. Jiang Chen didn't bring Tianjizi with him. East Xuanyu wasn't suitable for Tianjizi, let alone staying by his side. Tianjizi was now the strongest fugitive. He couldn't even protect himself. Being alone was the best choice, fighting against the major powers without any worries. Chapter 1693. Walking in the void was as easy as taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, like an ethereal immortal. The world was vast and there were thousands of worlds. He could go anywhere, including the spatial crevice, the void turbulence and the world barrier. There was nothing that could stop him. This was the Great Void Technique. Rumor had it that when the Great Void Technique was cultivated to the extreme, one could travel to different worlds. That level was beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. He had only learned a little bit of the Great Void Technique. If he could master the Great Void Technique as skillfully as Void Sovereign, he was afraid that even the world law of the immortal world wouldn't be able to suppress him. He would then be able to leave the immortal world and return to Saint Origin World at any time. Of course, this was based on the fact that he had cultivated the Great Void Technique to the extreme. Given Jiang Chen's current condition, he couldn't do it. When one was alone, one's thoughts would be in a mess. Just like now, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of De Huang Dog, everything that happened in Golden Horizon, the scene in the Great Thousand Mirror, the secret of the Golden Clan and the desolate ancient land. Desolate ancient land. Where is this place? Jiang Chen frowned. De Huang Dog had left a message for Jiang Chen, asking him to go to desolate ancient land to save him. One should know that De Huang Dog would rarely say the word save. Since he wanted Jiang Chen to save him, it meant that there must be something in desolate ancient land that De Huang Dog couldn't handle. I won't think about these unrealistic things for now. Putting aside the fact that I still don't know what kind of place desolate ancient land is, even if I know, I'm afraid that I won't be able to help De Huang with my current cultivation base. My top priority now is to improve my cultivation base as soon as possible. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with determination. Instead of thinking too much, it was better to just do it. Nothing was more important than strength. Whether it was to save De Huang and Yan Chenyu, or to deal with the current situation, Jiang Chen needed to be strong. Right now, he was surrounded by enemies from all over the world, so he had to increase his cultivation as fast as possible. In order to advance to the Immortal Emperor realm, I have to transform the Dragon Transformation skill and comprehend the Tao of Slaughter. Now that the ancestral Dragon of Slaughter in the depths of my soul has fallen silent again, it seems like my killing intent isn't enough. In that case, I'll slaughter again, using the Heart of Slaughter to comprehend the Tao of Slaughter and stimulate the transformation of the Dragon Transformation skill. As long as the Dragon Transformation skill evolves, I will be able to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. The killing intent that had disappeared reappeared on Jiang Chen's body once again. For the sake of the Dragon Transformation skill's transformation, he had to continue doing something. In East Xuanyu, immortal venerables were everywhere. Apart from the experts of the 8 major powers in East Xuanyu, the immortal venerables of the other 3 major domains had also appeared. The entire East Xuanyu was like a huge net. As long as Jiang Chen jumped into it, he would never be able to get out. In the sky above an empty mountain range, a mighty early immortal venerable was hovering in the sky with a solemn face. His body was surrounded by trembling whirlpools of air. His divine sense had covered tens of thousands of miles, trying to search every corner of this area for Jiang Chen's shadow. He was an elder of Nanbei family with a dignified face. He was a mighty immortal venerable who usually wouldn't show himself, but today, he had taken the initiative to show himself for the sake of a mere Jiang Chen. Just as the old man was using his divine sense to scan the area, a figure silently appeared not too far away. When this figure appeared, there wasn't even a trace of spatial fluctuation. It was so quiet that it was frightening. It was like a ghost, without a trace at all. "Are you looking for me?" The silhouette spoke. The elder's body quivered. He turned around abruptly and saw a white-robed young man standing leisurely not far away, holding a golden feather in his hand. "Sun Divine Feather? You are Jiang Chen?" The elder exclaimed. Putting aside the fact that he had already grasped the chi of Jiang Chen, the Sun Divine Feather alone was the greatest symbol of Jiang Chen. In the entire world, there was only one person who could control the Sun Divine Feather. But what shocked the elder the most was that Jiang Chen was able to appear so close to him without him noticing. This was undoubtedly a very scary thing. One should know that he was an immortal venerable with incredible senses. Almost nothing could escape his senses. Any ripples in the void would be sensed by him. Therefore, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Jiang Chen, you're right. It seems like the Great Void Technique truly lives up to its name. It can actually escape my senses." The elder spoke gloomily. He wasn't a fool. He knew that Jiang Chen was proficient in the Great Void Technique, which was why he was able to escape his senses. The appearance of Jiang Chen also made the elder understand that it was useless for so many immortal venerables to come to East Xuanyu to capture Jiang Chen. With the Great Void Technique, He was afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't be discovered even if he walked right in front of them. Apart from feeling shocked, the elder's face began to show excitement. After all, his purpose of coming here was to find Jiang Chen. Now that he had met Jiang Chen, he was naturally excited. Which major power do you belong to? I, Jiang Chen, don't want to kill a nameless person, especially an immortal venerable. It's better to know your identity. Jiang Chen spoke. This was his first time fighting an immortal venerable. In any case, he still had to show some respect to the other party. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, he was afraid that he would turn and flee if he encountered an early immortal venerable. However, he now had the Sun Divine Feather, which could even kill a half-step immortal venerable genius like Zhang Yulong with a single strike. Killing an early immortal venerable elder would be as easy as flipping his hand. After all, even if Zhang Yulong's combat strength wasn't comparable to an early immortal venerable, it wouldn't be too far off. With the Sun Divine Feather in his hand, it was afraid that only an intermediate immortal venerable could fight against Jiang Chen. Haha, what an arrogant kid. Do you think you can ignore everything just because you have the Sun Divine Feather? It seems like you have no idea how terrifying an immortal venerable is. If you hand over the Sun Divine Feather and follow me to Nanbei family, perhaps I will let you die a quick death. The elder burst into laughter. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. A half-step immortal emperor kid had threatened to kill him in front of him. Wasn't this a joke? The elder looked at the Sun Divine Feather in Jiang Chen's hand. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of greed. He felt that it was his fortune to encounter Jiang Chen, a gift from the heavens. As long as he killed Jiang Chen, the Sun Divine Feather would belong to him. With the Sun Divine Feather, his status in the entire East Xuanyu would be supreme. So you're from Nanbei family. Great. Since you want the Sun Divine Feather, let's see if you can take it. Jiang Chen spoke. The Sun Divine Feather was already slashing at the elder. Chapter 1694. In order to kill the people of Nanbei family, Jiang Chen wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. What he needed now was slaughter. The higher the realm of the enemies he killed, the better it would be. Now that so many immortal venerables had appeared in Eastern Profound Domain, all of them were here to kill him. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't be merciful in his attacks. This was in line with the Tao of Slaughter of the Dragon Transformation skill. The Sun Divine Feather was too terrifying. Flames spread out, immediately sealing the void. The area within 100 miles was turned into a sea of fire. The void was torn into pieces. The Sun Divine Feather turned into a sharp sword and appeared above the elder's head in the blink of an eye. What? The elder of Nanbei family exclaimed. His facial expression changed dramatically. An extremely dangerous qi rose from the bottom of his heart. That was the taste of death. As a mighty immortal venerable, this was the first time in his life that he felt that death was so close to him. Clang! A terrifying combat saber immediately appeared in the elder's hand. In the face of the powerful Sun Divine Feather, he didn't dare to be negligent. He gathered all the energy in his body into the combat saber in his hand to resist the Sun Divine Feather. Hung long! The combat saber and the Sun Divine Feather collided. Both sides seemed to be on completely different levels. The elder let out a miserable shriek. His entire body was sent flying away, and the combat saber in his hand flew away. Jiang Chen grabbed the combat saber. This was a powerful immortal weapon of a venerable. As a spoil of war, Jiang Chen naturally had to keep it. Barf! The elder was struck a few hundred meters away. His flesh was almost cracked. Blood spurted out from his mouth like a fountain. One had to admit that an immortal venerable was indeed an immortal venerable. He didn't even die from a single strike from the Sun Divine Feather. The elder of Nanbei family trembled in fear. He would never understand how terrifying the Sun Divine Feather was if he didn't face it head-on. Unfortunately, it was already too late by the time he found out. Jiang Chen never gave his enemies any chance. Almost as soon as the elder stabilized his body, Jiang Chen arrived before him like a shadow. The Sun Divine Feather turned into a sharp sword and slashed at him. No! The old man let out a miserable shriek. A dignified immortal venerable expert didn't even have the chance to escape. This in itself was a very sad thing. Puchi! The Sun God Feather cut off the old man's head. However, the moment before the old man died, he crushed a spirit talisman in his hand. A messenger talisman? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. He grabbed the old man's head and left. Jiang Chen has appeared. Tens of thousands of miles away, there were immortal venerables who sensed the shattering of the talisman. Their chi immediately fluctuated and they flew over. At the same time, there were at least a dozen immortal venerables. Let alone tens of thousands of miles, even millions of miles could be crossed in an instant by powerful immortal venerables. Almost as soon as Jiang Chen left, more than a dozen powerful experts appeared. Most of them were experts of Nanbei family. After all, the messenger talisman was made by Nanbei family. Unfortunately, despite their speed, they were still a step too late. By the time they arrived, they saw a headless corpse lying at the bottom of the mountain. There was no trace of Jiang Chen. Big brother. An elder burst into tears when he saw the headless corpse. His eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Jiang Chen, I'm going to shred you into 1,000 pieces." Jiang Chen can't have gone far. Everyone, hurry up and chase after him. Be careful. It seems that the Sun Divine Feather in Jiang Chen's hand has the power to kill an early immortal venerable. Our messenger talismans have been connected. Once you find any trace of Jiang Chen, don't fight him. Crush the talisman immediately. Someone spoke aloud. The sight of the headless corpse made everyone's heart heavy. They knew that they had underestimated Jiang Chen's strength, or rather, the power and lethality of the Sun Divine Feather. In other words, Jiang Chen now had the power to kill an early immortal venerable. Everyone had to be extra careful. The news of the death of an immortal venerable spread like wildfire, adding a sense of heaviness to the already tense atmosphere. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would dare to take the initiative to attack at this time and kill an immortal venerable. This had caused a huge uproar in East Xuanyu. Jiang Chen has appeared. This bastard is truly audacious. Now that so many experts are looking for him, he should be hiding, but he has taken the initiative to attack. I'm afraid there's no one else who has the courage to do this except for him, Jiang Chen. This Jiang Chen is too terrifying. He has actually killed an immortal venerable of Nanbei family. That's an immortal venerable we're talking about. Damn it! How could he kill him just like that? This is heaven-defying. It's not that Jiang Chen is powerful. It's that the Sun Divine Feather is too powerful. The divine feather extracted from the gold feather fan is extraordinarily powerful. Not even an immortal venerable can withstand it. But what puzzles me is that Jiang Chen, a half-step immortal emperor, is actually able to display the full power of the Sun Divine Feather. I wouldn't believe it if it didn't happen in real life. The sky is going to change. Even an immortal venerable is dead. I heard that Jiang Chen has mastered the Great Void technique. He can come and go without a trace. So many immortal venerables couldn't find him. I guess Jiang Chen will strike again. East Xuanyu is going to be plunged into chaos. No one wasn't shocked. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would take the initiative to attack. In this way, the situation in East Xuanyu would be plunged into chaos. In the depths of the spatial zone, after killing an immortal venerable, the killing intent in Jiang Chen's body intensified. The phantom of the ancestral dragon of slaughter emerged in the depths of his soul once again, urging Jiang Chen to continue his slaughter. Kill. I can't stop. This time, I have to keep going until the dragon transformation skill evolves. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He knew that he was in a very dangerous situation, but at the same time, it was incomparably exciting. Under this kind of stimulation, Jiang Chen was ready to strike again. Haha. In the wilderness, 4 half-step immortal venerables were standing in the sky. They were experts from South Xuanyu. Their faces were incomparably solemn, looking in different directions. Everyone, be careful. That Jiang Chen has the strength to kill an early immortal venerable. If we encounter him, we must not fight him. Just use the message talisman to summon the experts. Someone spoke. Voila! However, as soon as his voice faded, a dazzling golden light carrying steaming flames struck out from the void. The expert who spoke didn't even have the chance to react before his head was chopped off. Not good. Jiang Chen has appeared. Hurry up and send the message. Chapter 1695. Swoosh. Jiang Chen appeared. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He didn't use his dragon form, as it didn't make any difference to him now. The power of the Sun Divine Feather was the same. Both of his eyes were bloodshot. His whole body was filled with killing intent. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul was roaring unceasingly. The current Jiang Chen had undoubtedly become a peerless god of slaughter. Jiang Chen, you can't run away anymore. We have already crushed the signaling talisman. Powerful experts will be here soon. Just surrender. One of them yelled, but his voice was trembling. Clearly, he lacked confidence. Roar! Jiang Chen roared madly. The roar of a dragon shook the sky like an erupting beast. The sun divine feather sprinkled out thousands of rays of divine light, shrouding the three experts. The three of them immediately fled in different directions. They didn't dare to confront Jiang Chen, thinking that it was no different from courting death. Ugh! Even though their speed was fast, two of them still died under the sun divine feather. Jiang Chen carried the two heads and did not chase after the third one. He cast the Great Void technique and fled far away. He didn't want to continue fighting, because he knew very well that these immortal venerables had signaling talismans in their hands. In the next moment, countless experts would arrive. Jiang Chen didn't bother to chase after the fourth person. Swoosh! Similarly, as soon as Jiang Chen left, a large number of experts arrived. There were many intermediate immortal venerables among them. Unfortunately, they only saw 3 headless corpses when they arrived. Bastard! Bastard! He got away again. The sect master of the invincibility school flew into a rage. As a mighty immortal venerable, he had never felt so aggrieved before. He felt like he was being toyed with by a brat. Sect master, that brat has learned the Great Void technique. He can come and go without a trace. Now that he has the sun divine feather, he's going to treat our people as his prey. One of them spoke in an incomparably tense tone. At this time, the half-step immortal venerable who had left earlier reappeared. He was the only one among the 4 of them who managed to escape. He felt lucky, but the thought of what happened earlier still made his heart palpitate. Too scary. The sun godly feather is too scary. That kid is a homicidal maniac. This expert was still in a state of shock. This was the first time in his life that he felt fear. In the following period of time, Jiang Chen continued to appear in different places of East Xuanyu. Wherever the sun divine feather passed, the heads of immortal venerables were chopped off. By this time, many immortal venerables began to tremble in fear. Some of them were looking forward to meeting Jiang Chen, but now, they were afraid of meeting Jiang Chen. They had set up an inescapable net in East Xuanyu just to find Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen had made his move, they had become his prey. Because Jiang Chen's attack was too fast and disorderly, coupled with the unparalleled Great Void technique that allowed him to vanish without a trace, the experts of the major powers of ethereal immortal domain had to work together for the first time. Now that everyone was panicking, they couldn't come up with a perfect countermeasure. That night, Jiang Chen appeared again. He came to the top of the highest mountain in Eastern Profound Domain, strung a dozen human heads into a string, and hung them high up in the sky. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was really scary. For a moment, the entire East Xuanyu was in chaos. This was a blatant provocation. Jiang Chen alone was challenging countless major powers. Those hideous heads showed the failure and loss of the major powers, casting a shadow over the hearts of the major powers. The major powers were no longer as imposing as before. To them, Jiang Chen and the sun divine feather weren't scary. What was scary was that they couldn't find him. Jiang Chen was like a ghost. No one would ever know when he would appear or where he would appear. That kind of killing in the dark was the most frightening. My God! Those are all famous experts. The strongest among them is at least a half-step immortal venerable. Now their heads have been chopped off and placed neatly on the ground. Jiang Chen is flaunting his prowess to all the major powers. This is only the first day and so many people have died. Jiang Chen will never stop. The grudge between him and those major powers can no longer be resolved. With the sun divine feather and the Great Void technique, he isn't afraid of anything. Now, he's going to turn into a killing god and reap the lives of his enemies. Those high and mighty immortal venerables have become his prey. He's like a ferocious tiger hiding in the dark, ready to pounce at you at any time. There has never been such a peerless figure in the immortal world. This is truly heaven-defying. It will only get more and more lively. I'm afraid that today is just the beginning. Those major powers must be both angry and nervous now. Everyone was shocked. The world had fallen into chaos. Jiang Chen had appeared out of nowhere and started a massacre. In just a day, He had killed more than a dozen powerful experts. Their heads were hanging in the sky. He had gone mad. Great Qian Empire, Genius Prefecture. Han Yen and Tyrant had a look of excitement on their faces. Little Chenzi has begun to attack. This is just the beginning. Those major powers are going to suffer. Han Yen smiled. He and Tyrant knew Jiang Chen too well. They knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't attack, but once he did, it would be earth-shattering. Jiang Chen had always been fearless. He had always been cruel to his enemies. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. When someone was determined to put you to death, what you had to do was to fight back ruthlessly. Enemies were meant to be killed. If Jiang Chen doesn't die, he will become the #1 sovereign in the world. Yang Zanqing said solemnly. Yang Yu and Dongfang Yu who were beside him couldn't help but look at Yang Zanqing. They knew how arrogant Yang Zanqing was. They had never heard Yang Zanqing evaluate someone like this. The #1 sovereign in the world. What kind of title was that? It was unprecedented. No one had ever dared to call themselves the #1 sovereign. He is walking on his own great sovereign path. The whole world is his enemy. He wants to trample all his enemies under his feet to pave the way for his own path, said Yang Yu. His evaluation of Jiang Chen was also very high. Now, he was very glad that Great Qian Empire didn't make Jiang Chen their enemy. It was an incomparably terrifying thing to make an enemy of such a person. For a figure like Jiang Chen, you had to either kill him in advance or give him a chance to grow. That would be the doomsday of the enemy. Even immortal venerables would have their doomsday. In the face of Jiang Chen's massacre, even immortal venerables would tremble in fear. The world was shocked. Not long after the dozen heads appeared, they were taken away by the experts of the major powers. They didn't say any harsh words. Their expressions were very miserable. At this time, none of the major powers would retreat. They had no way to retreat. A person like Jiang Chen must be killed no matter how great the loss was. They couldn't give him a chance to grow. Chapter 1696. This night, the world was stirred. Billions of people couldn't calm down. A name spread rapidly. The name of God of Slaughter was completely established tonight. This was the first person in the history of the immortal world. No one knew how many years had passed since the immortal world existed. Peerless figures had appeared one after another. Each of them had left their name in the records of history and had done many great things. However, none of them was like Jiang Chen, who dared to challenge the major powers of the immortal world and take the initiative to hang the head of an immortal venerable in the sky despite being the enemy of the whole world. That night, Jiang Chen didn't attack again, but the major powers didn't dare to be negligent. There were nearly 50 major powers in 4 major domains. Including the half-step immortal venerables, there were hundreds of experts who had almost controlled the entire East Xuanyu. This was a major event that had never happened in East Xuanyu before. There had never been so many immortal venerables. It was said that after the head incident, the old ancestor of Corpse Ean's sect had appeared. He was a late immortal venerable supreme expert. Normally, he wouldn't show himself, but today, he had personally come to capture a half-step immortal Emperor Jr. To the old ancestor of Corpse Ean's sect, this was an unimaginable matter. That's right. The old ancestors of the other major powers didn't show up. After all, experts of their level rarely showed themselves. They were all working hard to advance to the next level. How would they have the time to care about the matters below? Furthermore, given their status, it would be too embarrassing for them to hunt down a half-step immortal emperor personally. They couldn't afford to lose their face like this. Comparatively speaking, the style of Corpse Ean's sect was different. They only cared about efficiency and results. Face was something they didn't care about. The matter is getting bigger and bigger. Now, even the old ancestor of Corpse Ean's sect has appeared. If Jiang Chen attacks again, he will most likely be targeted by the old ancestor of Corpse Ean's sect. At that time, it will be difficult for him to escape. It's hard to say. Jiang Chen has mastered the Great Void technique. That is the orthodoxy left behind by the Void Emperor. If he deliberately evades, I'm afraid the Corpse Ean sect ancestor won't be able to catch him. Jiang Chen's methods are too ruthless. Right now, he and the other major powers are as incompatible as fire and water. The grudges between them are impossible to resolve. They are destined to fight to the death. After today's matter, the other major powers will no longer dare to underestimate Jiang Chen. They will all be extra careful and work hard. Let's see, even if the corpse sect ancestor appears, I guess Jiang Chen will definitely appear tomorrow. He is a fearless person who dares to provoke a tiger. On this night, no one was able to remain calm. Discussions were going on everywhere, and the air was filled with an intense pressure. Some of the weaker ones were trembling under this pressure. There had never been so many immortal venerables. Those who weren't involved were watching the show. Such an unprecedented show was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Many of them concluded that given Jiang Chen's style of action, he would attack again tomorrow. In Great Qian Empire, Yang Yu, Yang Zonqing and the others couldn't sleep either. They were constantly paying attention to the situation outside. Although they had severed their relationship with Jiang Chen, they still regarded Jiang Chen as one of their own, a part of Great Qian Empire. They had no choice but to sever their relationship with Jiang Chen just to protect Great Qian Empire. Late at night, in King Fan's prefecture, a beautiful figure was looking up at the night sky. Today's night sky was very dark. The pressure of immortal venerables had covered the moon and stars. Big brother Jiang will be fine, the woman murmured. Her eyes were bright and beautiful, but there was a trace of pitifulness in her eyes. Of course, the one who can kill your big brother Jiang hasn't appeared yet. Just at this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a white-robed man appeared beside the woman. Who else could it be if he wasn't Jiang Chen? The woman turned around abruptly. When she saw Jiang Chen, her face was instantly filled with ecstasy. She couldn't control her emotions and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen patted the woman's shoulder and couldn't help but sigh. What an ill-fated relationship. Ching, aren't I fine now? Jiang Chen spoke softly. There were some feelings that couldn't be avoided. Some people were destined to face. He couldn't avoid Yan Qingqing's feelings for him. Since he couldn't avoid it, Jiang Chen didn't try to hide anymore. Big brother Jiang, those major powers are hunting you everywhere. You won't be discovered, right? After a brief moment of excitement, Yan Qingqing began to worry. She couldn't help but worry because she knew Jiang Chen's current situation. The entire immortal world was shaken. Countless immortal venerables were hunting Jiang Chen. To Yan Qingqing, an immortal venerable was an existence she never dared to imagine. Don't worry. Unless I show myself, no one will discover me. Jiang Chen spoke. With the Great Void technique, he could go wherever he wanted. Now that he had come to King Fan Prefecture stealthily, no one would be able to find him. Back then, he left Yan Qingqing alone in King Fan Prefecture and didn't take care of her. He felt somewhat indebted to her. Qingqing, the reason I came here this time is to help you improve your cultivation base and physique. This is East Xuanyu after all, the true immortal world. Improving your cultivation base is the most important thing. Jiang Chen spoke, then took out the Great Earth Immortal Milk. He didn't expect Yan Qingqing to encounter great opportunities like Wu Ningzhu and Yan Chenyu, but he still hoped that Yan Qingqing could become stronger bit by bit. All right. Yan Qingqing nodded. She didn't ask what the thing in Jiang Chen's hand was. In any case, it must be a rare treasure. Ever since she came to King Fan Prefecture, she had acknowledged Old Man Bai Wang as her master. She had been cultivating diligently day and night, but it was still difficult for her to improve. Yan Qingqing loved Jiang Chen, but she knew very well that Jiang Chen was destined to achieve great things. That was why she kept working hard and didn't want to be a burden to Jiang Chen. Just like Wu Ningzhu, she wouldn't let go of any opportunity to improve herself. In order to become Jiang Chen's woman, she was destined to be extraordinary, and this extraordinary was destined to be very tiring. She was willing and satisfied with the tiredness. Jiang Chen used the Great Earth Immortal Milk and the Wood Spiritual Qi to cleanse Yan Qingqing's meridians. Then, he left the rest to Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing was different from Tianji Zi. Her foundation was much stronger than Tianji Zi. Therefore, she could absorb the Great Earth Immortal Milk by herself. When all of this happened last night, the sky had already turned bright. Qingqing, I'm leaving now. After you refine the Great Earth Immortal Milk, I'll ask King Fan to send you to Genius Prefecture to cultivate. Don't worry about me. I won't die. Jiang Chen said. Be careful. I heard that the old ancestor of Corpse Ean's sect has appeared and is looking for you everywhere. He's a late immortal venerable expert. Yan Qingqing reminded. Humph. I already know that. Since old ghost Corpsine has left Corpsine's sect, I'm going to attack him and make Corpsine's sect disappear completely. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He had no good impression of this Corpsine sect. He had long vowed to get rid of this evil major power one day. Since Corpsine's sect was so eager to kill him that even their old ancestor had appeared, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be polite. Jiang Chen cast the Great Void technique. His target was the mountain gate of Corpsine's sect. Now that the old ancestor of Corpsine's sect had appeared, the current Corpsine sect must be empty. Jiang Chen was going to give this sect a fatal blow, a devastating blow. Corpsine's sect was located in the Corpsine mountain range. Its mountain gate was built inside the mountain range. The entire mountain range was exuding cold and evil qi, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Jiang Chen came to the center of Corpsine mountain range. He stood in the sky, his black hair fluttering in the wind. The sun divine feather in his hand was emitting crackling sounds. The Corpsine qi in the surroundings was incinerated. Corpsine sect, today I'll destroy your mountain gate to teach you a lesson. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen arrived in the sky above Corpsine sect and raised the sun divine feather in his hand. Rumble. A huge hole was immediately created in the sky. The sun divine feather turned into a fire dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. A blood-red pillar of light soared into the sky. This was the intense fire of the sun. The fire dragon danced in the sky. Jiang Chen let out a roar and the huge fire dragon slashed towards the mountain range of Corpsine sect. It was a river of fire that fell from the sky. Before the people of Corpsine sect could react, it directly slashed down without any warning. Rumble. The earth shook and the sky changed color. This was an immeasurable and terrifying energy. Under the impact of the terrifying fire dragon, the entire Corpsine sect was directly split in half. Palaces, altars, and countless other buildings were smashed into pieces. Just this attack alone killed countless people. Soon after, the entire Corpse sect was engulfed in a monstrous calamity. This was the powerful sun fire, the Corpse sect's greatest nemesis. Ah! Countless screams echoed. Large numbers of Corpsine sect disciples were engulfed in flames. They were instantly turned into a sea of fire and burned to ashes. It's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has appeared. Quickly inform the ancestor. Inform the sect master and ancestor to come back. Otherwise, our Corpsine sect will be destroyed. Ah! Damn it! This deranged guy actually destroyed our mountain gate. The Corpsine sect was in complete chaos. The blow that Jiang Chen dealt to the Corpsine sect was too great. It was an irrecoverable loss. Swoosh! 2 immortal venerables of the Corpsine sect appeared. They summoned their corpse puppets and attacked Jiang Chen. They wanted to delay Jiang Chen until the ancestor returned. Their eyes were red. Corpsine sect had never suffered such a huge loss before. Even their sect was split in half. Half of their disciples died tragically in the fires. Although they were very angry, their faces were also filled with fear. That was the fear of Jiang Chen. They already knew that Jiang Chen had killed an immortal venerable. So even if they wanted to delay Jiang Chen, they would use their corpse puppets to block the attack. Chapter 1697. Voila! Jiang Chen's sun divine feather swept out. All the corpse puppets were incinerated. Seeing this, the 2 immortal venerables were frightened to the extreme. As immortal venerables, each of them was incomparably confident in their own strength. However, they would never understand the terror of Jiang Chen before confronting Jiang Chen head-on. Just like now, when the corpse puppets were killed in an instant, they finally thought of the skulls that were floating in the sky last night. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before their skulls would be hung in the sky as well. Thinking of this, they didn't dare to delay any longer. They turned around and fled. In any case, they had already sent out the messenger talisman. Jiang Chen wasn't someone they could fight against. The flames of the sun divine feather had an extremely strong restraining effect on Corpsine sect. Facing the sun divine feather in such a situation was almost certain death. Jiang Chen didn't chase after them. He swept out the sun divine feather once more. A large number of fireballs flew towards the mountain gate of Corpsine sect. Each fireball was like a giant cannonball with earth-shattering destructive power. Hung long. Innumerable fireballs landed in different places of Corpsine sect. Looking at it from afar, the The surrounding 10,000 miles had already been plunged into a sea of fire. Even if the two immortal venerables didn't send out the messenger talisman, Old Man Corpse-Een and the old ancestor of Corpse-Een sect would still be able to sense such a huge commotion. Half of East Xuanyu would be alarmed. Miserable screams filled the sky. This fire was a devastating blow to the Corpse sect. Corpse sect disciples who were covered in flames could be seen everywhere. Not only did these fireballs contain blazing flames, but they also had a very powerful attack power. Under this kind of attack, many people were seriously injured. How could they have the strength to resist the terrifying sun fire? The sun fire was the biggest nemesis and natural enemy of the Corpse sect. Looking at the miserable state of Corpse-Een sect, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Then, his body flickered and vanished. Not long after Jiang Chen disappeared, the experts of Corpse-Een sect returned. Old Man Corpse-Een and the old ancestor of Corpse-Een sect were the fastest. When they saw the miserable state of Corpse-Een sect, they almost spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Old Man Corpse-Een was shivering with anger. It wasn't easy to anger a mighty immortal venerable to such an extent. Bastard! Old Man Corpse-Een roared. His body flickered and appeared above the sea of fire. Violent energy turned into a layer of dark cloud. Under the pressure of the cloud, the fire was extinguished very quickly. But there wasn't a single intact building left in Corpse-Een sect. Not only had this fire destroyed all the buildings, but at least half of the disciples of Corpse-Een sect had been killed. This was an immeasurable loss in the history of Corpse-Een sect, and all of this was caused by Jiang Chen. As soon as the old ancestor of Corpse-Een sect appeared, he immediately sealed the area, but he couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen. He knew very well that Jiang Chen had already escaped if he was one step away. The Great Void technique has actually reached such a level. The old ancestor spoke coldly. He knew very well that the reason why Jiang Chen was able to escape so quickly was because of the Great Void technique. If it wasn't for the Great Void technique, Jiang Chen wouldn't have dared to come to the mountain gate of Corpse-Een sect even if he was given 2 times more guts. We must tear this man into pieces. Corpse-Een sect will become the laughingstock of the entire world after today's incident. Old Man Corpse-En's eyes turned red with anger. He gritted his teeth. If Jiang Chen was next to him at this moment, he would definitely eat Jiang Chen one bite at a time. The 2 immortal venerables who had escaped earlier appeared. They came to the side of Old Man Corpse-Een and the old ancestor, trembling. The thought of the power of the Sun Divine Feather still lingered in their hearts. Sect Master, the Sun Divine Feather is too terrifying. It's simply the bane of Corpse-Een sect. The powerful corpse puppets we have cultivated are completely vulnerable in front of the Sun Divine Feather. One of them spoke. Old Ancestor, Sect Master, that Jiang Chen has cultivated the Great Void technique. With this technique, he can go anywhere in the world. It's simply impossible to guard against him. He ran over and killed us, then left without leaving a trace. Today, Corpse-Een sect has suffered such a huge loss. It's unprecedented. The other man spoke. As a mighty immortal venerable, he had never seen such a heaven-defying genius. Don't worry. Jiang Chen will die sooner or later. We will make that little beast pay the price for our loss. The loss of Corpse-Een sect will sound the alarm to the other major powers. Can a puny little half-step immortal emperor really overturn the heavens? Old Man Corpse-Een spoke viciously. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Jiang Chen looked at the old devil with interest. At this moment, the old devil was completely dumbfounded. He was still immersed in the cruel scene of Jiang Chen destroying Corpse-Een sect, and couldn't get it out of his mind. That's right. Did you see that? This is the end of Corpse-Een sect. Do you still think that being a disciple of Corpse-Een sect is something to be proud of? In my hands, Corpse-Een sect will be destroyed sooner or later. I will destroy it with my own hands. Your elder brother and your old ancestor will all die. Today is just a lesson. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. The old devil sat on the ground. He was in complete despair. His last bit of hope had been completely shattered. Now, his intestines were green with regret. He didn't know what was wrong with him. If he hadn't gone to One Line Sky, he wouldn't have fallen into the hands of Jiang Chen and he would still be free and unfettered in the heavens and earth. Originally, the old devil still had his last hope, and that was his elder brother. But after seeing Jiang Chen's actions today, he was in complete despair. He finally understood what kind of heaven-defying existence he had offended. Destroying Corpse In's sect was something he didn't even dare to think about, but Jiang Chen actually did it. When the sky brightened, East Xuanyu was already in an uproar. The matter of Corpse In's sect caused a huge uproar. It was even more shocking than the head incident last night. It felt like the entire sky of East Xuanyu was about to move. People guessed that Jiang Chen would make a move the next day, but no one thought that it would be this big. The entire Corpse In sect has been destroyed. Not a single building is intact. I heard that half of their disciples were burned to death. It's too tragic. One of the 11 major forces in East Xuanyu, the Corpse In sect that no one dares to provoke, actually suffered such a huge loss. Their sect was destroyed. Jiang Chen's methods are too ruthless. I've never seen such a terrifying bastard. It seems like there's nothing in this heavens and earth that Jiang Chen doesn't dare to do. He's just too ferocious. He actually destroyed Corpse In sect. That's right. Chaos, complete chaos. A devil incarnate has appeared. Countless major forces have joined forces but still couldn't catch him. Every time he makes a move, it will cause an earth-shattering movement. Chapter 1698. The incident of Corpse In sect was the biggest event in the history of East Xuanyu. 11 major powers had fought against each other and dominated the entire East Xuanyu. The other major powers had long wanted to get rid of a powerful force like Corpse In sect, but none of them had caused the slightest loss to Corpse In sect. Today, however, a puny Jiang Chen had almost annihilated Corpse In sect. The destruction of their sect was like a slap to their face. Corpse In sect was destined to become the laughingstock of countless people in the future. There was no doubt about it. Jiang Chen's fire had burned Corpse In sect to the ground and killed nearly half of its disciples. Such a loss wouldn't be able to recover even if they were given 10 years. Just like what old man Corpse In said, the incident of Corpse In sect had sounded the alarm bell for the other major powers. The old ancestors of the major powers didn't dare to show up. They could only guard their sects wholeheartedly. Otherwise, given Jiang Chen's character, he was afraid that he wouldn't fare any better than Corpse In sect if he went to their sects and massacred them. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't plan to continue attacking the other major powers. He wasn't a fool. After dealing with Corpse In sect, the major powers would increase their vigilance. The last person Jiang Chen wanted to encounter now was the old ancestors of the major powers. All of them were late immortal venerable supreme experts. Even if he went there with the Sun Divine Feather, he wouldn't be a match for them. In the depths of the void, Jiang Chen's hair was disheveled. The killing intent all over his body had almost condensed into a substance. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul had completely revealed itself. It was a blood-red dragon with emotionless eyes, full of bloodthirst. The body of the ancestral dragon was thousands of miles long. It was spiraling like a boundless mountain range. Finally, the time has come. After my continuous slaughter and the destruction of Corpse In sect today, the dragon transformation skill is finally going to make another breakthrough. The Tao of slaughter has been integrated into my body. Once the dragon transformation skill advances, my cultivation base will advance to the peak of early immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen's face was filled with surprise. He had been waiting for this day for too long, and it was finally here. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, the thing that excited him the most was every time the dragon transformation skill underwent a transformation. Swoosh! With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen flashed into the 33rd level of Zulong Tower. He was afraid that the transformation of the dragon transformation skill would take a long time, because it was different from the past. This time, he was comprehending the Tao of slaughter. The great Tao was the most illusory and elusive thing. Therefore, according to Jiang Chen's estimation, this seclusion would take at least 2 months. 2 months in the Zulong Tower was equivalent to 2 days in the outside world. In the 33rd level, Jiang Chen kept the Sun Divine Feather and circulated the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. The image of the ancestral dragon of slaughter continued to hover in the void. Jiang Chen's entire soul seemed to have integrated with the will of the ancestral dragon. He sat cross-legged there. Dragon scales began to emerge on the surface of his body. The outside world was still in chaos. Countless forces began to unite together. Even those who used to be hostile to each other chose to unite now. They really saw the threat of Jiang Chen. Such a person must be eliminated. They couldn't give him another chance to grow. Previously, Because the forces didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes and acted separately, Jiang Chen was able to take advantage of the loophole. Not only did he kill so many experts, he ruthlessly slapped the faces of the forces. He also destroyed the powerful Yin Corps sect and used the reputation of the forces to establish Jiang Chen's name as the god of slaughter. The experts of the four domains had appeared and began to unite with each other to ensure that as long as Jiang Chen appeared, they would be able to besiege him. Furthermore, the distribution of their strength was balanced. Even if Jiang Chen had the Sun Divine Feather, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to them silently. The experts of the major powers weren't fools. They could see that Jiang Chen could kill early immortal venerables with the Sun Divine Feather, but intermediate immortal venerables were more than enough to deal with Jiang Chen. This point could be deduced from the fact that Jiang Chen had never attacked intermediate immortal venerables. Eastern Xuanyu had fallen into a state of tension, but there were three major powers that remained very calm. They were Great Qian Empire, Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. Due to the appearance of Jiang Chen and Long Shan in the Golden Horizon, Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley didn't suffer any great losses. Instead, they had gained a lot of benefits, especially Lan Lingji and Hua Shaoqian. These two saintesses had been saved by Long Shan. They were very grateful to Long Shan and Jiang Chen. Therefore, the two major powers were paying close attention to the situation. Like Great Qian Empire, they had the intention to help Jiang Chen, but they couldn't. The enemy was just too strong. Not only would they not be able to help Jiang Chen and Long Shan, they would also be involved in this storm. One should know that all the major powers were feeling depressed, especially the 8 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu. They had been facing losses because they couldn't catch Jiang Chen. If Great Qian Empire and Exquisite Paradise were to act at this time, they would undoubtedly find a punching bag for them to vent their anger on. Yang Yu had been in a state of high tension for the past 2 days. Yang Zanqing and Dong Fangyu were also paying attention to the situation outside. The incident of Corpse Yin's sect had made them shudder. They simply couldn't predict how much trouble Jiang Chen would cause. This kid has completely exceeded my expectation. I can't help but admire him for being able to cause such a huge loss to Corpse Yin's sect. Yang Yu wasn't stingy with his praise for Jiang Chen. Your Majesty, now that all the major powers have united, do you think Jiang Chen's life will be in danger if he acts again? Yang Zanqing asked with some concern. Don't worry. Jiang Chen isn't a fool. Although he is decisive and ruthless, he is never impulsive. Everything he does is very wise. If it wasn't for the old ancestor of Corpse Yin's sect, Jiang Chen wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage of the loophole. But even I don't know what kind of trouble this guy will cause. Yang Yu's face was filled with anticipation. This was going to be a great show, a splendid show. No matter if they were involved in it or not, they were all paying close attention to it. Naturally, Yang Yu was the same. Jiang Chen was the genius that he valued the most. He didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Chen, but he also hoped that Jiang Chen could create another miracle. I'm also looking forward to it, but this crisis is really not going to be easy to overcome. The Immortal Court hasn't taken action yet. I hope they won't. Otherwise, things will get out of hand. Dong Fangyu sighed. Ever since the end of the trip to Golden Horizon, he hadn't been able to calm down. Chapter 1699. The next day, just when countless people thought that Jiang Chen would strike again, East Xuanyu had calmed down. All the major powers were ready, waiting for Jiang Chen to show up again. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen seemed to have vanished completely. Countless immortal venerables searched the void of East Xuanyu, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen. However, these experts were already used to this. They all knew the scariness of the Great Void technique. They knew that Jiang Chen could hide in the spatial crevice or even the turbulence of the void. It was incomparably difficult to find him. The only thing they could do was to wait for Jiang Chen to show himself. Isn't Jiang Chen going to show up? Of course. Jiang Chen isn't a fool. If I were him, I wouldn't show up either. Now that all the major powers have joined forces, showing up is equivalent to courting death. Jiang Chen is very shrewd. That's true, but this matter certainly won't end here. If Jiang Chen isn't killed, those major powers won't be able to sleep peacefully. Jiang Chen has become a thorn in their eyes, or even their nightmare. That's true. Countless people were talking about Jiang Chen all the time. The temporary calm only represented the arrival of a more violent storm. Everyone was looking forward to something. In the Zulong Tower, a month had already passed. The dragon transformation skill had successfully advanced. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul had vanished, forming a dragon seal in the depths of Zhang Chen's soul. The slaughter dragon seal is another powerful combat technique. Zhang Chen was delighted. Every time the dragon transformation skill transformed, he would receive great benefits. The slaughter dragon seal contained an endless amount of killing intent, and it carried the will of the ancestral dragon of slaughter. Once it was unleashed, it would be like a raging storm. Just the killing intent alone was enough to kill someone. Wang Wang. The energy in Zhang Chen's body buzzed. His whole body trembled violently. This situation made Zhang Chen even more excited. The comprehension of the Tao of Slaughter and the advancement of the dragon transformation skill had brought great benefits to Zhang Chen. His cultivation base had begun to break through. He was already a peak half-step immortal emperor, and was about to advance to the true immortal emperor realm. Zhang Chen had been waiting for this moment for too long. New dragon marks began to condense, filling up Zhang Chen's Qi Si. The number of dragon marks reached 1.3 million in an instant. Zhang Chen's cultivation base had officially stepped into the immortal emperor realm. However, this wasn't the end. The advancement of the dragon transformation skill didn't stop there. The new dragon marks were still rising. Zhang Chen's accumulation was just too strong. Now that it had erupted, his cultivation base would surely advance to the peak of early immortal emperor realm. To Zhang Chen, advancement had always been a very fast process. Very soon, the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 1.34 million. As expected, his cultivation base had reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm. He only needed the last 10,000 dragon marks to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Very good. I've finally advanced to the immortal emperor realm. I have no idea how much my combat strength has improved, but it's still far from enough to fight those major powers. After losing the Sun Divine Feather, I'll only be slaughtered by them. I'm not in a hurry to go out now. I'll first stabilize my cultivation base in the 33rd level, and carefully comprehend the slaughter dragon seal. Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled. He didn't plan to go out right away. He knew the situation outside very well. Even if he went out, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything great. He might as well stay in the 33rd level and comprehend the slaughter dragon seal. Once he went out, it would be another powerful killing technique. At this moment, in the void of East Xuanyu, a faint qi was faintly discernible, but even so, it was still sensed by all the experts. These mighty immortal venerables had already laid out an inescapable net in the entire East Xuanyu. Even the slightest movement in the void would attract their attention. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, a total of 20 to 30 immortal venerables had appeared here. 2 of them were intermediate immortal venerables. Such a force was just too terrifying. Zhang Chen, get out here. Stop hiding. Old man Corpse Een gritted his teeth and spoke. His hatred for Zhang Chen was incomparable to anyone else. Therefore, any fluctuation in the void would immediately attract his attention. While speaking, Old man Corpse Een struck at the void. His huge palm tore the void apart. The other immortal venerables sealed the entire void, not giving the opponent any chance to escape. Under such a powerful spatial energy pressure, a silhouette was forced out of the void. It was a young man in a yellow robe with black and white hair. Damn it! What bad luck! The young man looked around and couldn't help but curse. He was none other than Long San. He had been hiding in the void using the powerful secret art of the Battle Clan, but he didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He had been in seclusion all this time, refining the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Due to the Great Earth Immortal Milk, Long San's cultivation base suddenly broke through to the peak of late Immortal Emperor realm. He was only a step away from stepping into the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. The impact of the powerful energy made him reveal a faint qi, which exposed his location. Long San wasn't a fool. When he saw so many Immortal Venerables besieging him, he could almost guess what had happened here. When he thought of the massacre in Golden Horizon, it was only natural for these Immortal Venerables to be infuriated. However, Long San was no longer in the mood to think about this. He only knew that he was going to be unlucky today. Although his cultivation base had improved and his combat strength had become more terrifying, he was afraid that Long San would be powerless in the face of so many Immortal Venerables. He isn't Zhang Chen, someone said with a frown. There's a strong immemorial battle spiritual qi in his body. He's that Long-Shi-San. An expert couldn't help but speak after sensing the qi on Long-Shi-San. Kid, are you Long-Shi-San? Old man Corpse Yin gritted his teeth. Although he couldn't find Jiang Chen, finding Long-Shi-San was also a kind of harvest. He had long heard from his disciples that this Long-Shi-San had killed many geniuses of Corpse Yin's sect in Golden Horizon, including He Lang. Grandpa is Long-Shi-San. Long-Shi-San spoke aloud. Given his noble status, how could he not dare to admit his identity? Besides, Long-Shi-San wasn't a fool. He knew that it was useless even if he didn't admit it. These immortal venerables weren't idiots. It was too easy for them to determine his identity. He was afraid that those disciples of Golden Horizon had already described his appearance. Chapter 1700. Long-Shi-San looked left and right and completely gave up the idea of escaping. It seemed unrealistic for him to escape from the encirclement of dozens of immortal venerables. He wasn't Jiang Chen. He didn't know how to use the Great Void technique. Although the secret technique of the Battle Clan could help him conceal himself, the situation was just too strong. Layers of spatial zones had been completely sealed. He had become a turtle in a jar. Long-Shi-San, do you really think you can escape from the pursuit of all the major powers? You can't run away, and neither can Jiang Chen. An early immortal venerable yelled at Long-Shi-San. These 2 days, they had been in a sullen mood due to the matter of Jiang Chen. As powerful immortal venerables, they were usually high and mighty existences, but they had lost all their face in the past 2 days. Everyone had a belly full of anger, but the appearance of Long-Shi-San naturally made him their punching bag. Although Jiang Chen was still at large, capturing Dragon Shi-San was still a gain for them. The gloominess in their hearts had been somewhat alleviated. Stop talking. Just kill him. Another early immortal venerable yelled while gritting his teeth. He was also a disciple of Corpse Yin's sect. He was one of the guards who was scared away by Jiang Chen yesterday. He felt that he had lost all his face and was filled with anger. Now that he saw Long-Shi-San, he couldn't help but release his killing intent. Kill me? Then I'll kill you first. Long-Shi-San dotted a glance at the man, then lunged forward with extreme speed. The extermination symbol art of the Battle Saint technique was like a raging wave, rushing towards the elder of Corpse Yin's sect. What? The elder of the Corpse Yin sect exclaimed. He didn't expect Dragon Shi-San to dare to attack him in this situation. Dragon Shi-San was crazy to this extent. The mighty extermination symbol art was just too terrifying. Moreover, Dragon Shi-San had already unleashed his killer move. Despite being besieged by dozens of immortal venerables, Dragon Shi-San wasn't afraid at all. He would never sit still and wait for death. When it was time to strike, he would never hesitate. Hung Long. The extermination symbol art struck the elder's body, crushing half of his body. The elder dragged the remaining half of his body and fled to the side. Logically speaking, a dignified immortal venerable shouldn't be so weak, but this elder thought that Long-Shi-San had already become a turtle in a jar, so he didn't dare to make a move. As a result, he wasn't prepared at all. In addition, Long-Shi-San's attack was too fast. At such a close distance, even an early immortal venerable didn't have the chance to react. More importantly, the current Long-Shi-San was different from the previous Long-Shi-San. After absorbing the Great Earth Immortal Milk, his cultivation base had reached the peak of late Immortal Emperor realm, which was many times stronger than when he was in Golden Horizon. Back then, he was already able to kill a half-step immortal venerable genius like Yiqing Tian, so killing an elder of Corpse Yin's sect naturally wouldn't be a problem. If they were to fight one-on-one, the elder wouldn't have any chance to survive. Courting death. Old man Corpse Yin was infuriated. Immediately, he struck out a huge black palm at Long-Shi-San. His palm turned into a cage, enveloping Long-Shi-San completely. Everyone was horrified and infuriated. No one had thought that Long-Shi-San would dare to kill under such circumstances. Therefore they were caught off guard and didn't have the time to rescue him. Corpse Yin's sect had already suffered a great loss in the hands of Jiang Chen. Now, Long-Shi-San had killed another immortal venerable. This made old man Corpse Yin have the urge to spurt out blood. He couldn't wait to tear Long-Shi-San into pieces. Even if the elder didn't die, he would be crippled. It was basically impossible for him to restore his cultivation base to the immortal venerable realm. Hung Long. Being trapped by old man Corpse Yin, Dragon Xueqi's ferocious nature burst out. He faced the sky and let out an earth-shattering roar. His body instantly expanded, turning into a golden violent ape. He executed the battle saint technique to the extreme and fiercely slammed towards Old Man Corpse Yin's palm. The earth-shattering attack actually caused cracks to appear on Old Man Corpse Yin's palm. At the same time, Long Xueqi used the life symbol art and found a trace of the profound meaning of life, allowing him to escape from the cracks on Old Man Corpse Yin's palm. Voila! However, Long Xueqi couldn't escape at all. He was firmly besieged by the other immortal venerables. In such an environment, even the life symbol art couldn't find a chance of survival. Damn it! Old Man Corpse Yin was appalled. Not just him, everyone on the scene was appalled. Each of them turned to look at Long Xueqi. Even though they were immortal venerables, they couldn't help but shiver in fear. They had never seen such a heaven-defying bastard who almost killed an early immortal venerable with a single strike. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. Haha! You all have to pay the price if you want to kill Master Monkey. Long Xueqi laughed wildly. His body was 30 meters tall like an iron tower. His fiery golden eyes shot out endless fiery light as he stared at one of the early immortal venerables. Arg! The immortal venerable was caught off guard. When his eyes met Long Xueqi's fiery golden eyes, his eyes exploded on the spot. Blood gushed out and he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Even the eyes of heaven of the northern and southern dynasties didn't dare to look into Long Xueqi's fiery golden eyes, let alone the eyes of an ordinary person. It was simply courting death. Haha! Long Xueqi went mad. He casted a secret technique that increased his speed to the extreme. In a blink, he had reached the immortal venerable whose eyes had exploded. His giant palm grabbed the head of the immortal venerable and crushed it with a bang. It was too fast. The dozens of immortal venerables didn't have time to react. The main reason was that the fiery golden eyes was too terrifying. No one had thought that this monkey would still dare to attack again after being trapped like a turtle in a jar. My God! What's the origin of this Long Xueqi? How can he be so heaven-defying? Damn it! There's Jiang Chen and now Long Xueqi. How can there be so many monstrous geniuses? Compared to them, the geniuses of those major powers can't even be called geniuses. Ferocious! This is the ferocious nature of an immemorial battle spirit. Even in such a situation, he still dares to kill. 2 immortal venerables have already fallen in his hands. Chapter 1701. Kill him! Old Man Corpse Yin bellowed. The huge commotion had attracted the attention of over 100 immortal venerables, trapping Long Xueqi firmly. It was a situation of certain death. Even if Jiang Chen appeared in person, he wouldn't be able to escape. There were 7 to 8 intermediate immortal venerables. At least, all the sect masters of the 8 major powers of East Xuanyu had come. Each of them was gnashing their teeth in hatred for Long Xueqi. An incomparably ghastly sharp blade appeared in Old Man Corpse Yin's hand and slashed at Long Xueqi. The iron staff appeared in Long Xueqi's hand. Long Xueqi had transformed into a violent ape. No matter how strong his opponent was, he would still dare to fight back. The moment the iron staff and the sharp blade collided, the void was torn apart. Barf! Long Xueqi spurted out a mouthful of blood. Old Man Corpse Yin was an intermediate immortal emperor after all. No matter how heaven-defying Long Xueqi was, he was only a late immortal emperor, not even a half-step immortal venerable. He was absolutely no match for an expert like Old Man Corpse Yin. It was already a matter of pride for Long Xueqi to survive the furious strike of Old Man Corpse Yin. Old Man Corpse Yin, don't kill him. A voice sounded. It was none other than the patriarch of Nanbei family, Nanbei Taisheng. Why? Old Man Corpse Yin glared at Nanbei Taisheng. Using this man to lure Jiang Chen out is our chance. As long as we have him, Jiang Chen will definitely appear. Otherwise, we won't be able to find Jiang Chen once he cultivates the Great Void technique. Nanbei Taisheng spoke. That's right. Patriarch Nanbei is right. Jiang Chen is the real calamity and a great threat to us. With this Long Xueqi, we won't have to worry that Jiang Chen won't appear. As long as he appears, we will kill Jiang Chen at all costs. The Emperor of Great Cloud Empire, Yun Tianzuan, said. He felt that Nanbei Taisheng's words were very reasonable. Jiang Chen will die, and so will Long Xueqi. I'll kill Long Shersan and use his corpse to attract Jiang Chen. Old man Corpse Een had already made up his mind to kill, and it seemed that he would not change his mind. While speaking, the sharp blade in his hand once again slashed toward Long Shersan. That's right. Kill Long Shersan and use his corpse to lure Jiang Chen. That monkey's body is stained with the blood of our geniuses. We can't let him live. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring said fiercely. With a sway of his body, he and Old Man Corpse Een lunged at Long Shersan at the same time. How could the already injured Long Shersan resist two intermediate immortal venerable experts? Poochie! The void was completely locked by countless immortal venerables. Long Shersan had no strength to fight back. The sharp blade of Old Man Corpse Een plunged into Long Shersan's chest, piercing his heart. Two of Old Ancestor Yellow Spring's sharp fingers pierced Long Shersan's eyes, destroying his fiery golden eyes. Old Man Corpse Yin's attack was incomparably fierce. The sharp blade in his hand exuded terrifying qi, shattering the internal organs of Long Shersan and hanging him on the blade. Long Shersan's body wriggled a few times, and then he lost all signs of life. The iron staff in his hand seemed to have a spirit of its own as it vanished. Is he dead? AI. What a pity. A genius of a generation, an immemorial battle spirit, has died just like that. If Long Shersan didn't die, he would certainly become an earth-shaking figure in the future. It's useless to say so much. He can only blame himself for offending powerful enemies, but Long Shersan's death is worth it. He has dragged two immortal venerables with him before he died. Long Shersan is dead, but this matter is far from over. I'm afraid that these major powers are going to use Long Shersan's corpse to lure Jiang Chen out. They're really shameless. That's right. The major powers are really shameless to use such a despicable method. Many of them were lamenting the death of Dragon Shersan. This peerless monstrous genius was destined to be just a flash in the pan. The act of those major powers using Dragon Shersan's corpse to attract Jiang Chen had become a shameless act, but they were also feeling very aggrieved. They were all people who cared about their reputation. If there was a way, they wouldn't use such extreme means, but they couldn't care less about it now. Their reputation wasn't as important as killing Jiang Chen. Send out a message. Give Jiang Chen a day. If he doesn't show up after a day, destroy Long Shersan's corpse. Old Man Corpse Een spoke aloud, and then hung Long Shersan's corpse in the sky, completely imitating what Jiang Chen had done that day. Long Shersan was suspended high in the sky. His body was still bleeding. Both of his eyes had been completely destroyed. The fiery golden eyes could no longer produce the divine glow of the setting sun. There were mighty immortal venerables everywhere. They were waiting for Jiang Chen to appear. They believed that given the relationship between Jiang Chen and Long Shersan, he would certainly appear. As long as Jiang Chen appeared, he would die for sure. Exquisite paradise. Lan Lingji was agitated. She flew out of the mountain gate, but was stopped by Venerable Ling Long Master. I'm going to save Brother Shersan. Lan Lingji was inconsolable. Long Shersan is already dead. It's useless for you to go. Venerable Ling Long spoke. She seemed to be in her 30s. She had an exquisite figure and wore a jade-colored robe. There was a sense of majesty in between her brows, giving people a feeling of valiance. Venerable Ling Long was very beautiful. Her impressive figure showed her maturity. A woman like her was destined to be looked up to. No, Brother Shersan won't die. He can't be killed. Tears flowed down from Lan Lingji's eyes. She didn't believe that Long Shersan would die. Even though it had become a fact, she still wasn't willing to accept it. Accept the reality. The enemy is too strong. There's nothing we can do. Venerable Ling Long's eyes were full of helplessness. She had the intention to help, but just like Yang Yu, she had many concerns. She felt very sorry for Long Shersan's death. After a long time, Lan Lingji recovered. She raised her head, looked at Venerable Ling Long, and said in a pleading tone, Master, let me go and see him. Regardless of life or death, Lan Lingji wanted to see Long Shersan for the last time, even if it was just from a distance. AI. All right, I'll bring you there. Venerable Ling Long sighed and vanished with Lan Lingji. Great Qian Empire. Genius Prefecture. Han Yen and Tyron had also received the news that Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring had killed Long Shersan. Now, they were going to use Long Shersan's corpse to lure Jiang Chen out. The death of Longshan had made Han Yen and Tyrant fall into a state of rage. They couldn't stay calm anymore. What should we do now? We can't let the monkey's corpse hang there. Han Yen gritted his teeth and said, Ba. Ah Yen, wait for a while. Little Chenzi will definitely appear. He will definitely avenge the death of the monkey. These major powers are playing with fire. They are provoking Jiang Chen, provoking a terrifying beast. Tyrant couldn't maintain his mercy anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew it wouldn't help, he and Han Yen would have already rushed out. Everyone thought that Longshan was dead, but as a matter of fact, would Longshan, who cultivated the life symbol art, die so easily? The mighty battle Saint Ape, a rare immemorial battle spirit, might not be so easy to kill. Chapter 1702. In books, there was a saying about black clouds covering a city. Right now, black clouds were directly covering everyone's heads, as well as the entire world's heads. Black clouds filled the sky of the eastern Xian region. That was a pressure condensed from fury and killing intent. It gave the entire world an apocalyptic feeling, causing people's hearts to tremble. In the distant sky, Longshan was floating. His blood had already flowed out. He had turned into a monkey as tall as a human. The golden fur on his body had turned dim. There was no sign of vitality or qi in his body. Countless immortal venerables surrounded his corpse. The sky was filled with a desolate smell. Venerable Ling Long and Lan Lingji were standing at an extremely far distance, looking at each other. Brother Shan! Lan Lingji screamed hoarsely. Her voice had turned hoarse. Tears were pouring down her face. She wanted to rush forward regardless of everything. Even if they couldn't live together, she wanted to die together. Lingji! Venerable Ling Long firmly controlled Lan Lingji, not allowing her to do anything stupid. Presently, all the major powers were in a state of rage, especially Old Man Corpse Yin and Nanbei Taisheng. Anyone who had any intention of harming Longshan would be regarded as an enemy by them. If Lan Lingji rushed forward, she would certainly die. No, don't! Lan Lingji's beautiful face was twisted by pain. She was the saintess of a generation, but at this moment, she was wailing loudly without caring about her image. Her cries were heart-wrenching and earth-shattering. Although Lan Lingji and Longshan hadn't known each other for long, they had a deep affection for each other. Ever since Longshan rescued her from the hands of Hei Lang, his shadow had been firmly imprinted in her heart. A proud woman might never look at her pursuers. They were cold and arrogant, thinking that no man in the heavens and earth was worthy of their nobility. But the more such a saintess was, once her psychological defense was broken, her feelings would get out of control. You said you would come to Exquisite Paradise to look for me. I've been waiting for you. Longshan, how did you fall just like that? Aren't you known to be invincible? Lan Lingji squatted down in the void, hugging her shoulders, shivering and sobbing. Sigh. Venerable Ling Long heaved a sigh. She had watched Lan Lingji grow up and treated her like her own daughter. How could she feel good seeing Lan Lingji in such a painful state? At this time, two figures appeared beside them. They were Hua Gai and Hua Xiaoqian. Hua Xiaoqian's face was also filled with sorrow when she saw Lan Lingji. She raised her head to look at the lonely figure hovering in the sky, unable to calm her heart for a long time. She would never forget what happened in the ancient city. She would never forget who saved her and her sisters from Yen Yulong's hands. That godlike man, that invincible immemorial battle spirit, had died so miserably. Hua Xiaoqian was unable to accept this. I haven't even repaid young Master Dragon for saving my life, and now we're separated from each other. A tear rolled down Hua Xiaoqian's cheek. Hua Gai looked at Venerable Ling Long and said, I wonder if we can snatch Longshan's corpse back if we join hands. Let's give it a try then. Two rays of cold light shot out from Venerable Ling Long's eyes. Both of them felt that they owed Longshan a favor, and couldn't bear to see Longshan's corpse hanging there. Don't be impulsive. At this time, a voice sounded. Yang Yu had appeared beside them out of nowhere. Yang Yu, Jiang Chen is a man of great Qian Empire. Shouldn't you do something? Venerable Ling Long spoke. Do you think I don't want to? Jiang Chen is my most valued genius disciple. He will certainly raise the prestige of my empire in the future. But what can we do even if the three of us join hands? What can the three of us do? Old Man Corpse Yin and the others are at the end of their fury. Otherwise, they wouldn't have killed Dragon Shursan. If we make a move at this time, we will only give them an excuse to deal with us. I believe that many of them will be very happy to eliminate us. The 8 major powers are now full of anger and depression and have nowhere to vent their anger. If you go there now, you will only give them a place to vent their anger, a reason that they won't be able to find. At that time, it will be the doomsday of our 3 major powers. You don't have to think about yourselves, but you have to think about the lives of the thousands of disciples of your sections. Yang Yu said coldly. Upon hearing this, Venerable Ling Long and Xueqi halted their steps. What Yang Yu said was true. They wanted to take action, but it seemed that they were powerless. Just like what Yang Yu said, even if the 3 of them joined hands, they might not be able to snatch Long Shursan's corpse. On the contrary, it would give the major forces an excuse to eliminate them. In that case, it would be a disaster for the 3 major forces. Are we just going to watch Long Shursan's corpse being taken away? Venerable Ling Long frowned. Don't worry. There's still 1 day left. Jiang Chen will definitely appear. Yang Yu said. Are you so sure? Xueqi asked. Of course. Jiang Chen is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Don't underestimate Jiang Chen. He's a ferocious tiger, a ferocious beast. Once a ferocious beast is enraged, it's very terrifying. The major forces have killed Long Shursan and used his corpse as a hostage. This has touched Jiang Chen's bottom line. Just wait and see. Once a ferocious beast is enraged, the immortal world will no longer be peaceful. Yang Yu said. His evaluation of Jiang Chen was too high. But even if Jiang Chen appears, I'm afraid it won't help. He's just relying on the Great Void technique and the Sun Divine Feather. But given the current situation, even if Jiang Chen comes with the Sun Divine Feather, I'm afraid he won't be able to save Long Shursan. He might even get himself into trouble. If Jiang Chen isn't a fool, he won't show up. Xueqi had never seen Jiang Chen before, so she didn't know Jiang Chen well. That was why she said such words. Jiang Chen will definitely show up. He won't just watch 13's corpse being destroyed here. A voice sounded from behind. It was Han Yan and the others. No one knew Jiang Chen better than him. Back then, in order to repair his broken arm, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to obtain the regenerative lotus. What Yang Yu said was right. These major forces were enraging a ferocious beast. Once the ferocious beast made its move, they would be bitten all over. However, looking at the camp, Tyrant, Han Yan, and Yang Bufan couldn't help but worry. The current situation was too difficult. Chapter 1703. But if little Chenzi shows up, how will he deal with the current situation? Yang Bufan's face was full of worry. Don't worry. Little Chenzi has been through all kinds of storms and waves. I believe he will have a way to prevent them from destroying 13's corpse, said Han Yan. He and Jiang Chen had known each other for the longest time. They had met in Qi province, and later in Black Sect. Jiang Chen had created too many miracles. Both Han Yan and Tyrant had an inexplicable belief in Jiang Chen. Such miracles were something that ordinary people couldn't understand or believe. But now, looking at the floating corpse of Long Shursan, the sorrow and anger in their hearts had reached an uncontrollable level. Their brother was being humiliated, but they could only watch from afar. That kind of depression was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. Han Yan and Tyrant wanted to rush forward and retrieve Long Shursan's corpse, but it was useless. If Jiang Chen knew about it, he would surely scold them. They couldn't create trouble for Jiang Chen anymore. AI, do you think Jiang Chen will show up tomorrow? It's hard to say. Jiang Chen isn't a fool. If I was him, I definitely wouldn't show up. That's why you won't be Jiang Chen in this life. I heard that Jiang Chen is a man who values friendship and loyalty. He has a deep brotherhood with Long Shursan. He will never leave Long Shursan's corpse alone. I think he will definitely show up. But even if Jiang Chen shows up, it won't help anything. I'm afraid that there are still late immortal venerables hiding in the dark. Once Jiang Chen shows up, he will surely die. Although the Sun Divine Feather is strong, it's only a feather after all. It's not a complete gold feather fan. Besides, Jiang Chen's strength is limited. If he shows up, I'm afraid he won't be able to save Long Shursan's corpse. Let's see. I think Jiang Chen will show up. He's a fearless man. Ever since the end of the Golden Horizon, East Xuanyu hadn't had a moment of peace. For the past 3 days, Jiang Chen had killed a dozen immortal venerables and hung their heads as a provocation. Then, he destroyed the mountain gate of Corpse Yin sect. Now, Long Shursan's corpse was also hung there, waiting for Jiang Chen to show up. No one knew what would happen next. In the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower, time was passing rapidly. Jiang Chen was in a state of seclusion. Light was flickering on the surface of his body. Dragon roars could be heard from time to time. His black hair was fluttering even though there was no wind, making him look extremely divine. A month's time passed by quickly. Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes. His eyes were gleaming with sharp divine light. The dragon transformation skill had undergone a complete transformation. His cultivation base had reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm. More importantly, due to the transformation, the ancestral dragon pagoda had also received tremendous benefits. It had condensed to the 42nd level. This was what made Jiang Chen the happiest. The pagoda had always been the treasure that Jiang Chen cherished the most. Every level that was condensed in the pagoda represented an increase in strength. The pagoda had always been Jiang Chen's most cherished treasure. This time, the transformation of the dragon transformation skill is really great. Not only has my cultivation base improved greatly, but the Zulong Tower has also been upgraded. I have also gained control of the Slaughter Dragon seal. Jiang Chen turned his palm. A blood-red dragon roar appeared in his palm, spiraling constantly. Then, the dragon seal turned into a slaughter blood dragon. Its eyes were cold, merciless and lifelike, like a real divine dragon. The stronger the killing intent of the slaughter dragon seal, the stronger the power it could radiate. This was the essence of the slaughter dragon seal. Jiang Chen was very clear about this. 2 days should have passed in the outside world. I wonder what the major powers are doing now. I might as well go out and have a look. Jiang Chen stood up and walked out of the Zulong Tower with a sway, but his chi was still shrouded by the Zulong Tower, perfectly concealed. Although his cultivation base had improved greatly, the current situation was still very dangerous. The Sun Divine Feather was the biggest reliance for Jiang Chen to fight against the immortal venerables of the major powers. Of course, his combat strength was enough to kill an immortal venerable in his dragon form. Of course, he could only kill an ordinary immortal venerable. However, as soon as Jiang Chen walked out of the Zulong Tower, his scalp tightened. A large dark cloud appeared above his head. A feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time instantly filled his body and struck his heart. Heavenly tribulation! Jiang Chen exclaimed. Then, his face was filled with excitement. This feeling was really nostalgic. Back in Saint Origin World, he would trigger a heavenly tribulation every time he advanced to the next realm. He hadn't experienced any heavenly tribulation in the immortal world. This time, he finally found the feeling of heavenly tribulation after the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. Haha, awesome. I've got another trump card. Jiang Chen laughed and quickly retracted his chi. He could now control the tribulation as he pleased. He could do it whenever he wanted. Haha, 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 haha. A powerful heavenly tribulation was destructive. Any cultivator who underwent it would have a slim chance of survival. In the immortal world, a great sovereign tribulation would only be triggered when a cultivator advanced to the great sovereign realm. Anyone below the great sovereign realm wouldn't be able to trigger a heavenly tribulation. This indicated that the heavenly law of heaven and earth in the immortal world was relatively strong. It was very rare for a heaven-defying existence to appear. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen hadn't triggered a heavenly tribulation until now. Now that the dragon transformation skill had evolved, Jiang Chen had triggered another heavenly tribulation. Everyone feared the heavenly tribulation like a tiger. A guy like Jiang Chen who was so excited that he was about to jump up was really a weirdo. If someone saw Jiang Chen's attitude towards the heavenly tribulation, they would probably spurt out blood from depression. However, to Jiang Chen, the heavenly tribulation itself was a trump card. Judging from the current situation, the power of the heavenly tribulation was much more terrifying than the Sun Divine Feather. Jiang Chen felt that if he were to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the sky above Nanbei family, it would certainly be very spectacular. Even the old ancestor of Nanbei family wouldn't dare to attack him. Walking in East Xuanyu, the heavenly tribulation was still as strong as before. This was within Jiang Chen's expectation. Walking in the sky, he saw many cultivators flying towards a certain direction in panic. Curious, Jiang Chen followed behind them. Let's go and have a look. The time is almost up. I heard that Jiang Chen hasn't appeared yet. Old Man Corpse Yin is going to burn Long Shersan's corpse in public. Sigh. I knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to appear. After all, compared to his brother's corpse, his own life is more important. Both of them spoke. Swoosh. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Just as they were about to curse, they saw the other party's eyes that were as cold as hell, causing their souls to tremble in fear. What are you two talking about? Long Shersan is dead? Chapter 1704. The two of them had never seen such a sharp gaze before. They had no idea where this young man came from, standing in front of them. Their hearts almost froze as their bodies trembled. For a time, they couldn't even speak. No matter what, the two of them were powerful immortal kings, but right now, they were truly afraid. Speak. Jiang Chen shouted loudly, causing the duo's ears to buzz and blood to seep out from their mouths. The two of them were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. How would they dare to be careless? They immediately bowed to Jiang Chen. This young master actually doesn't know? Yesterday, Long Shersan was imprisoned by Old Man Corpse Yin and the others, and Old Man Corpse Yin blinded Long Shersan. Old Man Corpse Yin directly killed Long Shersan and hung Long Shersan's corpse in the sky, saying that if Jiang Chen didn't appear in a day's time, he would destroy Long Shersan's corpse. Now, a day has almost passed, but Jiang Chen still hasn't appeared. We wanted to go and watch the show. Young master, we didn't do anything wrong. The two of them spoke in a trembling voice while wiping their cold sweat. Hong. A towering rage suddenly gushed out from Jiang Chen's body. The rage almost materialized, blotting out the sky and covering the earth like tidal waves. Even the void was about to be incinerated by the rage. The two immortal kings were directly sent flying hundreds of meters away by the impact of Jiang Chen's powerful aura. Blood flowed out from their 7 apertures, but how could they care about their injuries? They were so scared that they started crying. Spare us, young master. We don't know what we did wrong. The two of them knelt there and kowtowed repeatedly, crying bitterly. They truly didn't know what they did to offend this young man. With a single glance, they could tell that this young man was a peerless genius from a major power. Such a character was the most terrifying. He wasn't someone they could deal with. I'm Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of light and flew forward. Everywhere he passed, the flames of anger formed a line, and the void shattered inch by inch. Long Shersan was dead. Jiang Chen only felt his head buzzing. He had no other thoughts. His eyes were bloodshot. The will of the ancestral dragon of slaughter had filled his whole body. The intense killing intent couldn't be stopped at all. Jiang Chen was furious. He had never been so furious before. Long Shersan was dead. He couldn't accept this reality. The two people who were injured by Jiang Chen's aura looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen, he is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has appeared. Something big is going to happen. The two of them were too shocked. They had never thought that this white-robed youth was the legendary unparalleled Devil King, Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen had appeared, there was bound to be another fierce battle. In the sky, the corpse of Long Shersan was still hovering there. This area was already filled with people. Everyone was paying attention to the scene. There were immortal venerables everywhere. It was afraid that there were quite a number of immortal venerables in the entire ethereal immortal domain. They were all figures who wouldn't show up during normal days. Today, all of them had come out for the sake of a single Jiang Chen. A day's time was up, but Jiang Chen still hadn't appeared. Lan Lingji had stopped crying. Her face looked a lot more haggard. She had been in despair for a day, unable to accept the fact that Long Shersan was dead. The time is almost up, but Jiang Chen still hasn't appeared. It seems like he doesn't dare to come out. Hua Gui said. She looked very anxious. Jiang Chen will definitely appear, said Han Yen firmly. No one knew Jiang Chen better than him. In the sky, Old Man Corpse Yin's face was incomparably gloomy. The reason why so many immortal venerables were guarding here was to wait for Jiang Chen to appear. If Jiang Chen didn't show up, their wait would be in vain. I don't think Jiang Chen will show up. He isn't a fool. The master of Northern Xuanyu Invincibility School spoke. What should we do if Jiang Chen doesn't show up? Are we really going to destroy Long Shersan's corpse? Xueqi spoke with a frown. Obviously, although he really wanted to kill Jiang Chen, as a major power, he still had to consider his own face. Long Shersan was already dead. If they were to destroy Long Shersan's corpse, Xueqi admitted that he wouldn't be able to do it. If Jiang Chen doesn't show up, I think we can forget about Long Shersan's corpse. After all, it's not a glorious thing. In any case, Long Shersan is already dead. The master of Limitless Immortal Sect spoke, feeling that Xueqi's words made sense. They were all people who wanted to save face. You want face, but I don't. As long as Jiang Chen doesn't show up, I will personally destroy Long Shersan's corpse, Limitless Immortal Sect's master said coldly. Corpse Yin Sect didn't care about face at all. Not to mention, Corpse Yin Sect had suffered heavy losses because of Jiang Chen. Old man Corpse Yin simply couldn't let go of such hatred. As long as Jiang Chen didn't show up, he would vent his anger and resentment on Long Shersan's corpse and destroy it. Many people frowned. All the major powers in Eastern Xuanyu were disgusted with Corpse Yin Sect. Normally, they wouldn't deal with them at all. If it wasn't for the fact that they had reached an agreement to kill Jiang Chen, they wouldn't have conspired with someone like Old Man Corpse Yin and lowered their status. Time passed bit by bit. The scene was extremely quiet. Many people were looking forward to something and were worried about something. If Jiang Chen would show up, then this was the calm before the storm. Rumble. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen wouldn't show up, a big hole suddenly exploded in the distant sky. A half-human half-dragon dragon man appeared with endless anger. His whole body was covered in blazing flames and he was holding the Sun Divine Feather in his hand. If it wasn't Jiang Chen, who else could it be? Dragon Transformation and Sun Divine Feather were the biggest symbols of Jiang Chen. It's Jiang Chen, he really showed up. My God, he really isn't afraid of death. Good, there's going to be a good show. Jiang Chen is the #1 genius among the younger generation. His appearance at this time is enough to show that he is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Even if the other party only threatened him with the corpse of his brother, he still showed up without hesitation. So domineering, worthy of being an unprecedented genius. If I can be as domineering as him one day, even if I die, it won't be in vain. Forget it. Take a piss and look at yourself first. You still want to compare yourself with Jiang Chen? Stop talking. Let's all stay away from here. This is bound to be an earth-shattering battle. I'm afraid Jiang Chen won't be able to escape today even with the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void technique. This is an inescapable net. Chapter 1705. The appearance of Jiang Chen immediately caused an uproar. No one could keep their calm. Han Yan and Tyrant's blood was boiling, but they couldn't make a move. Hua Gai's gaze fell on Jiang Chen. Her eyes were also filled with shock. This was her first time seeing Jiang Chen. Even with her eyesight, she had to admit that Jiang Chen was a dragon among men. It had been a long time since such a powerful figure had appeared in the immortal world. Venerable Ling Long was the same. Just like Hua Gai, she was deeply shocked by Jiang Chen's domineering aura when she saw him for the first time. Yang Yu looked at Jiang Chen with blazing eyes. This was his favorite disciple. He suddenly felt that Jiang Chen might create another miracle today. Voila! The instant Jiang Chen appeared, a large number of immortal venerables immediately swarmed forward and surrounded Jiang Chen in an instant. Even if Jiang Chen could cast the Great Void technique, he wouldn't be able to escape from such an encirclement. Jiang Chen, it seems that you are really courageous. You actually dared to show up. Nanbei Taixing yelled. Jiang Chen, you have destroyed my Corpse Yin sect. I'm going to tear you to pieces today. Old man Corpse Yin gnashed his teeth, his eyes glinting fiercely. Jiang Chen's attraction was too great. Everyone had besieged him, completely ignoring Long Shersan's corpse. After all, Long Shersan was already a dead man. His only use was to attract Jiang Chen's attention. Now that their goal had been achieved, who would care about the corpse? Apart from Old Man Corpse Yin, no one else would destroy a corpse. Facing the siege of so many immortal venerables and the wrath of an intermediate immortal venerable like Old Man Corpse Yin, Jiang Chen remained indifferent. His eyes were fixed on Long Shersan who was floating in the distance. He didn't say a word, but his anger was erupting like a volcano. His eyes were so red that blood was about to seep out. In an instant, he had turned into a killing maniac. His brother's corpse was right in front of him. Old Man Corpse Yin's action had completely infuriated Jiang Chen. In Yang Yu's words, when a bloodthirsty beast was enraged, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, and said faintly, "It's the two of you who did it." Jiang Chen's voice was hoarse. The killing intent in his body was about to erupt at any time. "That's right, Jiang Chen. You have destroyed my Corpse Yin sect, so I'll kill your brother and let you know what pain is. Since you have come, you'll accompany your brother on his way, but I won't let you die so easily." Old Man Corpse Yin said viciously. "Is that so? It seems like you haven't suffered enough." A cold smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He clawed at the void and grabbed a person from the Zulong Tower. It was the old devil who had been crippled by Jiang Chen. "Brother, save me, brother." The old devil was being held in Jiang Chen's hand like a dead chicken, struggling constantly. When he saw Old Man Corpse Yin and his big brother, he became incomparably excited, as though he had seen hope. He believed that if there was anyone in this heavens and earth who could save him, it would certainly be his big brother. No one knew how terrifying his big brother was better than him. Second brother. Old Man Corpse Yin's expression changed greatly when he saw his brother falling into Jiang Chen's hands. He never thought that such a change would happen. "Jiang Chen, let my second brother go," Old Man Corpse Yin shouted. Although his younger brother was a good-for-nothing, Old Man Corpse Yin had always doted on him and protected him in everything. Even if his brother ran amok outside, Old Man Corpse Yin would let it go and support him in all aspects. He never thought that his brother would fall into the hands of Jiang Chen. Old Man Corpse Yin wouldn't be worried if his brother fell into the hands of anyone else, but the other party was Jiang Chen, the devil who killed people more ferociously than him. Boom. Jiang Chen simply ignored Old Man Corpse Yin's threat. With a fiendish grin on his face, a flame suddenly shot out from his hand and rushed into the old devil's body. In an instant, the old devil's body turned into a sea of fire. He issued an earth-shattering scream. That was the tyrannical sun fire, and the old devil simply couldn't withstand it. In the blink of an eye, the old devil was burned to ashes. Not even a speck of him was left. On the opposite side, Old Man Corpse Yin was furious. He let out a roar. Watching his own brother being burned alive by the enemy in front of him, this kind of feeling was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. "Jiang Chen, this seat will tear you into 1,000 pieces." Old Man Corpse Yin crazily attacked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's battle prowess soared to the sky. The Sun Divine Feather in his hand slashed towards Old Man Corpse Yin. At the same time, Jiang Chen's momentum completely erupted, triggering the heavenly tribulation. Hong long long. The heaven and earth shook. The heavenly tribulation came too quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the sky was covered with dark clouds and flashes of lightning. The intense heavenly might spread out, making many people feel as though their souls were about to be torn apart. This was the true heavenly tribulation, a tribulation that only great sovereigns could trigger. The unimaginable pressure of the heaven and earth wasn't something that those immortal venerables could compare to. "What's that?" "It's the heavenly tribulation," someone exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. In the sky, countless immortal venerables who were about to attack Jiang Chen had a drastic change of expression when they saw the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Even Old Man Corpse Yin's face turned pale. "Damn it! How can there be a heavenly tribulation? This is the true heavenly tribulation. This heaven-defying bastard is the heavenly tribulation that Jiang Chen has triggered. This is a tribulation that only great sovereigns can trigger. No one can resist it. The heavenly tribulation has arrived. It's extremely fast. The heavenly might is inviolable. Damn it! Everyone, hurry up. Don't get close to Jiang Chen, or else you will be punished by the heavenly lightning and fire. Damn it! Run! Hurry up and run. Entering the range of the heavenly tribulation is equivalent to death." The powerful immortal venerables were instantly thrown into chaos. Each of their faces turned pale and unsightly. At this time, who would still have the mood to kill Jiang Chen? They couldn't wait to stay as far away from Jiang Chen as possible. After triggering the heavenly tribulation, Jiang Chen was like a hedgehog with thorns all over his body. Anyone who got close to him would be covered with cuts and bruises. Killing Jiang Chen was important, but their own lives were more important. Chapter 1706. My God! He actually triggered the heavenly tribulation. In the immortal world, only great sovereigns can trigger the tribulation, but rumor has it that when a heaven-defying existence appears, it will also arouse the jealousy of the heavens, causing the heavenly tribulation to descend. However, such monstrous geniuses are very rare. There hasn't been one since ancient times. Xueqi couldn't keep her composure anymore. The appearance of Jiang Chen had given her too many surprises. He's that heaven-defying person. If he doesn't die, he will certainly become a great sovereign in the future. Venerable Ling Long sighed, unable to control her excitement. Tyrant and Han Yen were afraid that the only ones who could remain calm were Tyrant and Han Yen. They knew how heaven-defying and terrifying Jiang Chen was. Heavenly tribulation was as common as eating a meal to Jiang Chen. Back in Saint Origin World, Jiang Chen had often gone through all kinds of tribulations, but this was his first time in the immortal world. Good, very good. I never thought that this brat would be so heaven-defying. None of the major powers had ever thought that such a scene would happen. The inescapable net that they had set up has collapsed in an instant. One should know that what Jiang Chen has triggered now is his own tribulation. If the others were to fall into it, they would also trigger their own tribulation. Triggering a tribulation at a time when one shouldn't be transcending the tribulation is absolutely devastating. Not to mention the likes of Old Man Corpse Yin and Nanbei Taixing. Even their old ancestors would die under the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid that the world will be plunged into chaos today. Jiang Chen will never calm down. Yang Yu's eyes sparkled. Previously, when the 8 major powers went to Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire, Yang Yu felt incomparably sullen. Now, when he saw those peerless geniuses fleeing in front of Jiang Chen, like mice that had seen a cat, the gloominess in his heart had finally been released. Now, he felt extremely happy. Jiang Chen stood in the void, completely ignoring the rumbling thunder above. Transcending a tribulation was just like having a meal to him. His body had already developed an immunity to it. An ordinary heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to cause any harm to him. Jiang Chen came to Long Shersan's side and hugged him. Hung Long. At this moment, a dazzling lightning descended from the sky and struck right on Jiang Chen's head. The lightning instantly enveloped his and Long Shersan's corpses, forming a dense electric net that made one's scalp tingle. However, such a terrifying heavenly tribulation couldn't even shake Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen drew out a lightning and struck it into Long Shersan's body, trying to stimulate Long Shersan's vitality. At the same time, a large amount of wood spiritual qi entered Long Shersan. At first, Jiang Chen was just trying his luck, but to find that Long Shersan's body was automatically absorbing the tears and wood spiritual qi. The monkey is not dead. This was no small matter. Jiang Chen's face immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. If Long Shersan was dead, it would be impossible for him to automatically absorb the lightning and wood spiritual qi. Since he could still absorb them, it meant that Long Shersan was not dead. Oh, this guy has cultivated the life symbol art, which can allow him to narrowly escape death. He can also put himself in a dead end and come back to life. The secret skill of the battle clan is really terrifying. However, 13's injuries are too serious. His fiery golden eyes have been destroyed, and his internal organs are all shattered. It won't be easy for him to recover. Jiang Chen frowned. In any case, Long Shersan was not completely dead. At the last moment, he used the life symbol art to preserve a glimmer of life. This was a great thing. Rumble. The heavenly thunder rumbled, and the second heavenly tribulation was formed in an instant. Above the sky, a red demonic dragon appeared. The demonic dragon was completely condensed from the power of thunder and lightning. It carried endless heavenly might and was extremely terrifying. Not only that, but the blood-red demonic dragon also carried endless killing intent. Jiang Chen raised his head and found that behind the blood-red demonic dragon, there were 7 more blood-red lights constantly condensing. That was to say, after the first heavenly tribulation, there would be another 7. Including the previous one, there would be a total of 9. This is the legendary 9 tribulations of slaughter. Very good. It fits my slaughter dragon seal perfectly. If my slaughter dragon seal is tempered by the heavenly thunder and lightning, it will certainly become more terrifying after absorbing the powerful lightning energy. The slaughter dragon seal itself carries the killing intent of the ancestral dragon. After experiencing the 9 tribulations of slaughter, it will contain the killing intent of the heavenly might. Every time it strikes, It will carry the pressure of the heavens. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a powerful heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid that even the tribulation of a great sovereign can only be like this. Hua Gai's face turned pale. Such heavenly might made her feel very uncomfortable. I wonder if Jiang Chen can successfully transcend the tribulation. Lan Lingji murmured. Far away, the grand immortal venerables who had fled stopped, staring unblinkingly at Jiang Chen and the terrifying heavenly tribulation. This is a powerful tribulation. There are a total of 9 of them. It should be the legendary 9 tribulations of slaughter. The killing intent of this tribulation is too strong. Jiang Chen surely won't be able to withstand it. He will surely die in the tribulation. That's right. If Jiang Chen dies in the tribulation, we will have gotten rid of a great scourge. Even if Jiang Chen doesn't die, he will fall into a weakened state after the tribulation. At that time, it will be a piece of cake for us to kill him. All the immortal venerables were certain that Jiang Chen would die under such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. After all, such a heavenly tribulation wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. This was one of the most terrifying heavenly tribulations in the 9 tribulations of slaughter. Even if Jiang Chen was lucky enough to survive, he would still be at their mercy in his weakened state. Unfortunately, these immortal venerables had no idea about Jiang Chen's means. At this moment, fleeing was the best choice. If they didn't, they would soon bring an endless disaster to themselves. Jiang Chen looked at the murderous devil dragon that was about to swoop down, then at Long Shan in his arms. He found that the lightning energy and wood energy had activated Long Shan's life symbol art. Vitality began to appear in his body. Jiang Chen sent a drop of great earth immortal milk into Long Shan's mouth, then kept him in the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower. Monkey, watch this brother avenge you. The murderous intent in Jiang Chen's body, and the 9 tribulations of slaughter, had almost formed a tacit understanding. Although Long Shan didn't die, the injuries he had suffered would inevitably cause someone to pay a heavy price. Moreover, Jiang Chen knew very well that if it wasn't for Long Shan's life symbol art, he would have died for sure. Swish! Jiang Chen's dazzling eyes looked at Old Man Corpse Yin in the distance. Immediately, he cast the Great Void technique and rushed towards Old Man Corpse Yin at lightning speed. Seeing Jiang Chen moving, the heavenly tribulation in the sky also moved at the same speed as Jiang Chen. Wherever Jiang Chen went, the heavenly tribulation would follow. Chapter 1707. Son of Abtsh. Seeing this, Old Man Corpse Yin's complexion instantly changed. He cursed in his heart. This damned guy, he's not focused on transcending the tribulation. He's thinking of killing people at this time. Even if he wants to take the lives of others, he shouldn't throw away his own life. It should be known that the heaven tribulation itself represents the might of the heavens. It is the most terrifying tribulation in the world. Even a great emperor wouldn't dare to be careless when transcending the tribulation. It should be known that the slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. This was also the reason why those immortal venerables didn't leave. After all, in their minds, the heavenly tribulation was sacred and terrifying. Even a great sovereign wouldn't dare to be distracted while transcending the heavenly tribulation. One should know that even if they were to single-mindedly resist the heavenly tribulation, they wouldn't be able to guarantee that they would survive the heavenly tribulation. If they were distracted, they would die for sure. They wouldn't have thought that this wasn't the first time that Jiang Chen was transcending the heavenly tribulation. Transcending the heavenly tribulation had already become a habit for Jiang Chen. His body already had the attribute of transcending the heavenly tribulation. His ability to resist the heavenly tribulation wasn't something that an ordinary expert could compare to. At this moment, Old Man Corpse Yin had no time to think. Even though he hated Jiang Chen to the core, the fear of Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation made his heart tremble. The fear of the heavenly tribulation was like seeing a plague. Old Man Corpse Yin's speed was extremely fast, but Jiang Chen, who was proficient in the Great Void technique, was able to pinpoint his location accurately. Adding on to the fact that Old Man Corpse Yin wasn't fully prepared, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would rush towards him despite the heavenly tribulation. As a result, he was caught up by Jiang Chen in an instant. Hung Long. Just at this moment, the second heavenly tribulation of the 9 tribulations of slaughter poured down. The terrifying dragon of slaughter and lightning turned into a sea of lightning that instantly besieged Jiang Chen and Old Man Corpse Yin. Arg! A miserable wail sounded from the sea of lightning. It was the wail of Old Man Corpse Een. He was an intermediate immortal venerable and the sect master of Corpse Een sect. It was imaginable what kind of pain he was suffering at the moment. Some people saw that Old Man Corpse Een was completely covered by the thunder and fire that filled the sky. He had triggered his own heavenly tribulation, and under the attack of the heavenly tribulation, he directly turned into ashes, leaving not a single residue behind. Looking at Jiang Chen again, that terrifying killing thunder dragon didn't cause any harm to him at all. Countless thunder lights filled the surface of his body, as if he was wearing a layer of thunder and lightning armor. He looked extremely mighty. Jiang Chen's true dragon body was too abnormal. The power of thunder and lightning didn't affect his body at all. Instead, it continued to refine his body. Those thunder lights also became his nourishment. Old Man Corpse Een died tragically under the heavenly tribulation. He died in the sea of lightning without leaving a single residue behind. The sect master of a generation, one of the famous overlords of Eastern Xuanyu, had died an incomparably miserable death. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened. They had never seen such a scene before and they didn't dare to imagine it at all. They were afraid that Jiang Chen was the only one in the world who could use the heavenly tribulation to kill someone. My God! This Jiang Chen is too abnormal. How could he remain unscathed under such a powerful heavenly tribulation? He even diverted his attention to kill the sect master of Corpse Een sect. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. How sad. Too miserable. Old Man Corpse Een died just like that. It feels like a dream. He killed Long San and successfully used Long San to lure Jiang Chen out. Originally, he wanted to avenge Corpse Een sect, but he didn't expect to bring such a huge disaster to himself. This is too cruel. I have never seen such a shocking scene before. A character like Jiang Chen is too heaven-defying. The entire immortal world is going to be shaken. Those immortal venerables are going to be in trouble. There's still a long time before the heavenly tribulation arrives. Jiang Chen has learned the Great Void technique. If he uses the heavenly tribulation to kill people, I don't know how many immortal venerables will die under the heavenly tribulation. My God! I can't even imagine it. Everyone was shocked. Not to mention those who didn't know Jiang Chen. Even Yang Yu and Venerable Ling Long had their mouths wide open. Their understanding of Jiang Chen was already very high, but now it seemed that they had still underestimated Jiang Chen. This heaven-defying guy who could always create miracles had once again widened their horizons. When the heavenly tribulation descended, both of them were completely relieved. They wouldn't feel the slightest bit surprised no matter how tragic the scene that would happen next. Because this wasn't the first time they had seen such a scene. The heavenly tribulation was Jiang Chen's biggest trump card. He could go anywhere he wanted while enduring the heavenly tribulation. Even great sovereigns wouldn't dare to step into his heavenly tribulation. That's way too awesome. Emma Wuqing and Grandmaster Hao Ran rubbed their eyes, unable to believe this fact. This is just the beginning. Han Yen crossed his arms in front of his chest with a relaxed look. No one knew better than him how scary Jiang Chen was. There were too many immortal venerables in front of them. Jiang Chen would certainly kill them at all costs. Jiang Chen would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Roar! The heavenly lightning shook. The third heavenly tribulation was formed very quickly. A blood-red killing lightning dragon emerged. Its eyes were emotionless. The heavenly might and killing intent were strong, as though it was going to annihilate everything in the heavens and earth. Ha! Jiang Chen suddenly burst into laughter. Then, his eyes shifted to a direction where at least 7 to 8 immortal venerables were gathered. All of them were from hostile forces. Not good. Seeing that Jiang Chen was looking at them, those immortal venerables immediately broke out in cold sweat. How would they dare to say a word? They immediately turned tail and ran, fearing that they would be too slow. The scene of Jiang Chen killing Old Man Corpse Een had left an unerasable shadow in their hearts. When they saw Jiang Chen now, it was as though they had seen a ghost. It was a very shocking scene. They were afraid that only Jiang Chen could make these mighty immortal venerables flee in panic. Although these immortal venerables ran very fast, they couldn't outrun Jiang Chen's Great Void technique. In a blink, Jiang Chen appeared in front of an immortal venerable, opened his arms, and hugged the immortal venerable tightly. No! The immortal venerable let out a heart-wrenching scream. His tribulation was triggered. His entire body was instantly covered by lightning and fire, and was burned to ashes by the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, the third heavenly tribulation descended. The few immortal venerables who hadn't escaped in time were also caught in it. Chapter 1708. Ah! Miserable wails resounded across the sky. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the four early immortal venerables were engulfed by the lightning and fire. Their bodies were instantly incinerated and turned into nothingness. Despite their strength, they couldn't put up the slightest bit of resistance against the mighty heavenly might. Once they were enveloped by it, only death awaited them. Insane. He's truly insane. He's a madman. This is too brutal. Those were mighty immortal venerables, but they died just like that. The heavenly might is just too powerful. It's impossible to violate it. I have no idea how Jiang Chen could be so heaven-defying. He wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation. By relying on the Great Void technique, he continuously directed the heavenly tribulation towards those immortal venerables. This technique is just too brutal. No one wasn't shocked. This was an incomparably shocking scene that subverted everyone's imagination and cognition. In their hearts, immortal venerables were unreachable, mighty and omnipotent existences that stood at the top of the pyramid. But now, those immortal venerables who would never appear on normal days were dying tragically one after another. And the cause of all this was just an immortal emperor young man. Haha. After killing a few immortal venerables, Jiang Chen went completely mad. He rampaged through the group of immortal venerables. His speed was just too fast. By the time those immortal venerables recovered from their shock, it was already too late. Jiang Chen broke into the camp of 5 to 6 immortal venerables. He casted out the true dragon palm and grabbed each of them. Those immortal venerables didn't even have the chance to escape before they were struck to death by the heavenly lightning and fire. In just a few blinks, more than 10 immortal venerables had died in the hands of Jiang Chen, including Old Man Corpse Een. This was just too terrifying. There were a few late immortal venerables who had attracted Jiang Chen this time. Their appearance was to prevent Jiang Chen from having the slightest chance to escape. They wanted to kill this huge threat once and for all. But at this moment, even those old ancestors were scared out of their wits. How would they dare to show themselves? If Jiang Chen charged at them recklessly, even a late immortal venerable would die. Run! Leave this place! This is a madman! Someone shouted loudly. Only then did those immortal venerables react to the situation. How would they dare to delay in the slightest? All of them fled like stray dogs. Haha! Jiang Chen let out a wild laugh. His laughter was incomparably carefree. Seeing this group of people fleeing in all directions and seeing him as if he had seen the plague of ghosts and gods, Jiang Chen's heart was indescribably comfortable. His depression could be said to have been completely vented. This scene was just too majestic. Countless immortal venerables ran away, causing many people to open their mouths wide. It would be great if this scene could be recorded. Even if it can't be recorded, Jiang Chen's tribulation today will be recorded in the history of the immortal world. In the entire history of the immortal world, no one has ever done something like this. All the immortal venerables of the immortal world fled like stray dogs. Countless people sighed. They simply couldn't believe the scene in front of them. It was just like a dream. Since these immortal venerables were fleeing, Jiang Chen naturally had to take advantage of the situation to chase after them. If he could kill one more, he would kill one more. These people would become a huge threat in the future. Since they were already enemies, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Moreover, this was in line with the meaning of the Tao of slaughter. Swish! Jiang Chen's speed was simply too fast. Given his current strength and the Great Void technique, ordinary immortal venerables wouldn't be able to escape from his pursuit. Hung Long. The fourth lightning tribulation poured down, landing on Jiang Chen's body. It couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen, but the immortal venerable that Jiang Chen caught up with was unlucky. He died miserably in the sea of lightning. Not even ashes were left behind. Howl! A sky-shaking sword howl resounded. The heavenly saint's sword turned into an azure dragon and appeared, shuttling back and forth in the sea of lightning. It had been a long time since the heavenly saint's sword underwent tribulation. The baptism of heavenly tribulation was the best way to temper it. Very soon, all the immortal venerables disappeared without a trace from this spatial zone. Jiang Chen looked around with a kind of heroic spirit. He didn't continue to chase after those immortal venerables. Instead, he focused on the heavenly tribulation. This time, he had killed many immortal venerables and Old Man Corpse-een. His only regret was that he didn't kill Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring had destroyed Long Shurson's fiery golden eyes. This revenge must be taken. However, the life of Old Ancestor Yellow Spring would be his sooner or later. Initially, Jiang Chen could continue to chase after those immortal venerables, or even go to Nanbei family to undergo the tribulation, but Jiang Chen didn't have that many options. After all, it wasn't easy for him to obtain this heavenly tribulation. He had to consider his own benefits. He couldn't use it to increase his strength no matter how many immortal venerables he killed. Jiang Chen was very clear that even if he killed all the immortal venerables this time, he wouldn't be able to wipe out those major powers. Each major power had incomparably strong foundations. Even if he killed them, there would still be more powerful experts. Therefore, the most important thing now was to increase his strength. There are still 5 heavenly tribulations left, which can bring me 2 benefits. One is that I can absorb the lightning energy and endure until the end of the heavenly tribulation. In that case, my cultivation base will break through to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, but the power of the 9 tribulations of slaughter will bring me a certain amount of damage and weaken me. At that time, those old ancestor-grade immortal venerables will attack me. I may not even have the chance to escape. It's not worth it. The other option is to let the Zulong Tower absorb the lightning energy. In that case, the Zulong Tower will be able to condense at least 3 more floors, reaching the 45th floor. Jiang Chen thought to himself. After a brief thought, he decided to refine the Zulong Tower. His cultivation base could be improved little by little. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had been improving too fast recently. He wanted to stop and stabilize it, but the advancement of the Zulong Tower was incomparably difficult. The condensation of each floor required too much energy. This was a rare opportunity that Jiang Chen didn't want to miss. Hong Long. As the speed of the heavenly tribulation was very fast, Jiang Chen couldn't afford to neglect it. Immediately, he opened the door of the Zulong Tower. Sensing the rolling heavenly lightning, the Zulong Tower immediately became excited. The door of the Zulong Tower was like the mouth of an ancient beast. When the 5th lightning struck down, the Zulong Tower absorbed all of them at once. The ancestral dragon pagoda was just too abnormal. Even though Jiang Chen had been controlling it for a long time, he was still shocked by it. It seemed like there wasn't any kind of energy that this pagoda couldn't absorb. It could even absorb the heavenly tribulation. The more abnormal the Zulong Tower was, the more Jiang Chen looked forward to it. He dared not imagine what would happen when the 99 floors of the Zulong Tower were condensed and reached its peak state. Jiang Chen had been looking forward to this day. Chapter 1709. Rumble. Lightning flickered inside the Zulong Tower as if it was experiencing an unparalleled catastrophe. The rolling sea of lightning was absorbed by the Zulong Tower and transformed into terrifying energy. Half of the space on the 43rd floor was condensed in an instant. The energy absorbed by the heavenly lightning was incomparably pure. It was much more beneficial than absorbing the energy of those demonic devils. This was an incomparably mystical scene that left everyone dumbfounded. Jiang Chen just stood there motionlessly, letting the countless lightning strike his body and then disappear. It didn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen at all. Even Jiang Chen's body didn't move at all. How can this be? Even if Jiang Chen is heaven-defying, he shouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful energy. He actually absorbed all the energy into his body. How is this possible? Hua Gai was horrified. She couldn't believe such a scene. Although she had never experienced a heavenly tribulation before, she knew how terrifying it was. Even a great sovereign could only resist the heavenly tribulation and absorb a little of its energy to temper his body. Even the sect master had to survive the heavenly tribulation. She had never seen someone like Jiang Chen who was absorbing the lightning energy without any resistance. He was truly a weirdo in the heavenly tribulation boundary. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disbelief. Such a person can't be judged by common sense. His existence has surpassed all the great sovereigns in the history of the immortal world. Even the valiant existences like Immortal Execution King and great sovereign Zhang Xian couldn't do what he did. Yang Yu sighed. Jiang Chen was always able to shock him, and the shock was getting more and more intense. Therefore, even though Jiang Chen was absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation unscrupulously, Yang Yu didn't find it strange at all. In other words, no matter what kind of miracle happened to Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be too surprised. Han Yan and Tyrant smiled without saying anything. Others might not know Jiang Chen's secret, but Han Yan and Tyrant knew it very well. Just like what Hua Gai said, no matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to absorb the energy of the heavenly tribulation unscrupulously because it was no different from courting death. The reason why Jiang Chen could do all this so easily was because of the Zulong Tower. The power of heaven shook. The 9 tribulations of slaughter was more terrifying than the previous one. The energy contained in each of them was like a vast ocean. However, this terrifying heaven's tribulation could not cause any harm to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood under the heaven's tribulation like a peerless god of war. He was calm and composed to the extreme. He absorbed the energy of the heaven's tribulation as easily as drinking water. When the 7th heavenly tribulation fell, the 44th level of the ancestral dragon pagoda had been condensed. When the 8th heavenly tribulation fell, the 45th level of the ancestral dragon pagoda would be condensed. At this time, some fluctuations appeared in the void again. Some immortal venerables had returned. They were like hunters hiding in the dark, completely treating Jiang Chen as their prey. These immortal venerables were incomparably astute. They knew that Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation was about to end. Now, Jiang Chen could rely on the heavenly tribulation to make them fear him. But as soon as the heavenly tribulation ended, Jiang Chen would once again become a turtle in a jar. No one would let go of such a great opportunity to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was just too terrifying and threatening. It wasn't easy for them to lure him out. If they let him escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be almost impossible to catch him again. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. His eyes fell upon a spot in the void with the most violent fluctuation. He discovered that it was a powerful late immortal venerable expert. Judging from the gloomy qi that was being emitted, he was from Corpse Yin sect. Jiang Chen could tell that this expert was from Corpse Yin sect. Needless to say, the late immortal venerable of Corpse Yin sect must be the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect. Since you all want to kill me, I, Jiang Chen, won't be polite anymore. Today, I will completely destroy your Corpse Yin sect and make it disappear from the immortal world. Jiang Chen was infuriated. He was a courageous man. There was nothing in the heavens and earth that he didn't dare to do. Before the 8th tribulation descended, Jiang Chen closed the door of the Zulong Tower, then used the Great Soul Derivation Technique and Great Void Technique to locate the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect. With a sway of his body, he vanished from the heavenly tribulation. The next moment, Jiang Chen appeared not far away from the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect. Old ancestor Corpse Yin, where do you think you're going? Jiang Chen yelled. He grabbed the tail of the slaughter lightning dragon and hurled it at the old ancestor. This scene was too heaven-defying. Someone could actually control the heavenly tribulation while transcending the tribulation and grab the tail of the heavenly tribulation. This was too heaven-defying. As a matter of fact, the reason why Jiang Chen could borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation for a short period of time was entirely due to the slaughter dragon seal. The slaughter dragon seal contained the Tao of slaughter and carried the will of the ancestral dragon of slaughter, which coincided with the will of the 9 tribulations of slaughter. At this moment, the slaughter dragon seal that Jiang Chen used immediately resonated with the 8th slaughter lightning dragon. Damn it! Corpse Yin ancestor roared. His snake-like eyes instantly panicked. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately ran away. The old ancestor of Corpse Yin thought that he had hidden himself well and only appeared after Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation. In his opinion, even if Jiang Chen had discovered him, Jiang Chen wouldn't continue to use the heavenly tribulation to deal with him. After all, the longer the heavenly tribulation was, the more terrifying it would be. Being distracted at this time was equivalent to throwing away one's life. Taking a step back, even if Jiang Chen attacked without any regard for his life, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape with his own ability. Unfortunately, without confronting Jiang Chen, he would never understand how terrifying Jiang Chen was. The Great Void Technique was unparalleled. Anyone who underestimated the Great Void Technique was questioning the power of the Void Emperor, and was destined to have a bad end. Old man Corpse Yin was already dead. If he killed the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect, then the Corpse Yin sect would be completely finished. A powerful sect would also be destroyed. Corpse Yin ancestor's escape speed was very fast, but he was still a bit too slow. The lightning dragon hit his shoulder, and half of his body was smashed to pieces. The remaining half of his body also triggered its own lightning tribulation, and endless lightning fire covered it. No. Chapter 17:10. This was the terror of the heavenly tribulation. If it wasn't for the heavenly tribulation, even if Jiang Chen had advanced to the early immortal emperor realm, even if Jiang Chen had the sun divine feather, he would still have no choice but to flee when he encountered a powerful figure like Old Ancestor Corpse Yin. Now that he had killed Old Ancestor Corpse Yin, it could be said that he had gotten rid of a great threat. From now on, the entire Corpse Yin sect would no longer be a threat to him. The screams soon disappeared into the sea of lightning. The Corpse Yin ancestor had died again after Old Man Corpse Yin. From now on, the Corpse Yin sect had no leader and completely collapsed. The Corpse Yin sect was already riddled with holes, so what else could it rely on to survive in the Eastern Profound Domain? Everyone was shocked. Each and every one of them found it difficult to breathe. The scene was just too shocking. They could still accept the death of those immortal venerables. After all, Jiang Chen had killed immortal venerables with the sun divine feather at the very beginning. For Jiang Chen, killing immortal venerables wasn't a rare thing, but the one he had just killed was a peerless figure of Old Ancestor. It's over. Corpse Yin sect is completely finished this time. Even the Old Ancestor is dead. How is it going to survive in the future? It's good that he's dead. This evil sect has even refined the corpse. It should have been destroyed long ago. It shouldn't exist in the immortal world. I hope that Jiang Chen can uproot this major power completely. Only then will it be satisfying. It can be said that Old Ancestor Corpse Yin's death was a tragedy. If he didn't appear, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the chance to kill him. He has underestimated Jiang Chen, which eventually led to his own death. How sad. It's mainly because Jiang Chen is too heaven-defying. He killed an old ancestor at the end of the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid only Jiang Chen is capable of such a feat. The world was shocked. The death of an old ancestor almost represented the downfall of a major power. No one knew how long it had been since the death of a late immortal venerable in East Xuanyu. Voila! Seeing the death of Old Ancestor Corpse Yin, those immortal venerables who were eager to give it a try hastily fled as far as they could, fearing that Jiang Chen's attention would fall on them. Even though there was only one bolt of heavenly tribulation left, no one was willing to risk their lives. Jiang Chen raised his head. It was the last bolt of tribulation. Since the Zulong Tower had been put away, there was no need to open it again. The appearance of the Corpse Yin ancestor made him make a crazy decision. Today, he was going to do something earth-shattering. He was going to eradicate a major force and a major sect from this world. Jiang Chen didn't even bat an eyelid when it came to matters that countless major forces couldn't do. Things that countless major forces wanted to do but didn't dare to. Jiang Chen's eyes shifted to the direction of Corpse Yin sect. The Sun Divine Feather had already destroyed more than half of the mountain gate of Corpse Yin sect. Today, he was going to make this major power disappear completely, including those evil cultivators of Corpse Yin sect. Before leaving, Jiang Chen looked over at Yang Yu and the others. His eyes fell upon Lan Lingji, who was in agony. He couldn't bear to see her like this, so he transmitted a message to them. Don't worry. Monkey isn't dead. He has cultivated the life symbol art, so he still has vitality. I'll find a way to bring him back to life. After saying that, Jiang Chen flew towards the direction of Corpse Yin sect. The last strand of heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Jiang Chen had no more time to waste. After the tribulation, he would have to flee again. So before that, he had to inform Lan Lingji and the others about the news of Long Shersan. What? Brother Shersan isn't dead? Lan Lingji, who was on the verge of losing her heart, was jolted all of a sudden. Her face revealed a look of ecstasy. This news was too important to her. It turned her tears into a smile. I always knew that he wouldn't die so easily. Lan Lingji said excitedly. How is this possible? Long Shersan was obviously killed by Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. How could he still be alive? Xueqi couldn't understand. Monkey is a battle saint ape, a powerful immemorial battle spirit. How can he die so easily? Besides, if little Chunzi said that he's still alive, then he must be alive. Han Yen said with a smile. He had never doubted Jiang Chen's words. Now that he knew that Long Shersan was still alive, His and Tyrant's depressed mood was lifted. Look, what is Jiang Chen going to see? Mo Wuqing shouted. That's the direction of Corpse In's sect. That bastard is going there to face the last strand of heavenly tribulation. Yang Yu was horrified. Crazy. That madman. Venerable Ling Long was speechless. Corpse In's sect is going to be finished. Hua Gai let out a sigh. Jiang Chen left. Countless people could see through his intention. For a moment, the scene became restless once more. Countless silhouettes flew towards the direction of Corpse In's sect. That's right. That's right. Something big was going to happen. The historical moment of East Xuanyu was about to come. He's insane. He's going to destroy a sect with a long history. I wonder how many people are going to die this time. The violent, bloodthirsty devil. Jiang Chen is going to do something that will shake the heavens and earth. He's going to destroy a big sect. I can't believe such a magnificent feat will be done by a single man, and not a big power. Quick, go and have a look. East Xuanyu is going to change completely. If Corpse In's sect is really destroyed, the 11 major powers of East Xuanyu will be reduced to 10. Crazy. Everyone went crazy. Many young people were shouting. Their blood was boiling. They had a deep admiration for Jiang Chen. They wanted to chase after him to witness this historic moment, to witness the true miracle in the history of East Xuanyu. Many people in the Corpse In sect were busy rebuilding the sect. It had to be said that the Corpse In sect was indeed worthy of being a big force. In just 2 days, half of the destroyed sect had been restored. This kind of speed was not something an ordinary person could achieve. However, all their efforts were destined to be in vain. The biggest disaster of Corpse In sect had just arrived. Rumble. All of a sudden, dark clouds covered the city. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Everyone in Corpse In sect was shocked. They raised their heads and saw a dragon man flying towards them. In the blink of an eye, the sky above Corpse In sect was completely covered by rolling thunder. Countless lightning bolts fell down like giant pythons. Rumble. The arrival of the heavenly tribulation was equivalent to the end of the world. Many disciples of Corpse In sect didn't even have time to react before they died in the sea of lightning. The buildings that had just been repaired were instantly destroyed. The last bolt of heavenly tribulation descended and didn't give the Corpse sect any chance to explain. This was like a punishment from the heavens. Under the might of the heavens, they were like ants. They didn't even have the ability to crawl and could only wait for death. Death was the only path left for them. Chapter 17:11. Ah! Miserable screams came from the Corpse sect. The power of the lightning was too terrifying, and there was no way to resist it. Countless disciples of the Corpse sect were turned to ashes by the lightning. Not even a speck of ash was left behind. When the people who came later saw this scene, they were all shocked, speechless. All of them were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They had never seen such a massacre before. Right now, they were going to witness the destruction of a major power with their own eyes. That kind of soul-stirring, that kind of ghastly sight, that kind of despair that filled the sea of lightning made their minds unable to calm down. It's over. The Corpse sect is completely finished. Even if they don't die out, they will only be a motley crew. In the future, they won't be able to cause any big waves in East Xuanyu. The destruction of the Corpse sect is a good thing for us. Such an evil force shouldn't exist in the first place. Over the years, the Corpse sect has been crazy, burning, killing, and looting. It can be said that there are many complaints, but because of their evil cultivation method, many people don't dare to say anything. Even the other great forces don't want to provoke the Corpse sect. Today, the Corpse sect has been destroyed by Jiang Chen. Even if there are remnants left, they won't be worth mentioning. If they come out to do evil again, they can be directly eliminated. They will no longer have a backer. That's right. Jiang Chen has done a great deed for East Xuanyu. He has eradicated an evil force. They don't even know how to respect corpses. They don't have the slightest bit of humanity to speak of. Although Jiang Chen is decisive in killing, the people he killed were all his enemies. A man like Jiang Chen is willing to sacrifice himself for his brothers. I admire him very much. I believe the other great forces will also be happy to see the Corpse sect being eradicated. No one wasn't shocked. Looking at the rolling sea of lightning, no one could control their emotions. But one thing was certain. Most people were happy about the destruction of the Corpse sect. They thought that Jiang Chen had done a good deed for East Xuanyu. No one had a bad impression of Jiang Chen. Many people worshipped Jiang Chen, especially those young people. They simply regarded Jiang Chen as their idol. Young people all had a heroic dream. They wanted to dominate the world and fight against countless heroes. That kind of feeling was something that many people yearned for. Seeing Jiang Chen fighting like rain, killing his enemies so freely and domineeringly, who wouldn't be envious? To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen was their fantasy. Jiang Chen's shadow was lofty in their hearts. A person who could do earth-shattering things was destined to be passed down through the ages. As for the slaughter, the immortal world itself was a world of slaughter. For example, the immortal Slayer King, Great Emperor Zhong Xian, Golden Emperor, Void Emperor, Empress Xiao Yao. Which of these peerless figures didn't step on piles of bones to climb to the top? Although Jiang Chen was young, he already had the demeanor of a supreme figure. Some people predicted that sooner or later, Jiang Chen would become an existence like the immortal Slayer King or Great Emperor Zhong Xian. He might even surpass them and become the #1 emperor throughout the ages. The slaughter continued. The last tribulation of the 9 tribulations of slaughter was too great. The corpse sect had been razed to the ground and completely lost its former glory. The powerful attack of the heavenly tribulation had even completely destroyed the spirit vein below the corpse sect. In the next few hundred years, this place was destined to be a barren land. At this moment, Jiang Chen wasn't feeling well either. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that he had underestimated the power of the last tribulation of the 9 tribulations of slaughter. Although he had destroyed the corpse sect, he had also withstood the tribulation by himself. The Zulong Tower didn't help at all. My current state might be a bit disadvantageous for my escape later. Jiang Chen frowned. The heavenly tribulation was about to end, but before that, he wouldn't be able to run away, because no matter where he went, the heavenly tribulation would follow him. At this moment, he had no idea how many pairs of eyes were watching him in the dark. They were all extremely powerful experts. Once he was surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Jiang Chen couldn't care so much now. He had to overcome the heavenly tribulation eventually. For the time being, he had to take one step at a time. He used the wood spiritual qi to heal his injuries. The heavenly tribulation ended very quickly. The corpse sect had completely disappeared from this world. Countless people had died. Some of the survivors who managed to escape could only drag out an ignoble existence. The famous corpse sect was destined to become history, a thing of the past. The corpse sect was different from the other major powers. The other major powers might still have people in the immortal court, but the corpse sect couldn't. The immortal court wouldn't allow such an evil force to enter the immortal court. Therefore, the death of the old ancestor and old man corpse meant the destruction of the corpse sect. The scene was silent. Everyone was looking at the billowing black smoke of the corpse sect. This place was destined to become a land of death. Rumble. As soon as the heavenly tribulation ended, a big hole was blasted in several places in the sky. Endless pressure spread out in an instant. Everyone could see several powerful figures emerging. Their chi was incomparably powerful, no weaker than the old ancestor of Corpse Een. They came from different directions and completely sealed the void the instant the heavenly tribulation ended. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen's facial expression changed completely, because to his horror, he discovered that there were too many experts that had appeared at this moment. Apart from these late immortal venerables, there were even more experts that had appeared. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 late immortal venerables appeared in the sky. Each of them was an old ancestor. They came from East Xuanyu, West Xuanyu, South Xuanyu and North Xuanyu. They were the supreme experts of the entire ethereal immortal world. Their appearance had almost sealed the entire East Xuanyu. Even if Jiang Chen had the Great Void technique, he wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, Jiang Chen had just experienced the heavenly tribulation, so his body was somewhat weak. Damn it! The heaven is going to change. There are so many old ancestors. Jiang Chen is finished this time. This is too ruthless. This has never happened in the immortal world before. All the old ancestors have appeared. It seems like they have seen the threat of Jiang Chen and no longer care about their face. If they don't kill Jiang Chen now, I'm afraid that they won't have the chance to do so in the future. Obviously, these old ancestors have been paying attention to the development of the situation for a long time. They didn't want to show themselves, but after this heavenly tribulation, they have seen the threat of Jiang Chen. They have no choice but to show themselves. As soon as the heavenly tribulation ended, all of them have appeared. This scene is much bigger than the previous one. What should we do now? Is Jiang Chen really going to die? Now that he has lost the heavenly tribulation, it seems like he can't escape with the Great Void technique. I'm afraid that the Sun Divine Feather alone won't be enough. These old ancestors are all late immortal venerables. Chapter 17:12. Not good. I didn't expect so many old ancestors to appear. What should we do now? In the distance, Venerable Ling Long's face turned incomparably ugly. They were in the same camp as Jiang Chen. They didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Chen. Not only the 8 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu, but also the old ancestors of the other 3 domains. The entire Eastern Xuanyu has become a cage. Jiang Chen won't be able to escape even if he has the Great Void technique. Damn it! How could this happen? Yang Yu clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. However, he was powerless in the face of such a situation. Not to mention him, even the old ancestor of Great Qian Empire wouldn't be able to save Jiang Chen's life. I wonder if there will be any more miracles. Hua Gai looked incomparably nervous. What other miracles can there be? The Sun Divine Feather and Great Void technique are useless. The heavenly tribulation is also over. What else can there be? What should we do? Who can come out and save little Chenzi now? Yang Bufan was very anxious. He couldn't do anything when he saw his life and death brother being besieged by the enemy. Compared to the Long Shan siege, this was a truly grand scene that had never happened before in the immortal world. With so many old ancestors besieging a young man at the same time, many of them felt that it was worth it even if Jiang Chen had to die. Han Yen and Tyrant couldn't help but worry. The scene in front of them could be said to be the most dangerous one that Jiang Chen had ever encountered in his life. Even though they were very interested in Jiang Chen, they really couldn't think of how Jiang Chen could break out of this deadlock. Let's wait and see. I believe that little Chunzi can still create miracles. He has always been creating miracles, said Han Yen. Although he looked nervous, his confidence in Jiang Chen came from his heart. He still believed that Jiang Chen could still create miracles until the last moment. In the void, pressure filled the air. The killing intent of those old ancestors soared to the sky, completely sealing off the space, trapping Jiang Chen like a bird in a cage. Jiang Chen, let's see where you can run to now. Nanbei Taixing flew over and said to Jiang Chen fiercely. Currently, the fate of the northern and southern dynasties was still unknown. They hadn't returned after leaving the Golden Horizon. They were the hope of Nanbei family. Additionally, the family had suffered a great loss this time. 2 of their immortal venerables had been killed by the heavenly tribulation. As a result, their hatred towards Jiang Chen had reached an irreconcilable level. Previously, Jiang Chen had relied on the heavenly tribulation to do whatever he wanted. Now that the heavenly tribulation was gone, he would like to see how Jiang Chen was going to fight against them. Humph. Nanbei Taixing, it seems you have forgotten how you were like a stray dog before. Let me tell you, sooner or later, your Nanbei family will end up like the corpse sect. Just look at the corpse sect. This is what happened to the corpse sect. They went against me, Jiang Chen. Your Nanbei family is no exception. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. Even in the face of such a siege, he still didn't show the slightest sign of panic. His temperament alone was enough to make people admire him. This was the terrifying part of Jiang Chen. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he would be able to maintain his consciousness, because only by being clear-headed could he seize any opportunity to escape. Bastard! Jiang Chen, you have been arrogant for long enough. Corpsene's sect has been annihilated by you. Even if you die, you can still smile in the netherworld. You have carried the blood debt of so many major powers. Even 100 lives won't be enough for you. Nanbei Taixing bellowed. He couldn't wait to bite Jiang Chen to death. Let's talk about it again if you can kill me. Jiang Chen glanced at Nanbei Taixing. Today's situation was too dangerous. He couldn't escape from the Great Void technique. The only thing Jiang Chen could rely on now was Zulong Tower. He didn't know if Zulong Tower could save his life, but the continuous improvement of Zulong Tower gave Jiang Chen some confidence. If it came to a critical moment, he could only fight. He couldn't just stand here and wait for death. Humph! Jiang Chen, you will definitely die today. However, You alone can stir up chaos in the world and attract so many old ancestors. Even if you die, you can still be proud. Now, I will give you a chance. Hand over the Sun Divine Feather and the cultivation method of the Great Void Technique, and I will let you die a quick death. Otherwise, our means are not something you can imagine. It is enough to make you beg for death. The old ancestor of the Promise Immortal sect coldly snorted. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was definitely going to die. But before he died, it was best to hand over the Sun Divine Feather and the cultivation method of the Great Void Technique. These two treasures were too precious. The Sun Divine Feather was fine. After all, it was only a feather stripped from an emperor's weapon. Although it was precious, it was definitely not as precious as the Great Void Technique. That was the inheritance of a Void Emperor, a heaven-defying method. If a major power could obtain the cultivation method of the Great Void Technique, it would be hard for them not to rise. Haha, the Sun Divine Feather and the cultivation method of the Great Void Technique? I can give it to you, but so many of you want it. Who should I give it to? Jiang Chen laughed heartily and threw out a bait. Hearing that Jiang Chen was really going to hand over the Sun Divine Feather and the cultivation method of the Great Void Technique, many old ancestors couldn't help but feel restless. There was no other way. The allure of the Great Void Technique was too great. Since the disappearance of the Void Emperor, this mysterious secret technique had also disappeared. Until now, it was obtained by Jiang Chen. And from Jiang Chen's previous performance, it was enough to see the terror of this secret technique. If Jiang Chen hadn't taken the initiative to appear, even if these old ancestors came out, they wouldn't be able to find traces of Jiang Chen. Escaping into the void, invisible and formless. That was the pinnacle of the control of the space law. Just by relying on the secret technique, he had achieved the name of the Void Emperor. Everyone, don't panic. This kid is very cunning. He wants to use the Great Void Technique as bait to make us panic first, then find an opportunity to escape. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Nanbei family shouted loudly. The old ancestors regained their senses after hearing what Jiang Chen said. Each of them looked at Jiang Chen with eyes filled with boundless killing intent. This kid was too cunning. Even in the face of death, he still didn't forget to play smart. He had almost fooled all of them. Jiang Chen shook his head. It seemed that his plan was going to fail. His original intention was exactly as the old ancestor of the Nanbei family said. He wanted to use the temptation of the Great Void Technique to find a way to make the other party panic and then escape. He had the Great Void Technique. As long as he had the slightest gap, he could escape. In my opinion, we should directly cripple Jiang Chen, then use the soul-absorbing technique to make him tell us the cultivation method of the Great Void Technique. At that time, we can study it together. Chapter 17:13. Intense killing intent burst out of the old ancestor of Nanbei family, but he didn't attack Jiang Chen directly. He still needed to listen to the other old ancestors. Killing Jiang Chen was no longer a matter of one person. Besides, if it was just to kill Jiang Chen, it didn't matter who did it. But the key now was the Great Void Technique. Since Jiang Chen had already become a turtle in a jar, it was impossible for him to escape. As such, they had to find a way to obtain the Great Void Technique. All the major powers had suffered heavy losses in the hands of Jiang Chen. Obtaining the Great Void Technique could be considered as some compensation. Otherwise, it would be too depressing for them. All right. I agree with old ancestor Nanbei. Cripple this little beast first, then extract his memories using the soul assimilation technique. That way we can obtain the Great Void Technique. The old ancestor of Huangquan Gate spoke sternly. He was the old ancestor of Huangquan Gate. His status was much higher than old ancestor Yellow Spring. He rarely appeared in public. Old ancestor Yellow Spring was just the sect master of Huangquan Gate, which was completely different from being an old ancestor. Then let's not talk so much. Let me kill him. The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire spoke. He was ready to strike and kill Jiang Chen. Hold on. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. Soon after, a valiant figure appeared. It was also an old man who appeared to be in his 50s. His beard was half black and half white, but every movement he made exuded a noble aura. In a flash, he arrived in the sky. He was also a late immortal venerable expert, but he wasn't an old ancestor of any major power. Greetings, venerable tornado. Even the patriarchs had to bow when they saw the old man. Venerable Xian Feng was a famous immortal venerable in ethereal immortal domain. No ordinary late immortal venerable could compare to him. Even these old ancestors couldn't compare to him. Wang Xianfeng was as famous as Venerable Wang Qing. Not only in ethereal immortal domain, but also in the 9 immortal domains. His cultivation base was infinitely close to a half-step sovereign. More importantly, Wang Xianfeng was a member of the immortal court. Although the major forces in East Xuanyu were incomparably powerful, they were not on the same level as the immortal court. The people of the immortal court have also come. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen's incident would cause such a sensation that even the immortal court would show up. You should know that the immortal court is the pinnacle existence in the immortal world. They would never care about the battle between the major powers, but today, they have come for a puny Jiang Chen. This is really unbelievable. Is that the legendary venerable Whirlwind King Whirlwind? One of the most powerful venerables in the heavens and earth, an existence infinitely close to a half-step sovereign. I have never thought that he would show up in person. Jiang Chen has killed many geniuses of the immortal court. It's only natural that the immortal court would show up. There's nothing we can't figure out. The appearance of Wang Xianfeng had set off a storm once more. The appearance of an expert of the immortal court had completely changed the meaning of the matter. Jiang Chen's fate was no longer determined by those old ancestors. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He could feel the terror of this Wang Xianfeng. He had only experienced such terror from one person, the old liar Xiao Wangqing. Now that the people of the immortal court had come, especially the powerful venerable Whirlwind, Jiang Chen's situation had become even more unsightly. Even if he hid in the Zulong Tower, he wouldn't be able to escape the detection of Venerable Whirlwind. Venerable Whirlwind's eyes turned incomparably cold as he looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you are the most insane person I have ever seen. You have killed too many people in Golden Horizon. Now, you have even destroyed Corpsene's sect. I can't help but admire you. There hasn't been such a figure in the immortal world for a very long time. I can ignore all these, but you won't dare to kill the geniuses of the immortal court. Wang Xianfeng spoke Lung. Can't I kill the geniuses of the immortal court? What kind of bullshit logic is this? In the eyes of Jiang Chen, I will kill whoever wants to kill me. It's only right and fair. If your immortal court can't afford to lose, then don't nurture geniuses. Jiang Chen's expression was as calm as ever. There was no trace of panic or fear on his face. What a good Jiang Chen. You can still remain so calm in the face of Venerable Whirlwind and even contradict him. I admire your courage. That's right. Among the young geniuses of the immortal world, only Jiang Chen has such courage. What a pity. Even Venerable Whirlwind has appeared. Jiang Chen's fate has been completely sealed. No one can change it. Many of them were moved by Jiang Chen's bearing and courage. They felt that he was a true figure, a role model for the young generation. No other genius could compare to his courage. Not even the geniuses of the immortal court. Even Venerable Whirlwind couldn't help but nod his head, feeling pity in his heart. If such a genius could serve the immortal court, his future achievements would certainly be limitless. Unfortunately, he had gone astray and became the enemy of the immortal court. What a good Jiang Chen. I've finally seen something new. Venerable Whirlwind nodded and said to those old ancestors, I've come under the order of the immortal court to bring Jiang Chen to the immortal court for trial. The immortal court has already known about your hatred. Once the immortal court has executed Jiang Chen, it will be considered as an explanation to you all. After hearing Wang Xuanfeng's words, the old ancestors revealed a wry smile. Of course, they wouldn't dare to disobey Venerable Whirlwind's words. However, the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void Technique were no match for the immortal court. The immortal court must have come for the Great Void Technique. No matter how confident the major powers were, they wouldn't dare to compete with the immortal court for the treasures. Although they didn't get the treasures, they were able to get rid of Jiang Chen. This was a great relief to them. Jiang Chen, follow me. Venerable Whirlwind looked at Jiang Chen. He didn't want to attack. He felt that Jiang Chen should be as obedient as a slave in front of him. Otherwise, it would be a provocation to his dignity. Wang Xianfeng, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to take Jiang Chen away just like that. At this moment, another powerful qi drifted over from afar, descending in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was wearing a lightning robe. He was about the same age as Wang Xianfeng. The qi radiating from his body was equally matched. Impressively, he was another terrifying immortal venerable. Venerable Thunder King, Lei Batian. What's wrong? Does this have anything to do with your Radiant's immortal domain? This doesn't seem to be the territory of Radiant's immortal domain. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to come here, right? Seeing the newcomer, Venerable Whirlwind frowned and his tone became unfriendly. Venerable Thunder King. Damn it! A powerful guy has appeared. All of them have been famous for a long time. They are the most promising existences to break through to the half-step sovereign realm in the near future. Lei Batian is from the immortal court of Radiant's immortal domain. I didn't expect him to appear here. It seems like the attraction isn't Jiang Chen, but the Great Void technique. Chapter 17:14. Venerable Tornado Wang Xianfeng and Venerable Thunder King Lei Batian. Both Ethereal Immortal Domain and Radiant's Immortal Domain had produced peerless venerables. Jiang Chen's incident had already attracted the attention of the Immortal Court. In the history of the immortal world, there was only one person who could receive such treatment. Just as the Venerable Thunder King appeared, a powerful aura filled the void again. Another powerful peerless venerable had appeared. Almost without thinking, everyone could already guess that it was an expert from the Mi Luo Immortal Court. Sure enough, a tall middle-aged man with a domineering aura appeared. His entire body was covered in intense blue flames. The man looked to be in his 40s, and his figure was extremely majestic. One look and anyone could tell that he was a domineering existence. Venerable Blue Flame, Lan Tingyan, has also come. I didn't expect it to be so lively today. Wang Xianfeng couldn't help but say. However, it seemed to be within his expectation. Therefore, he wasn't too surprised. Since the two of you have appeared, wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't join in the fun? Lan Tingyan said with a smile. Then, his eyes fell on Jiang Chen, flickering with a hint of coldness and greed. Jiang Chen could feel that this person's greed was different from the other two. The other two might only be coveting his Great Void technique, but this Lan Tingyan didn't just want the Great Void technique. In other words, it was the Immortal Court that wanted the Great Void technique. After all, the reputation of the Void Sovereign was just too great. Even the Immortal Court coveted the technique. Apart from the Great Void technique, Lan Tingyan was more concerned about the fire of sun in Jiang Chen's body. He cultivated a fire attribute cultivation method. If he could obtain the fire of sun, it would very likely help him break through to the half-step sovereign realm. Lan Tingyan naturally wouldn't let go of such a temptation. The peerless venerables of the three immortal courts have appeared. Now, the major powers can no longer make decisions. They are all targeting Jiang Chen. It seems like Jiang Chen won't be able to escape today. AI. It's truly a pity. If a figure like Jiang Chen doesn't die, his future achievements will truly be limitless. But even if he dies, his name will definitely be recorded in history and become a highlight of the immortal world's history. In the next 10,000 years, there will definitely be people who will remember this name. It's obvious that the three immortal courts are here for Jiang Chen's Great Void technique. You should know that the Void Sovereign is one of the most powerful great sovereigns, almost on par with the Immortal Slayer King. Even the immortal courts want to investigate the Great Void technique. Jiang Chen is too ferocious. He even dared to kill the people of the immortal courts in the Golden Horizon. Naturally, the three immortal courts won't let him go. It seems that he's going to die for sure. I believe that there won't be any more miracles, unless Jiang Chen is able to trigger the heavenly tribulation, but that's obviously impossible. Many of them were sighing, feeling sorry for Jiang Chen, but given the current situation, Jiang Chen had almost no chance of escaping. Putting aside the old ancestors of the major powers, just any one of the three peerless venerables was enough to overwhelm Jiang Chen. He was an existence that was infinitely close to the sovereign realm. Those late immortal venerable old ancestors weren't even on the same level as him. Yang Yu and the others looked nervous, but they didn't say a word. They knew very well that it was useless to say anything at this moment. In the face of such a situation, everyone was powerless. They could only wait and see if Jiang Chen could create another miracle. Jiang Chen, you're audacious enough to kill the genius disciple of the immortal court of Mi Luo Immortal Domain. So you'll follow me back now and accept the trial of the immortal court. Lan Tingyan spoke as soon as he arrived, wanting to take Jiang Chen away. Lan Tingyen, you don't have the right to speak here. Don't forget that this is ethereal immortal domain, not your Mi Luo immortal domain. Even if Jiang Chen wants to judge someone, it should be us, the immortal court. It's not your turn to judge him. Upon hearing that Lan Tingyen was going to take Jiang Chen away, Wang Xianfeng couldn't stand it anymore. This was no joke. He was ordered to come here. This was the territory of ethereal immortal domain. If Jiang Chen was taken away by someone else, where would his face be? How was he going to show his face in the immortal court in the future? Calm down, Brother Wang. Although this is ethereal immortal domain, it's a fact that Jiang Chen has killed the genius of our two immortal courts. Not only that, many disciples of the major powers of Radiance Immortal Domain and Mi Luo Immortal Domain have also died in his hands. He has committed a heinous crime. In my opinion, the three immortal courts should join forces to judge him. Lei Batian spoke. He was a smart man. He could already see that it was impossible to bring Jiang Chen away alone. Wang Xianfeng would never agree to it. Just like what Wang Xianfeng said, this was after all the territory of ethereal immortal domain, not their Radiance Immortal Domain. In that case, the two of you can follow me to the Immortal Court to be judged. As for taking Jiang Chen away, don't even think about it. It's impossible. Wang Xuanfeng's attitude was firm and domineering. It seemed that he wouldn't be afraid even if he had to fight the two of them. After hearing this, Lei Batian and Lan Tingyen exchanged a glance and nodded. They knew very well that they had come here with the same purpose. It was obviously impossible to take Jiang Chen for themselves. Wang Xianfeng had already made the biggest concession by asking them to enter the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain to judge Jiang Chen together. It would be unwise for them to continue to be entangled with Wang Xianfeng, and they wouldn't get the result they wanted. It wouldn't be beneficial for them to have a conflict with Wang Xianfeng in ethereal immortal domain. Jiang Chen's face darkened. He didn't say a word. These three bastards were treating him as a prey, a cooked duck. This kind of feeling made Jiang Chen very uncomfortable. Jiang Chen, let's go. Wang Xianfeng looked at Jiang Chen and said in an indifferent tone. At this moment, the old ancestor of Nanbei family walked out, bowed to Wang Xianfeng and said, "Venerable Tornado, this Jiang Chen has killed so many of our geniuses and caused such a great loss to us. We don't need any compensation. We just want to see Jiang Chen's punishment with our own eyes. Therefore, we suggest that Venerable Tornado cripple Jiang Chen in front of us, then go to the Immortal Court for the final judgment. In that case, we will be at ease." That's right, Venerable Tornado. Cripple Jiang Chen. Then our hearts will be at ease. Only then will the immortal world be at peace. The old ancestor of Limitless Immortal Sect said. These old ancestors were smart people. They knew that the Immortal Court only intervened because of the Great Void technique. If it was only for Jiang Chen's life, they wouldn't even need to intervene. Therefore, their suggestion of crippling Jiang Chen wouldn't affect the Immortal Court at all. Chapter 17:15. Jiang Chen was just too terrifying. They had witnessed it firsthand and tasted the bitterness of it. The complete annihilation of Corpse Een sect was a living example. Although Jiang Chen would eventually die in the Immortal Court, they would only feel at ease when they saw Jiang Chen's cultivation being crippled in front of their eyes, in case of any more trouble. Not good. These old ancestors seem determined to put Jiang Chen to death. They want Wang Xianfeng to cripple Jiang Chen now. If there's no accident, Wang Xianfeng will definitely agree to it. Yang Yu cursed inwardly. Jiang Chen's crisis was about to come. Wang Xianfeng glanced at those old ancestors and nodded. All right, I'll do as you wish. I'll cripple Jiang Chen myself. To Wang Xianfeng, it didn't matter if Jiang Chen was crippled or not. It was enough as long as Jiang Chen was alive. However, these old ancestors were the pinnacle figures of the major powers in the immortal world. As the Immortal Court, it was necessary for him to appease them. After all, the peace and tranquility of ethereal immortal domain still needed them. Thank you, Venerable Xianfeng. All the old ancestors spoke at the same time. Then, their gloomy eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. To them, nothing was more important than destroying Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you heard it. These old ancestors want me to cripple you. It's only natural for you to receive such a punishment. Wang Xianfeng came to the front of Jiang Chen and spoke. His eyes were high and mighty, looking at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at an ant. Cripple me? Do you have the ability to do so? Jiang Chen's eyes were as red as blood, staring straight at Wang Xianfeng. This gaze instantly aroused Wang Xuanfeng's anger. No one had ever dared to underestimate him. An immortal emperor was an absolute ant in his eyes. In his point of view, Jiang Chen should be kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. But now, Jiang Chen's performance made him feel very comfortable. He couldn't see the slightest nervousness or fear in Jiang Chen's eyes. Such attitude made Wang Xianfeng feel incomparably uncomfortable, as if his dignity had been severely challenged. He must cripple Jiang Chen with his own hands to let this arrogant kid know the consequences of offending his dignity. A gust of ice-cold killing intent drifted out of Venerable Xianfeng's body. Judging from his expression, if it wasn't for the immortal court wanting to bring Jiang Chen back, Wang Xianfeng would have already killed Jiang Chen on the spot. Jiang Chen was already prepared. As long as Wang Xianfeng attacked, he would instantly hide in the Zulong Tower. It didn't matter whether the Zulong Tower could escape the senses of a peerless venerable like Wang Xianfeng, but this was Jiang Chen's last move. He couldn't just stand here and wait for his death. Jiang Chen, if you kneel down and kowtow to me and beg for mercy now, I might not cripple you and give you a chance. Wang Xianfeng spoke all of a sudden. What he wanted now was his face and dignity. As long as Jiang Chen kowtowed to him, he would bring Jiang Chen away. In any case, Jiang Chen would die sooner or later. Haha, old fart. What are you thinking? Jiang Chen laughed aloud. Not to mention Wang Xianfeng, even the great sovereign of the immortal court wouldn't be able to force Jiang Chen to kneel down. Boom. Intense anger surged out of Wang Xuanfeng's body. He wanted to regain his face, but he had never thought that a single sentence from Jiang Chen would make him lose all his face. He was a famous peerless venerable. Not only in the ethereal immortal domain, but even in the entire immortal world. He would be respected wherever he went. But now, a brat actually dared to call him an old fart. How could he accept that? Brat, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being impolite, Wang Xianfeng said, and his big hand grabbed towards Jiang Chen. Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of golden light suddenly pierced through the air and collided with Wang Xuanfeng's palm. Bang! The void exploded in an instant. Wang Xuanfeng's body was shaken. His facial expression changed slightly. He raised his head and shouted, "Who's there?" Wang Xianfeng, aren't you a little too arrogant? A voice rang out from the void. After that, a silhouette walked out. It was a dirty old man who didn't care about his appearance. However, his eyes were abnormally bright and the aura he exuded was enough to cause people to tremble in fear. Old liar. Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Chen's face lit up and his mood relaxed instantly. This fellow was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wangqing came to Jiang Chen. After looking at him from head to toe, he patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, "Not bad, not bad. You're much more powerful than I imagined." The old liar rarely praised others, but he was full of praise for Jiang Chen. "Looks like I've troubled you again." Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. Immediately, he withdrew his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. With Xiao Wangqing here, he didn't need to do anything. "Who are you?" Venerable Xianfeng looked at the old liar. He felt that the old liar's qi was somewhat familiar, but he knew almost all the famous venerables in the immortal world except for this old man. "Wang Xianfeng, I've been gone for so long. Have you completely forgotten about me?" The old liar turned to look at Wang Xianfeng with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help releasing his qi. Venerable Wangqing, Xiao Wangqing, Wang Xianfeng, Lei Batian and Lan Tingyan exclaimed almost at the same time, because they had seen through the old liar's true identity. A person's appearance could be changed, but his qi couldn't. Who didn't know the fame of Venerable Wangqing? If there was an existence below half-step sovereign that they feared, it would undoubtedly be Xiao Wangqing. What? Venerable Wangqing, Xiao Wangqing? I never thought that this old man is the legendary Venerable Wangqing. My God! Venerable Wangqing has been missing for so long. Many people thought that he was dead. I never thought that he would reappear in the immortal world today. Even such a figure has been attracted by Jiang Chen, the famous Venerable Wangqing. It seems like he's going to protect Jiang Chen. When did this Jiang Chen become friends with Venerable Wangqing? That's incredible. According to rumor, the exalt of Wangqing is extremely handsome, And he's a renowned handsome man in the immortal dimension. Why has he become an extremely filthy and dirty old man now? Isn't the difference too great? It really is disappointing. Even Venerable Wang Qing has appeared. But there are too many people who want to kill Jiang Chen now. All 3 immortal courts want Jiang Chen's life. I'm afraid that even Venerable Wang Qing won't be able to save Jiang Chen's life. Chapter 17:16. Sure enough, a miracle has happened. Jiang Chen is indeed a man of great fortune. He even befriended a peerless venerable like Xiao Wangqing. As long as Xiao Wangqing is determined to protect Jiang Chen will have a chance of survival. Yang Yu's face was filled with excitement. The appearance of Xiao Wangqing was undoubtedly a miracle. The situation had changed rapidly. Everyone was on tenterhooks. Countless people were sighing. They didn't know what would happen next, but one thing was certain. They didn't watch the show in vain. Putting aside the fact that they couldn't see those old ancestor-level figures, those peerless venerables were legendary pinnacle existences. Now that Xiao Wangqing had reappeared in the world, no one could keep their calm. Xiao Wangqing, you're still alive? The Thunder King Venerable Lei Batian said. You old guys are still alive and well. I, Xiao Wangqing, naturally can't die in front of you, said the old liar with a smile. His tone was filled with the bearing of a peerless venerable. He was incomparably arrogant, as though he didn't put the other party in his eyes. Xiao Wangqing, this is the matter of the immortal court. I hope you won't interfere in it, said Wang Xianfeng with a frown. This Xiao Wangqing wasn't easy to deal with. He wasn't a fool. Previously, when he attacked Jiang Chen, Xiao Wangqing had also stopped him. His purpose was obvious: to save Jiang Chen. I naturally won't interfere in the matter of your immortal court, but I won't allow you to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is my man. No one is allowed to touch him, said Xiao Wangqing casually. Xiao Wangqing said casually, but the firmness in his words was evident. Xiao Wangqing, I'm afraid you can't interfere in this matter. All 3 immortal courts want Jiang Chen's life. I'm afraid you're not qualified to do so, right? Said Lan Tingyan. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm qualified or not. You don't even have the right to speak in front of me. Xiao Wangqing's expression was indifferent. He would stick his nose into this matter to the end. The arrogant Reverend Wang Qing? He's in existence on the same level as those 3. A peerless reverend. And now, he's saying that they don't even have the right to speak before him? Isn't he being a little too confident? They are indeed a little arrogant. If the 3 of them join forces, I'm afraid Xiao Wangqing won't be a match for them. Let's see. Jiang Chen now has a powerful backer. Maybe a miracle will happen. Jiang Chen has disappeared for so long. No one knows how terrifying his combat strength is now. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Wangqing's domineering manner. The bearing of a peerless immortal venerable was evident in his body, but many of them were guessing how powerful he was to be able to ignore 3 peerless immortal venerables of the same level. Haha. Xiao Wangqing, aren't you a little too arrogant? In that case, let me see if you're still as powerful as before after disappearing for so long. Wang Xianfeng suddenly burst into laughter. He had already lost his face because of Jiang Chen's matter. Now that Xiao Wangqing had appeared, who was even more arrogant than Jiang Chen and said that he didn't even have the right to speak, how could Wang Xianfeng bear it? This was a naked slap to his face. A powerful qi rushed out of Wang Xuanfeng's body. As a peerless venerable, who didn't have some courage and domineeringness, what they couldn't tolerate the most was having their dignity challenged. Wang Xianfeng moved, fully exerting the aura of a peerless venerable. A dazzling palm strike was launched at Xiao Wangqing. Countless eyes were fixed on the scene. It was a great honor for them to be able to witness a battle between peerless venerables. Incredible! No wonder he's Venerable Xianfeng, an existence that's infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. I'm sure I'll be killed if this palm strike is used against me. Yang Yu was appalled. Not just Yang Yu, even the eyes of those late immortal venerables lit up. They had seen the gap between them and these peerless venerables. Now, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Wangqing. They all wanted to see how powerful this legendary peerless venerable was. Was it really as he said, that not even someone like Wang Xianfeng was qualified to speak in front of him? The scene was silent. In the face of Wang Xuanfeng's destructive palm strike, There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation in Xiao Wangqing's eyes. His body didn't even emit the slightest bit of qi. When Wang Xuanfeng's palm was about to reach Xiao Wangqing, Xiao Wangqing gently flicked out a finger. That's right. Just a finger. Poochie! Xiao Wangqing's finger landed precisely on Wang Xuanfeng's palm. Under countless rays of light, Wang Xuanfeng's palm was pierced by Xiao Wangqing's finger. Blood spurted out crazily and all the energy in his body collapsed immediately. Arg! Wang Xianfeng exclaimed and retreated hastily. He felt that his entire arm had gone numb. Blood flowed uncontrollably. Wang Xianfeng looked at Xiao Wangqing with incomparable horror. The fear in his eyes began to spread. Why, you have stepped into the sovereign realm? As soon as the word sovereign realm came out of his mouth, an uproar broke out, especially Lei Batian and Lan Tingyan. The way they looked at Xiao Wangqing had completely changed. Others might not be able to see it, but they absolutely could feel that Xiao Wangqing had pierced through Wang Xuanfeng's palm effortlessly without emitting any qi. The only explanation was that Xiao Wangqing had already stepped into the sovereign realm. If that was the case, Xiao Wangqing's words weren't arrogant at all. They weren't qualified to speak in front of a half-step sovereign. My God! A sovereign realm expert. No wonder he's so arrogant now that he has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. Amazing! A half-step sovereign has appeared. I've actually witnessed the demeanor of a half-step sovereign today. This trip is worthwhile. Sure enough, Xiao Wangqing has the qualifications to be arrogant. He has actually advanced to the sovereign realm after disappearing for so long. Everyone was shocked. The shock brought by a peerless venerable and a half-step sovereign was completely different. They couldn't be compared at all. Looking at the back of the old liar, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. It seemed that Xiao Wangqing had finally broken through to the sovereign realm. This was something worth celebrating. Chapter 17:17. Xiao Wangqing's transformation was tremendous. In just a minute, he had transformed from a filthy old man into a green-clothed young man. He had a stalwart body, a handsome face, eyes as bright as the stars, and silky black hair. He seemed to be in his 30s. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His oppressive qi made people not dare to look at him directly. Jiang Chen gaped in shock. He couldn't believe that this handsome young man was actually the old liar. The huge contrast made Jiang Chen unable to accept it for a moment. However, Jiang Chen also understood that Xiao Wangqing had abandoned himself to become a filthy old man, an old liar who only knew how to eat and drink. Now that he had broken through to the sovereign realm, it was only natural for him to regain his former glory and become even better than before. This is the real venerable Xiao Wangqing. No, he can no longer be called a venerable anymore. He has already become a mighty half-step sovereign. Everyone said that Xiao Wangqing is the most handsome man in the immortal world. Now, it seems like he's indeed extraordinarily handsome. Isn't this bastard a little too handsome? I'm afraid even women will be jealous of that face of his. This is Xiao Wangqing's original appearance. The filthy old man was just a disguise. Now that Xiao Wangqing has become a half-step sovereign expert, he has distanced himself from Wang Xianfeng and the others. Jiang Chen is finally saved. No wonder Xiao Wangqing said that Wang Xianfeng and the others aren't qualified to talk to him. Now, it seems like he really isn't qualified. No matter how powerful a peerless venerable is, he's still just an ant in front of a half-step sovereign. That's right. Although there's only a step between the late immortal venerable realm and half-step sovereign realm, no one knows how many people have been killed in this step. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. There's no comparison at all. Xiao Wangqing is a pinnacle existence among the peerless venerables. Now that he has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm, his strength is unfathomable. Who would dare to stop a half-step sovereign from protecting Jiang Chen? Xiao Wangqing's elegant demeanor had won the admiration of everyone. At this time, no one thought that Xiao Wangqing's words were arrogant at all. More importantly, Xiao Wangqing's appearance was another turning point. Jiang Chen's death was broken just like that. Each of the old ancestors of the major powers had an ugly expression. They knew that it was impossible for them to kill Jiang Chen. With Xiao Wangqing protecting Jiang Chen, who would dare to make a move? Now, they could only rely on the immortal court. Although Xiao Wangqing could deter them, he couldn't deter the immortal court. I've said it before. In front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to speak. Xiao Wangqing stared coldly at Wang Xianfeng, Lan Tingyan and Lei Batian. These people who were once on the same level as him could only look up to him now. Boundless sovereign aura gushed out of Xiao Wangqing's body. An invisible pressure pervaded the air. Many people's facial expression changed. Even immortal venerables shivered under such pressure. They couldn't resist such a powerful pressure at all. Putong. Many people with low cultivation base immediately knelt down and prostrated themselves on the ground. Their bodies were trembling. They had never seen a great sovereign before. It was even the first time for them to see a half-step sovereign. In their hearts, great sovereigns were supreme beings. They were like gods that needed to be worshipped. Many of them knelt on the ground. The pressure of a half-step sovereign was just too great for them to bear. The faces of Wang Xianfeng and the other two turned ashen and unsightly to the extreme. They didn't dare to look at Xiao Wangqing's imposing aura. They knew very well that there was an insurmountable gap between them and Xiao Wangqing. In front of Xiao Wangqing, they were like ants. Wang Xuanfeng's injuries were all thanks to Xiao Wangqing's mercy. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse by now. One should know that the consequences of offending the dignity of a half-step sovereign were very serious. Voila! With a face full of arrogance, Xiao Wangqing retracted his great sovereign qi. Countless people heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as though a huge mountain had vanished from their shoulders. The scene was incomparably quiet. No one dared to speak. Who would dare to act rashly in front of a half-step sovereign? Wang Xianfeng, Lei Batian, Lan Tingyan, the three of you go back and ask your experts to come here. I'll be waiting for them in Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire tomorrow to discuss the issue of Jiang Chen. Xiao Wangqing spoke to the three of them. The three of them exchanged a glance, then nodded at Xiao Wangqing at the same time. Yes. The attitude of the three peerless venerables towards Xiao Wangqing changed completely, because the person standing in front of them was no longer the familiar venerable Wangqing, but a mighty half-step sovereign, an existence that they couldn't possibly deal with. Go. Xiao Wangqing waved his hand at the three of them. The three of them immediately turned and left, not daring to stay any longer. The dignity of a half-step sovereign was inviolable. If they disobeyed Xiao Wangqing, they would die in vain. Subsequently, Xiao Wangqing's eyes swept around casually. The old ancestors and venerables of the major powers kept quiet out of fear, lowering their heads and not daring to say a word. Kid, come with me. Xiao Wangqing turned to Jiang Chen and spoke, then vanished with a sway of his body. Jiang Chen followed closely behind and vanished as well. Watching Jiang Chen disappear in front of them, the old ancestors had a look of helplessness. At this time, there was nothing they could do. Xiao Wangqing's appearance had made them completely helpless. Damn it! That kid has Xiao Wangqing as his backing. Are we going to let go of our hatred just like that? What can you do? Should he go against Xiao Wangqing? He's a half-step sovereign. If he's enraged, he can kill all of us with just a finger. This matter isn't that simple. The three immortal courts won't let this matter go. Xiao Wangqing didn't say that he would protect Jiang Chen, but asked the immortal courts to come out for a discussion. This shows that he's still very afraid of the immortal courts. Many geniuses of the three immortal courts have died in the hands of Jiang Chen. For the sake of their dignity, the immortal courts will certainly punish Jiang Chen. Let's wait and see. There will be an outcome in tomorrow's meeting. Chapter 17-18. Did you hear it clearly just now? Where is Senior Xiao going to hold the conference? Yang Yu looked over at Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai. He seemed very excited. He had clearly heard it clearly, but he still wanted to confirm it again because he couldn't believe it. Yang Yu, stop pretending. Senior Xiao said that he's going to hold a conference in Genius Prefecture. Hurry up and go back to prepare it. Hua Gai glared at Yang Yu in annoyance. Swoosh. As soon as Hua Gai's voice faded, Yang Yu vanished from where he was, running faster than a rabbit. Upon seeing this, both Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai were speechless, but they could imagine Yang Yu's current mood. Xiao Wangqing had chosen Great Qian Empire of all places. This had already indicated to the world that he had a good impression of Great Qian Empire. To a major power, being favored by a half-step sovereign was already a supreme glory for Great Qian Empire. If Great Qian Empire could establish a relationship with a half-step sovereign, who would dare to provoke them in the future? This point alone was enough to make the other major powers jealous. I've told you that little Chunzi won't die so easily. Now, we can finally rest easy. Han Yen said with a smile. Not necessarily. It depends on the outcome of the conference tomorrow and Senior Zhao's attitude. Huagai said. Given Xiao Wangqing's ability, it's enough to intimidate him. Is there a need for him to hold a conference? Mo Wuqing asked in puzzlement. His thinking was very simple. Solve everything with violence. In his mind, Jiang Chen was a half-step sovereign. It was enough for him to have a half-step sovereign protecting Jiang Chen. There was no need for a conference, which would lower the prestige of a half-step sovereign. Ignorant. Venerable Linglong gave Mo Wuqing a glance. It seems that you can't see through Senior Zhao's good intentions at all and have underestimated the immortal court. Half-step sovereigns are indeed supreme, but they're nothing to the mighty immortal court. Besides, even if Xiao Wangqing can protect Jiang Chen, will Jiang Chen have to live under his protection in the future? Xiao Wangqing can protect him for a while, but not forever. Plus, a fledgling under his wings can't fly. What Xiao Wangqing needs to do is to help Jiang Chen resolve the biggest crisis. As for the rest, it still depends on Jiang Chen himself. This way, he can protect Jiang Chen and create a good environment for Jiang Chen. Venerable Linglong is right. That's exactly what Senior Xiao is going to do. He's going to clean up little Chenzi's mess instead of confronting the three immortal courts for Jiang Chen's sake. In that case, both sides will suffer great losses. Tyrant nodded, knowing that what Venerable Linglong said was true. This was also the reason why Xiao Wangqing wanted to hold the conference. Moreover, Senior Xiao has a purpose in holding the conference in Great Qian Empire. Firstly, it's to help Great Qian Empire become famous and strengthen the empire's prestige. Secondly, it's to give Jiang Chen a reasonable reason to return to Genius Prefecture. Previously, my father has announced to the world that he has expelled Jiang Chen from Genius Prefecture, so there's no reason to summon him back now. If Senior Xiao comes forward and allows little Chunzi to return, everything will be reasonable. Yang Bufan said with a smile. Currently, everyone was very happy. The gloomy atmosphere had been swept away. Things had begun to develop in a good direction. All of them now admired Jiang Chen very much. They admired Jiang Chen for being able to make friends with a peerless figure like Xiao Wangqing. Moreover, Xiao Wangqing was willing to confront the three immortal courts for him. This was very rare. I wonder how Brother Shersan is doing now? Lan Lingji was still worried about the safety of Long Shersan. She had already lost all hope, but after hearing that Long Shersan was still alive, she felt relieved. Then when she saw that Jiang Chen was besieged by so many experts, she became even more nervous. It wasn't until Xiao Wangqing took Jiang Chen away that she felt relieved again. The ups and downs of this period of time were really not a good feeling. Don't worry. Since little Chenzi has said that Monkey is fine, he will be fine, comforted Han Yen. He believed in Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the person he trusted the most. Let's disperse, everyone. Tomorrow, Genius Prefecture will be open. We'll go there and have a look. I hope that Senior Xiao can get a good result. We shouldn't celebrate too early before the result is out, said Venerable Linglong. Everyone nodded, knowing that what Venerable Linglong said made sense. Everyone nodded, knowing that Venerable Linglong's words made sense. The attitude of the immortal court was still unknown. They would certainly send out immortal emperors tomorrow. They didn't know what kind of attitude Xiao Wangqing would use to negotiate with them, but they could imagine that the immortal court wasn't an easy opponent. Therefore, it wasn't a good thing to celebrate too early before the outcome of the negotiation came out. The experts of the major powers had left in a bad mood. They thought that they would definitely kill Jiang Chen, but such a big incident had happened, involving a half-step sovereign. What would happen next wouldn't be up to them, and they could only rely on the immortal court. However, they would all go to Genius Prefecture tomorrow to put pressure on the immortal court. They must seek justice for them. East Xuanyu was destined to be turbulent. No one knew how many years it had been since such a big scene had appeared. Tomorrow's conference was the most crucial and the biggest climax of Jiang Chen's time. Almost everyone was looking forward to it. In the depths of the void, Xiao Wangqing was looking at Jiang Chen with a smile. Why are you looking at me like that, senior? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. When he first came into contact with Xiao Wangqing, the latter was a filthy old liar. But now, he had turned into a handsome man. It was impossible for him not to feel uncomfortable. Kid, you're ruthless enough to create such an earth-shattering event. It seems like I've underestimated you. Xiao Wangqing chuckled. Don't make fun of me. If it wasn't for your appearance today, I would have been killed by those bastards. Jiang Chen shook his head. There was nothing he wouldn't dare to do, but today, he had finally witnessed the terror of the immortal world. He knew that there was always someone better than him in this world. Given his current cultivation base, he was still far from reaching the immortal world. They won't be able to kill you as long as I'm here, but I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for your guidance, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to break through to the sovereign realm in this lifetime. Chapter 17-19. You must be joking, Senior. I'm just speaking my mind. It's all because of you that you can achieve what you have today. Jiang Chen smiled. He now had incomparable respect for Xiao Wangqing. Including the incident of the heaven-devouring devil ape, Xiao Wangqing had saved him twice, and both times were when he was in the most critical situation. Jiang Chen really didn't know when he would be able to repay this kindness. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Do you know why I'm holding this conference? Xiao Wangqing changed the topic. Senior is wiping my ass. It's impossible to go against the immortal court directly, and you can't protect me all the time. I, Jiang Chen, have to rely on myself after all. That's why you're holding this conference, to resolve the grudge between me and the immortal court. Given how smart Jiang Chen was, he could naturally see through Xiao Wangqing's intention. Jiang Chen was touched by Xiao Wangqing's good intention. To be honest, Jiang Chen was flattered that Xiao Wangqing would appear at the most critical moment and not hesitate to go against the immortal court. Well, you're very smart, kid. Everything depends on tomorrow. Let's go to Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. Xiao Wangqing nodded. He liked smart people. He would never feel troubled when talking to smart people. He only needed to make a single move to make the other party understand what he wanted to do. At this moment, the entire Great Qian Empire was bustling with activity. Yang Yu had summoned all the immortal venerables to Genius Prefecture. Even the old emperor of Yang family had come out to welcome the arrival of a half-step sovereign. To Great Qian Empire, this was an absolutely major event. No one dared to neglect it. On the square of Genius Prefecture, there were more than 30 immortal venerables lined up neatly. Each and every one of them had a solemn and excited look on their faces. That's right, all of them were immortal venerables. There wasn't even a single half-step immortal venerable. Yang Zanqing and Dong Feng you could only stand at the back. Over 30 immortal venerables. This showed how strong the foundation of a major power like Great Qian Empire was. These immortal venerables were usually in seclusion and didn't have the time to come out. But today, Xiao Wangqing was here. The Great Qian Empire had more than 30 immortal venerables. From this, it could be seen that the other major powers wouldn't be much inferior to the Great Qian Empire. This time, the immortal venerables that the major powers had sent out to encircle Jiang Chen were only a small portion. When is Senior Xiao coming? The old emperor looked at Yang Yu with a somewhat excited expression. Although he was a late immortal venerable, he was no match for a peerless venerable like Wang Xianfeng, let alone a half-step sovereign like Xiao Wangqing. It should be soon. He has taken Jiang Chen away, saying that he will hold a meeting with the bigwigs of the 3 immortal courts in Genius Prefecture tomorrow to settle the issue of Jiang Chen. Yang Yu said, Great, our Great Qian Empire hasn't had a half-emperor before. This is our honor. That's right. If we can establish a relationship with Senior Xiao, it will absolutely bring us endless benefits. Let's just stand here and welcome them. We have to pay attention to the situation. We cannot make Senior Xiao unhappy. The immortal venerables of Great Qian Empire seemed incomparably excited. These old men who were usually high and mighty were now standing respectfully here. It was a beautiful scene. Countless disciples of Genius Prefecture were watching from afar, not daring to approach them. For many of them, this was their first time seeing so many immortal venerables and the first time knowing how strong the foundation of Great Qian Empire was. There are so many immortal venerables. I never thought that the foundation of Great Qian Empire would be so strong. Even the old emperor has appeared. This is my first time seeing the old emperor. Sure enough, he's a wise and mighty late immortal venerable. I wonder when we will be able to reach this realm. I heard that Xueqi is coming and is going to hold a meeting in Genius Prefecture. Otherwise, do you think we will have the chance to see so many immortal venerables? It's all thanks to Senior Brother Zhang. Senior Brother Zhang is just too heaven-defying. He's the most terrifying genius I've ever seen. He single-handedly stirred up the entire immortal world and annihilated a major power, Corpsine sect. I can't believe it. Now, Senior Brother Zhang has joined hands with Xueqi. I heard that Xueqi went against the 3 immortal courts for Senior Brother Zhang. It's a pity that he couldn't be there. AI. If I can become as famous as Senior Brother Zhang one day, it will be worth it even if I die. You. Hurry up and take a piss and look at yourself. You're far from being comparable to Senior Brother Zhang. Nowadays, Zhang Chen's name was resounding in the entire Genius Prefecture. As a matter of fact, Zhang Chen's name was already resounding in the Golden Horizon. Those disciples who entered the Golden Horizon had witnessed the last brutal massacre of Zhang Chen. Such a genius wouldn't appear in tens of thousands of years. In the hearts of countless genius disciples, Zhang Chen had already become their idol. Many of them felt sad and regretful that Zhang Chen was expelled from Genius Prefecture. The old emperor, Yang Yu and the others seemed very excited. Just at this moment, 2 silhouettes flickered in the void and quickly descended on the square of Genius Prefecture. They were Xueqi and Zhang Chen. Upon seeing Xueqi, the old emperor and the others hastily went forward and saluted him. Junior Yang can greet Senior Xiao. The tone of the old emperor was incomparably respectful. He knew that this was a figure from the same era as the ancestor of Yang family, Yang Junlong. And get up. The descendants of Yang Junlong are not bad. Your great Qian Empire didn't disgrace Yang Junlong, said Xueqi. Apart from Zhang Chen, part of the reason why he chose to stay in Genius Prefecture this time was because of Yang Junlong. He had a good relationship with Yang Junlong. If he could take care of his friend's descendants, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. The entire Great Qian Empire is honored by your presence, Senior Xiao. Yang Yu said. Senior Xiao, I have already vacated the biggest conference hall of Genius Prefecture for tomorrow's conference, said the old emperor. There's no need for that. The people of the Immortal Court aren't that important. Tomorrow's conference will be held in this huge square. Tomorrow, Genius Prefecture will be fully open to the public. Let those who want to come in. Xueqi said. Yes, Senior Xiao. The old emperor nodded and said to Yang Yu, remove the defensive grand formation outside Genius Prefecture and open it to the public. Chapter 1720. The next day, when the sky was just beginning to light up, there was already a sea of people outside Genius Prefecture. Today was a major event in East Xuanyu. Xueqi, the half-step sovereign, was convening a conference. The people who would attend the conference might be at the same level as Zhang Chen, and also the supreme experts of the Immortal Court. No one wanted to miss the opportunity to witness the demeanor of a half-step sovereign. Moreover, Zhang Chen's matter had already reached the point of no return. Today there might be a complete result. Everyone was very concerned about this result, especially the experts of the 8 major powers. Their current mood was very complicated. They could have solved the problem themselves, but now they could only watch. Given their foundation, they had never thought that they wouldn't be able to subdue a puny immortal emperor one day. Now, the only thing they could do was to wait for the experts of the Immortal Court to appear. According to the Immortal Court's practice, they would never compromise. Killing the people of the Immortal Court was equivalent to slapping the face of the Immortal Court. Zhang Chen would certainly die. Even with the protection of Zhang Chen, they were afraid that he wouldn't be able to save Zhang Chen's life. The disciples of Genius Prefecture had also come out. Their faces were filled with excitement. They had been in Genius Prefecture for so long, but they had never seen such a spectacular scene. There was a sea of people that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were just too many people. The Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire had never been the focus of attention like this. There are so many people. I have never seen such a grand scene in my life. All of them are here for Senior Xiao and Senior Brother Zhang. Among the young generation of the immortal world, I'm afraid only Senior Brother Zhang has such great ability. Look, even the old ancestors of the 8 major powers have appeared. There are so many immortal venerables. This camp is just too huge. If it was during normal times, I'm afraid that Genius Prefecture would be on high alert and nervous when facing such a camp. How would they dare to remove their defense like now? What's there to be afraid of? With a half-step sovereign in charge, no one will dare to act rashly, unless they don't want to live anymore. I wonder if there will be any half-step sovereigns in the 3 immortal courts, and what the result of today's conference will be. I hope Senior Brother Jiang will be fine. It's a great loss for Genius Prefecture to lose Senior Brother Jiang. If Senior Brother Jiang can stay and serve Great Qian Empire, it will only be a matter of time before our empire rises again. For Genius Prefecture, today was a very significant day. All of them were very excited. They were very clear about the great things that Jiang Chen had done during this period of time. Each and every one of them worshipped Jiang Chen to the extreme. Naturally, they didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Chen. At this time, even a fool could see the potential of Jiang Chen. As long as he continued to grow, he would certainly become a pillar of Great Qian Empire in the future. The entire empire would rise in his hands. An hour later, the sky was completely bright. More and more people had gathered outside the mountain gate of Genius Prefecture. No one knew how far the crowd had spread. Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai had also arrived. They were directly invited into Genius Prefecture by Yang Yu. Yang Yu's action was to tell the world that his Great Qian Empire was going to establish a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. If it was in the past, although there was no conflict between Great Qian Empire and these 2 major sects, they didn't have much contact or friendship. But this time, because of the matter of Jiang Chen and Long Shan, the 3 major powers had directly joined forces. As for the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu, no, there were only 10 major powers left. Corpse Yin sect had completely disappeared from East Xuanyu. It was indeed a great benefit to have 3 major powers join forces. The old emperor of Great Qian Empire was very happy about the alliance with Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. According to Xiao Wangqing's invitation, there was nothing in the center of the empty square, not even a chair. Not long after that, under countless expectant gazes, Xiao Wangqing led Jiang Chen to the center of the square. The old emperor and the higher-ups of Great Qian Empire were standing on both sides, waiting for the arrival of their opponents. Innumerable eyes fell upon Xiao Wangqing. He was clad in a green robe. His eyes were sharp. Every movement of his exuded the domineering and majestic aura of a half-step sovereign. His black hair was tied up in a bun on top of his head. He looked so young that it was unbelievable. His handsome face could even make women jealous. It's said that Venerable Wang Qing is known as the most handsome man in the immortal world, but I didn't have the chance to meet him. Now that I've seen him today, he really deserves his reputation. He's just too handsome. Xiao Wangqing can be considered a legendary figure. Jiang Chen is really lucky to have such a peerless figure personally come to help him. I wonder when the people of the Immortal Court will arrive. Do you think the Immortal Court won't show any respect to Xiao Wangqing? Impossible. Even if the Immortal Court doesn't show any respect to Jiang Chen, they will certainly come. After all, Jiang Chen is still alive and well. The Immortal Court will certainly come. Jiang Chen is their target. The atmosphere gradually became tense. The appearance of Xiao Wangqing meant that the important figures of the Immortal Court wouldn't be far away. It was almost needless to imagine that the Immortal Court would certainly send powerful experts. The weakest of them would be at least at the same level as Xiao Wangqing, because a figure like Wang Xianfeng had already appeared yesterday. They weren't qualified to negotiate with Xiao Wangqing. All of a sudden, 3 extremely tyrannical airflows vibrated from 3 different directions. Countless gazes looked over and saw that the 3 airflows were extremely fast, arriving at the sky of Genius Prefecture almost at the same time with lightning speed. They're here. Everyone held their breath, their faces filled with excitement. The ones who had come this time were all figures of the Immortal Court. To them, it was already a great fortune to be able to see the supreme experts of the Immortal Court once in their lifetime. The 3 airflows quickly turned into 6 figures, standing in pairs. 3 of them weren't unfamiliar to them. They were the 3 peerless venerables who appeared yesterday: Wang Xianfeng, Lei Batian and Lan Tingyan. Wang Xianfeng was injured by Xiao Wangqing yesterday, but his injury had already recovered. After all, Xiao Wangqing didn't kill him. It was very easy for a peerless venerable to recover from such an injury. However, the 3 peerless venerables from yesterday could only stand behind 3 other people today. Those 3 people were the real focus. The three middle-aged men seemed to be in their 40s, and each of them emitted an unparalleled aura. The overflowing aura made people tremble in fear, and they didn't dare to look at them directly. Chapter 17:21. The three half-step sovereigns looked disdainfully at the world, their faces filled with arrogance. In their eyes, all living beings were like ants. Look at that black-robed man. He's called Li Wangye, a powerful figure of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain. He's a half-step sovereign of the older generation and has a high chance of breaking through to the great sovereign realm. I didn't expect him to come personally this time. As for the other two half-step sovereigns, they're from the immortal court of Radiance Immortal Domain and Mi Luo Immortal Domain. I don't know them either. Someone spoke, his eyes falling upon Li Wangye. He looked majestic with golden accessories hanging above his head and his hands clasped behind his back like a peerless monarch. Even Li Wangye has come. He's a half-step sovereign of the older generation. I'm afraid Xiao Wangqing is no match for him. After all, he has just advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. Yeah. I wonder what will happen next. Let's see how Xiao Wangqing is going to protect Jiang Chen. Li Wangye isn't someone easy to deal with. The situation became tense in an instant. The immortal court was indeed a high and mighty existence, sending out a half-step sovereign and a peerless venerable. They were afraid that only the immortal court was capable of such a feat. Prairie blazing fire Li Wangye, thousand-hand butcher Qiu Qinyun, word glacier Qin Xianbing. I've heard so much about you. I'm Xiao Wangqing. Xiao Wangqing clasped his fists at the three and spoke in a clear voice. Once upon a time, these three peerless figures were existences that he had to look up to. Today, he was able to stand at the same height as these figures. Xiao Wangqing couldn't help feeling lofty. Xiao Wangqing, I know you. I didn't expect that you have already broken through to the half-step sovereign realm, but don't think that you have the capital to challenge the immortal court. You injured Wang Xianfeng yesterday. We haven't settled the matter yet. Call Jiang Chen out now and I'll consider it as nothing has happened. Prairie blazing fire Li Wangye looked at Xiao Wangqing and spoke arrogantly. It seemed like he didn't put Xiao Wangqing in his eyes at all. Of course this was normal. After all, Xiao Wangqing had just advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. There was no way he could be compared to a half-step sovereign of the older generation. In his opinion, it was already a great honor for Xiao Wangqing to see him personally. All right. Prairie blazing fire Li Wangye is here. Let's see how Xiao Wangqing is going to deal with this. There's a gap even between half-step sovereigns. Xiao Wangqing thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm? How can it be to protect Jiang Chen? The old ancestor of Nanbei clan sneered. If he was worried about today's meeting at the beginning, all his worries vanished after seeing Li Wangye, Qiu Qinyun, and Qin Xianbing. No matter how powerful Xiao Wangqing was, he would not dare to act arrogantly in front of Li Wangye and Qiu Qinyun since he had just reached the half-monarch realm. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell onto Xiao Wangqing. They wanted to see how Xiao Wangqing would deal with Li Wangye's group. Li Wangye, Xiao Wangqing, invited you all here today to discuss Jiang Chen's matter. You came up and asked for his life. How is this a negotiation? Xiao Wangqing's tone turned cold in an instant. His eyes flickered as he stared at Li Wangye with an oppressive aura. Xiao Wangqing's performance was out of everyone's expectation. No one thought that he would become so domineering in an instant. It seemed like he didn't even put Li Wangye in his eyes. However, Jiang Chen understood Xiao Wangqing's intention. He knew very well that in this world where strength reigned supreme, strength was the key to everything. Since Li Wangye looked down on Jiang Chen had to be domineering. He wanted to let Li Wangye know that he had the strength to negotiate with them so that the negotiation could continue. Xiao Wangqing, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me? You're just a half-step sovereign. I don't put you in my eyes at all. I'm already giving you face by coming here today. Don't be so shameless. Li Wangye's aura fluctuated. It seemed like he was about to attack. Haha. Li Wangye, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you've become a half-step sovereign earlier. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Since you said that I'm not qualified to negotiate with you, then let's see if I, Xiao Wangqing, am qualified to do so. Xiao Wangqing burst into laughter. With a sway of his body, he flew up into the sky and waved his hand, directly opening up an extraterritorial battlefield. Powerful half-step sovereign aura was released like raging waves, challenging Li Wangye. That's right. Xiao Wangqing was challenging Li Wangye. This action made countless people widen their eyes in disbelief. Even Li Wangye was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Xiao Wangqing would come up and challenge him. Xiao Wangqing, are you challenging me? Li Wangye's tone was cold. That's right. Li Wangye, come up and fight, then we'll negotiate. Xiao Wangqing's green robe fluttered in the wind. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the powerful Li Wangye. Very well. Then I'll let you see how powerful I am. I'll let you know how arrogant and ignorant you are. Li Wangye was a high and mighty figure. How could he be afraid of Xiao Wangqing's challenge? As a powerful half-step sovereign, he couldn't stand such provocation. What the fuck? He's going to fight without a word? I'm not even prepared yet. Isn't this supposed to be a negotiation conference? Why are they fighting before it has even started? Are you kidding me? You guys don't understand. Xiao Wangqing has just become a half-step sovereign. Li Wangye and the others don't put him in their eyes at all. They think that Xiao Wangqing isn't qualified to negotiate with them. That's why Xiao Wangqing challenged Li Wangye to prove that he's qualified to negotiate. Otherwise, today's conference wouldn't be able to continue. That's right. But can Xiao Wangqing really fight Li Wangye? After all, he has just become a half-step sovereign while Li Wangye has been famous for a long time. The title of Blazing Prairie isn't for nothing. Look, don't underestimate Xiao Wangqing. I think he's very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to challenge Li Wangye. He knows very well that once he loses, he'll lose the qualification to negotiate. Then, there's no need for the conference to continue. The scene instantly became restless. Two half-step sovereigns started fighting because of a disagreement. However, this battle seemed to be inevitable. Otherwise, the conference wouldn't be able to continue. Chapter 1722. Li Wangye entered the extraterritorial battlefield. Both of them stood opposite each other, staring at each other. Their aura was rising bit by bit. Neither of them took the initiative to attack. It seemed that they wanted to use their aura to overwhelm the opponent first and gain the upper hand to defend their dignity. Little Qinzi, do you think Senior Xiao can defeat Li Wangye? That's a half-step sovereign expert of the older generation. After all, Senior Xiao has just advanced to half-step sovereign, said Han Yan worriedly. Don't worry. Since Senior Xiao dares to do this, it means that he has great confidence in his strength. His Tao of forgetfulness has been comprehended and transformed. Even if he has just advanced to half-step sovereign, he can't be underestimated. Let's wait and see. This is a battle of dignity between half-step sovereigns. It's bound to be very exciting, said Jiang Chen. He had absolute confidence in Xiao Wangqing. The faces of the people of Genius Prefecture were filled with worry, but they were already mentally prepared for this situation. They knew that today's conference wouldn't be that easy. If Xiao Wangqing didn't show his absolute strength, he wouldn't be able to proceed with the conference. Everyone knew this very well. On the extraterritorial battlefield, the aura of the two half-step sovereigns was like a tidal wave, turning into stormy waves. Due to the fact that Xiao Wangqing had sealed the battlefield, the people outside basically couldn't feel the aura inside. Otherwise, such an aura alone would have caused countless people to spurt out blood and die. Even so, many people couldn't help but tremble in fear just by looking at the situation inside the battlefield. Soon, the battle between the two had reached its climax. After Xiao Wangqing's aura surpassed Li Wangye's, Li Wangye would immediately chase after him. On the other hand, Xiao Wangqing did the same. The battle between the two half-step sovereigns had reached a stalemate. It could be seen that Li Wangye's relaxed expression had now turned solemn. The way he looked at Xiao Wangqing had also changed. Obviously, Li Wangye had underestimated Xiao Wangqing. He didn't expect that Xiao Wangqing, who had just stepped into the half-step sovereign realm, could compete with him to this extent. Jiang Chen and Nanbei Chao had once competed against each other. Both of them wanted to overwhelm the other with their qi. It could be said that they were going all out. The scene fell into silence. No one spoke a word. No one knew the outcome of this battle. If everyone thought that Li Wangye would win in the beginning, No one dared to make such a conclusion after seeing Li Wangye's current state. Qiu Chenyun and Qin Xianbing, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, were also a little shocked. They exchanged a glance and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Clearly, they didn't expect Xiao Wangqing to confront Li Wangye head-on. Rumble. Rumbling sounds erupted from the two's auras. Like a tsunami, a golden dragon emerged from each of their heads. It was an aura dragon that was completely condensed from powerful auras. The two great half-step martial emperors roared, and the two aura dragons collided with each other, emitting world-shaking roars as they intertwined with each other. The battle of auras lasted for 3 minutes before it shattered with a loud bang. Li Wangye and Xiao Wangqing were struck by the backlash and took 3 steps back at the same time before they could stabilize themselves. Li Wangye was shocked. He looked at Xiao Wangqing in disbelief. Xiao Wangqing's green robe fluttered in the wind. His aura of a half-step martial emperor wasn't any weaker than before. What a terrifying collision of auras. I wonder who won. Can't you see it? It's obvious that it's a draw. Xiao Wangqing is much stronger than we imagined. Li Wangye has obviously underestimated Xiao Wangqing. However, this is only a collision of auras. It can't determine the winner or loser, nor can it represent the true strength of a half-step martial emperor. The real battle will begin next. Xiao Wangqing is indeed a peerless genius. I just don't know if he can still fight Li Wangye to a draw in the upcoming battle. I think it's going to be very difficult. Li Wangye is, after all, a half-step martial emperor of the older generation. His strength isn't something an ordinary half-step martial emperor can compare to. No one wasn't shocked. The way they looked at Xiao Wangqing had changed. However, the real battle had just begun. In their hearts, Xiao Wangqing still couldn't fight against a figure like Li Wangye. Xiao Wangqing, it seems like I've underestimated you. But don't think that you're qualified to negotiate with me. Next, I'll let you see how terrifying the name of Prairie Blazing Flames is. Li Wangye was infuriated. His body began to emit steaming flames. That was the powerful Saint Flame. He was much stronger than Lan Tingyan when it came to playing with fire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the name of Prairie Blazing Flames. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just attack. Xiao Wangqing didn't show the slightest fear. His whole body was steaming with the monstrous battle intent that would only appear when he encountered a peerless expert. Li Wangye didn't say anything else. He chose to take the initiative to attack. His hands formed a fire seal, and golden flames filled the air. The fire seal was branded with ancient patterns, and any flame that shot out from it could burn the void. The fire seal grew bigger and bigger. In just a blink of an eye, it became more than 30 meters in size. Under Li Wangye's control, it rushed towards Xiao Wangqing. Hung Long. The towering fire seal was like a huge fireball. This casual strike was enough to create a huge hole in the sky. If an ordinary immortal venerable came into contact with this fire seal, he was afraid that his qi alone would be enough to destroy the fire seal before it could even reach his body. In the blink of an eye, the fire seal had arrived in front of Xiao Wangqing. Facing such a powerful attack from Li Wangye, Xiao Wangqing unsheathed a long sword. It was an incomparably cold sword with cyan sword qi. It was a peerless combat sword that exuded a ruthless aura. It was a ruthless sword, a sword of slaughter. Any living being in the heavens and earth would be destroyed by this sword. That's the legendary Wangqing sword. I've heard that Xiao Wangqing's sword technique is unique and ruthless. I never thought that I would be able to see this sword with my own eyes one day. Li Wangye's life-seizing flame is also abnormally terrifying. When these two great experts collide, it can be said that they are facing each other head-on. However, in comparison, Li Wangye still has the upper hand. After all, he has been stuck in the half-step sovereign realm for a very long time. The real battle is about to begin. Two half-step sovereigns with the power to destroy the heavens and earth will surely decide who is stronger. Everyone was shocked. The appearance of the life-seizing flame seal and the Wangqing sword was the pinnacle of this battle. It was much livelier than the previous battle of qi. Under countless astonished and expectant gazes, the Wangqing sword pierced through the fire seal at an extremely tricky angle. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He had a unique understanding of sword techniques. Despite his pride, he couldn't deny the power of Xiao Wangqing's sword. It was a simple sword without any fancy moves, but it was able to hit the weakest spot of the fire seal with unparalleled sovereign might. Bang! In the next moment, the fire seal, which was originally extremely powerful, exploded into a sea of fire, covering the entire extraterritorial battlefield. Then, countless cold sword lights filled the air. Under the pressure of the sword lights, the blazing sea of fire was quickly extinguished. Xiao Wangqing was still as handsome and unrestrained as before. He stood with his sword in hand and his momentum didn't weaken in the slightest. In other words, Li Wangye's life-seizing flame seal didn't cause any harm to Xiao Wangqing. What? This time, it was Li Wangye's turn to be shocked. The way he looked at Xiao Wangqing had changed once again. He no longer had the contempt he had in the beginning. Others might not know, but he knew very well how much energy he had infused into that strike. It was almost his ultimate killing move. In his opinion, even if Xiao Wangqing wasn't injured, he would still be battered by that strike. But who would have thought that Xiao Wangqing didn't even lose a strand of hair and easily destroyed his fire seal? Li Wangye wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Bang! The void exploded as a fire shield appeared in Li Wangye's hand. Raging flames blazed, and in the next instant, boundless flames spread out, forming a huge intent field of raging inferno. On the other side, the combat sword in Xiao Wangqing's hand sprayed out billions of green sword lights. Everyone saw the two colliding at an extremely fast speed. Hung Long. The sky was completely destroyed. The entire extraterritorial battlefield was covered by raging flames and countless sword lights. No one could clearly see what was happening inside, but from the continuous sounds of explosions, one could imagine how intense the battle inside was. This fierce battle had been going on for a full 10 minutes without stopping. Many people were beginning to get anxious. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Xiao Wangqing is much stronger than we imagined. He can actually fight Li Wangye to such an extent. I feel that regardless of whether Xiao Wangqing can win or not, he already has the qualifications to negotiate with Li Wangye. Everyone was guessing the outcome. Even if they couldn't see the situation inside clearly, they still had to keep their eyes fixed on the battlefield, fearing that they would miss any wonderful moment. A few minutes later, the originally violent extraterritorial battlefield suddenly quieted down. The steaming flames and green sword lights began to vanish. The scene inside was revealed to everyone. Li Wangye and Xiao Wangqing were still in the same posture as before the battle, staring at each other. Neither of them had any injuries, and even their chi was exactly the same as before. Who won exactly? Could it be a tie again? I don't think it matters anymore. The conference can continue now. No one knew who won this battle, but now it seemed that it didn't matter anymore. What was important was that Xiao Wangqing was still standing there unscathed, which was enough to prove that he was qualified to stand on equal footing with Li Wangye. Chapter 1723. Who won? Han Yen couldn't help but ask curiously. The previous battle was completely obscured and he couldn't see the battle clearly. At this moment, both Xiao Wangqing and Li Wangye were unscathed, so it was hard to determine who was the winner. Jiang Chen didn't answer, but the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. On the battlefield, Xiao Wangqing spoke aloud. Li Wangye, can we sit down and talk now? Li Wangye's gaze towards Xiao Wangqing was still filled with astonishment. Others might not have seen the battle just now, but Li Wangye, who had personally experienced it, knew it very well. Qiu Qianyun and Qin Xianbing also saw it clearly. Their expressions were also filled with astonishment. Humph! Xiao Wangqing, you really shouldn't have interfered in the affairs of the immortal court. Li Wangye harumphed coldly. Then, he flew down and landed on the spacious square. His action had undoubtedly acknowledged Li Wangye's strength and proved that Li Wangye was qualified to stand here and hold a meeting with him. Did you see that? Isn't it obvious who won and who lost? A figure like Li Wangye wouldn't have landed on the square, even if he had the slightest advantage in the battle. Jiang Chen said, Senior Xiao is really amazing. You have just advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. The rest is up to you, said Han Yen with a smile. Han Yen said with a smile, but now wasn't the time to relax yet, because it was time for them to confront each other. Although Xiao Wangqing had shown incredible strength, it wouldn't be easy to solve Jiang Chen's problem perfectly. After Li Wangye landed on the square, Qiu Qianyun and Qin Xianbing also landed. The two of them hadn't spoken a word since they arrived, but after witnessing the battle with their own eyes, they were ready to listen to what Xiao Wangqing had to say. Even if Xiao Wangqing was powerful, he wouldn't be able to make the immortal court give up on the pursuit and trial of Jiang Chen. Xiao Wangqing, tell me, how do you want to solve this matter? Jiang Chen has killed many geniuses of the immortal court. We can't just let this matter go. Li Wangye stood there and said. Countless eyes were fixed on them, especially the old ancestors of the major powers of the ethereal immortal domain. Now that they had placed all their hopes on the immortal court, they must not let Jiang Chen go. Li Wangye, you have also said that Jiang Chen killed your geniuses. I think it's just a matter of strength in the battle between the young. The Golden Horizon has always been a place of slaughter. All of you should know this better than anyone else. For a long time, it's already considered good if half of the geniuses who entered the Golden Horizon can come out alive. The fact that your geniuses died in the hands of Jiang Chen only shows that you are incompetent. Xiao Wangqing said loudly. Xiao Wangqing, don't you think it's too easy for you to say that? If it's a real battle, we naturally won't say anything even if your geniuses died. But you have forgotten that Jiang Chen relied on the Sun Divine Feather to kill them. That's a completely different matter. Now that the Sun Divine Feather is in his hands, if the Immortal Court doesn't come forward to suppress him, who else can suppress him? Qiu Qianyun spoke, disapproving of Xiao Wangqing's words. His determination to kill Jiang Chen seemed unshakable. You peerless immortal venerables and even half-step sovereigns have come forward to deal with an immortal emperor junior. This will surely affect your reputation and face. What I want to say is, don't you have any geniuses in the immortal court? Could it be that the dignified immortal court can't find a young man who can fight against Jiang Chen? If it's the geniuses of the immortal court who attacked Jiang Chen, it's the matter of the younger generation. I won't come forward to stop it, but if you bunch of old guys want to deal with Jiang Chen shamelessly, I will never agree to it. Xiao Wangqing's attitude was incomparably firm. He had now put the face of the immortal court and the geniuses on the line. Every step he took had his own plan. What a joke! Our immortal court has countless geniuses. How can a puny Jiang Chen compare to us? If he loses the Sun Divine Feather, Jiang Chen will be nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the geniuses of the immortal court. Li Wangye's qi fluctuated. He was extremely angry at Xiao Wangqing's slandering of the immortal court. One should know that the dignified immortal court was a supreme existence in the immortal world. If there wasn't a decent genius in the immortal court, there was no need for the immortal court to exist. As the holy land of cultivation in the immortal world, where countless people were scrambling to enter, wouldn't it become a joke? Good. Since you said so, it couldn't be better. With a smile on his face, Xiao Wangqing turned to Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, hand over the Sun Divine Feather. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. Without hesitation, he took out the Sun Divine Feather and handed it over to Xiao Wangqing. The moment the Divine Feather of the Sun appeared, it immediately attracted countless gazes. Even Li Wangye and the others couldn't help but look over. They had never seen the legendary golden feather fan before. It was completely golden and emitted a buzzing sound. It was surrounded by the flames of the sun. It looked extremely mystical. Xiao Wangqing held the Sun Divine Feather in his hand and said to Li Wangye and the others, From now on, the Sun Divine Feather belongs to me. Jiang Chen no longer has any divine weapons. As long as the older generation experts of the immortal court and the major powers of the immortal world don't attack Jiang Chen, your geniuses can do whatever they want and I won't interfere. In my opinion, this is the matter of the young generation. To Jiang Chen, dealing with countless peerless geniuses of the immortal world is a great trial and also a kind of danger. To your geniuses, having a figure like Jiang Chen as a training target is also a good thing for them to improve themselves. If anyone can kill Jiang Chen, that person will naturally become famous in the immortal world and become the #1 genius of the young generation. This is the purpose of my meeting today. Xiao Wangqing kept Jiang Chen's Sun Divine Feather and stated his purpose. As soon as his words were out, many of them nodded inwardly, because no one could find any fault in Xiao Wangqing's words. His words were reasonable and reasonable. There was no room for them to refute him. If the immortal court still didn't agree to it after he had put away the Sun Divine Feather, they would lose face. The experts of the older generation had no reason to attack Jiang Chen. If they did, it would be equivalent to admitting that the immortal court had no talent in the younger generation. This was something that the immortal court couldn't afford to lose. To Jiang Chen, this was also a great thing. Not only did he get rid of his current predicament, he also had a target to train against in the future. Growing under the pressure of countless monstrous geniuses was much better than relying on the Sun Divine Feather. Furthermore, Jiang Chen felt the most reassured to hand the Sun Divine Feather over to Xiao Wangqing for safekeeping. His heart was filled with gratitude towards Xiao Wangqing. It could be said that Xiao Wangqing had gone through a lot of trouble for him. Great! I didn't expect Senior Xiao to solve the problem in such a way. In that case, Jiang Chen's crisis will be resolved. Yang Yu was pleasantly surprised. His admiration for Xiao Wangqing had risen to another level. Don't be too happy yet. We still need to see if Li Wangye and the others agree to it. Even if they agree, those peerless geniuses in the Immortal Court aren't that easy to deal with. Every major power in East Xuanyu has their own geniuses in the Immortal Court, including our great Qian Empire. You should know very well how powerful those geniuses are. They usually don't have the chance to come back, but it's different now, said the old emperor. Yang Yu nodded inwardly. His face turned solemn once more. The scene turned silent once more. The experts of the major powers of the immortal world wore a solemn expression. Obviously, they hadn't thought that Xiao Wangqing would resolve Jiang Chen's crisis in such a way, putting them in a passive position. Now they could only hope that Li Wangye wouldn't agree to Xiao Wangqing's request. Li Wangye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Jiang Chen with the posture of a half-step sovereign. His eyes flickered with cold light, then fell on Xiao Wangqing. Xiao Wangqing, what if I don't agree? What if I insist on killing Jiang Chen? Said Li Wangye Lung. Haha, if that's the case, you can go ahead and kill Jiang Chen. I, Xiao Wangqing, won't stop you. But I can tell you very clearly that unless the three of you join forces and have the confidence to kill me as well, I will kill every genius of your immortal court that I see. From now on I, Xiao Wangqing, will become a specter and there will be no more peace in the three immortal domains. Xiao Wangqing burst into laughter. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His attitude was extremely arrogant. His momentum was unparalleled. Every word he spoke was sonorous and powerful like thunder, striking straight into one's heart. It made people feel that he was absolutely not joking. Are you threatening us? Li Wangye gnashed his teeth. Threatening? You can understand it this way. I, Xiao Wangqing, have been trying to negotiate with you, but you insist on killing Jiang Chen. There's nothing left to talk about. Don't think that I'm joking. Li Wangye, try and kill Jiang Chen now. I'll kill all the major powers here right away. Let's see if you can stop me. Xiao Wangqing's words were simply insane. His half-step sovereign aura filled the air, causing everyone to shudder in fear and keep quiet out of fear. Hiss. The expression of the old ancestors of the major powers turned incomparably gloomy. Almost all the major powers of the four domains of ethereal immortal domain had gathered here. If Xiao Wangqing went berserk and started a massacre, it would be an unimaginable blow to ethereal immortal domain. More importantly, Li Wangye and the other two wouldn't be able to stop Xiao Wangqing even if they joined forces. Li Wangye knew this very well because he had a deep understanding of Xiao Wangqing's terror. This was also the reason why Xiao Wangqing wanted to fight Li Wangye. It was for this negotiation. Chapter 1724. Hong. Li Wangye, Qiu Qianyun, and Qin Xianbing were furious. Their eyes that were glaring at Xiao Wangqing were about to bleed. It could be seen that they were gnashing their teeth in hatred. As half-step sovereigns who had made a name for themselves for a long time, they had never been threatened like this before. No one had ever dared to threaten them. But now, Xiao Wangqing's threat was so reasonable that they couldn't refute it at all. Just like what Xiao Wangqing said, unless the three of them joined forces to kill Xiao Wangqing, there would be no peace in the immortal world once Xiao Wangqing left. Xiao Wangqing was a crazy man who would do what he said. However, the three of them knew very well that even if they joined forces, it was absolutely impossible for them to kill Xiao Wangqing. They could not even leave a scratch on Xiao Wangqing's body. They clearly saw the battle between Xiao Wangqing and Li Wangye. If it was a life-and-death battle, Li Wangye was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Xiao Wangqing, let alone kill him. As a matter of fact, even if Li Wangye could defeat Xiao Wangqing, defeating and killing were two completely different things. How could it be easy to kill a half-step sovereign? Not to mention that Li Wangye himself was no match for Xiao Wangqing. For a time, the scene was in a stalemate. Both sides were at daggers drawn. If Li Wangye and the other two compromised in the face of Xiao Wangqing's threat, it would be too shameful, but if they didn't compromise, they wouldn't dare to attack Jiang Chen either. However, this stalemate couldn't go on. At this time, Jiang Chen walked out and strode to Xiao Wangqing's side in an imposing manner. Facing the pressure of three half-step sovereigns, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged, as though such powerful pressure couldn't threaten him at all. Today, I, Jiang Chen, openly challenge the geniuses of the three immortal domains. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill both. If you're afraid that your geniuses will throw away their lives, then kill me. Jiang Chen's voice was loud and clear like a thunderclap. The sound waves rolled in the sky, causing the souls of many to tremble. Xiao Wangqing smiled at Jiang Chen with an expression of admiration. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen's words broke the deadlock and gave the three half-step sovereigns a way out. With him and Xiao Wangqing echoing each other, one threatened and the other goaded, the three half-step sovereigns had no choice but to give in. Brat, you're too arrogant. How dare you say that there's no one in my immortal court? Li Wangye was furious. Well done, Jiang Chen. How dare you openly challenge the geniuses of the immortal court? Since you're so confident, I'll show you the true monstrous geniuses of the immortal court. You'll know that there's always someone better out there, and how ignorant and ridiculous you are. As soon as Qiu Qianyun finished speaking, he left with Lei Batian. The meaning of his departure was obvious. He had accepted Jiang Chen's challenge. In other words, he had agreed to Xiao Wangqing's conditions. Today's situation was bound to come to an end. Jiang Chen's provocation had undoubtedly given them a way out. As a matter of fact, everyone knew very well that it was Jiang Chen's threat that made Qiu Qianyun give in, not Jiang Chen's provocation. Brat, don't think that you can sit back and relax just because I'm not interfering. You'll only have one ending if you go against the immortal court: death. Qin Xianbing left a harsh remark before leaving with Lan Tingyan. They were all smart people. They knew that it was meaningless to stay here any longer. With Xiao Wangqing here, they wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Chen no matter what. Humph. Brat, just wait for your death. Li Wangye also left with Wang Xianfeng. The experts of the three immortal courts had left in an instant. Today's meeting had come to an end. This was the ending that Li Wangye wanted the most. Everything was going according to his plan. How could this be? Don't tell me that the little bastard managed to escape again? Damn it! Even the immortal court can't do anything about Xiao Wangqing's protection. Even a half-step sovereign like Li Wangye is afraid of Xiao Wangqing. We can't let the great sovereigns of the immortal court take action. That's impossible. The great sovereigns are the supreme beings of the immortal world. They won't appear just for an immortal emperor brat. They can't afford to lose their dignity and face. No great sovereign will interfere in such a matter. Even in the immortal court, those in charge are all half-step sovereigns. Don't tell me that we're just going to let this go? That bastard Jiang Chen has killed so many of our people. How can we swallow this humiliation? Plus, his growth is just too fast. Even if we lose the Sun Divine Feather, we can't let him continue to grow. The threat he poses is just too great. Don't worry. The immortal court won't let this go. I estimate that it won't be long before they send out their heaven-defying geniuses. The moment they return, it will be the time of Jiang Chen's death. At that time, Jiang Chen won't be able to show himself even if he wants to. That's for sure. He can't go back on his word. Each and every one of them was fuming with anger. They had been hoping that the experts of the immortal court would stand up for them, but they had never thought that it would end up like this. The power of Xiao Wangqing had reached such an incredible level that even the immortal court had to retreat. Even so, the determination of these major powers to eliminate Jiang Chen didn't weaken at all. In fact, they couldn't wait any longer. All of them had seen Jiang Chen's potential. Such a figure had to be eliminated as soon as possible. They couldn't give him too much time to grow, otherwise, they would end up like corpse insect. Of course, they weren't afraid of Jiang Chen because they had sent a lot of geniuses to the immortal court over the years. Now, it was time for them to return. The strength of the true geniuses of the immortal court was unimaginable. Now that Jiang Chen had lost the Sun Divine Feather, there were just too many people in the immortal court who could kill him. What are you waiting for? Xiao Wangqing frowned and spoke to the experts of the major powers, Lang Lang. Voila! In less than 3 seconds after Xiao Wangqing's voice trailed off, the crowd outside Genius Prefecture became incomparably quiet. Everyone left in an instant, fearing that they would offend a great god. Xiao Wangqing was an existence that they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.